Asaase Radio 99.5. All the biggest names in music play here.
Asaase problem me. Atapra ye mo bi mame. Sika no so aya ya no basa. Emi ti mo mame wi mi wo. Mame wi mi wo. Mame wi mi wo. Mame abinai. Mame wi mi wo. Mame si abe. Mame wi mi wo. Eno sapoma, Samira Masitrema, Anya me Aria Mugo, if you say Busia Badia, if you say Busia Badia, Sana Busia Badia, Asaase problem me. Atapra ye mo bi mame. Sika no so aya
Asaase Radio.
Asaase Radio 99.5.
Asaase Business.
Asaase Business.
Asaase Business.
Asaase Business AM.
This is Asaase Business, Asaase Radio actually, and the team here is the Asaase Business. Good morning and welcome to our coverage of the 2021 budget statement. The budget is basically an estimate of how much government is seeking to raise in revenue and how much it intends to spend on policies and projects. We'll be discussing the content of the budget, how it affects you, new policies you need to know, government plans and policies, and the implications on your livelihood. The various sectors, including education, health, financial sector, agricultural sector, among others, considering the coronavirus pandemic. I'll be joined by seasoned analysts to do the discussion. My colleague Emmanuel Abouajiriaf is already in the studio. Good morning, Emmanuel.
Hi, good morning, Nana. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. We also have in the studio a task analyst with the Institute of Taxation, Fred Awuti. Good morning, sir, and welcome.
Thank you.
We'll also be joined by financial journalist Toma Imi here, and Toma will join us very soon. But Emmanuel, this is the day.
It is the day. It's going to be a long day, and I know that people are so expectant, especially when it's a landmark presentation. The first time in this Fourth Republic that we're having the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs present the budget statement, and people are really, they want to know. How is it going to be like?
Yeah.
Is it going to be like previous occasions and in the presentation? And we are in a pandemic season, and so we don't even know whether it's actually going to take place from the main chamber. But like you said, we'll be going to momentarily to our man on the ground, to give us a pre-look at what's happening in Parliament.
Okay.
But all in all, it's going to be a very good day.
All right. So, Mr. Awuti, what are you looking forward to?
Thank you very much. Apart from the budget being read by a non-finance person for the first time in the history of this country, and then also this budget being the first budget during the coronavirus, and we expect that government should be able to put in policy that can bring the economy back on track, and then be able to put in policy that can raise the relevant revenue that can support the revenue, the expenditure that government intends.
Sure.
And we shouldn't also lose sight of the fact that this is the first budget coming after the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. That's a landmark agreement.
Yes.
And like our trade minister has been touting, all the interventions within trade and sometimes within agric and so on and so forth have been tailored to fit into, this, our local objectives. So it's going to be quite interesting because we want to take a look at how we will fit in a continental free trade regime.
Yeah, so let's go to Parliament House to find out the mood and how the environment is like right now. Our man on the ground, Philip Asiao, is on the telephone. Good morning, Philip.
Good morning, Nana.
How are you? And tell us, give us a feel of how Parliament is right now.
Well, I am good, and I trust you are too.
I'm fine, thank you.
By the end of the day, we still be better given the fact that this is supposed to be a bad representation as well as something on economic policy by government. So here in Parliament, it's been a very busy week. A busy week in the sense that the commencement of the business week was with the State of the Nation address that was delivered by the President. And then the 2 days after was one that saw some vehement debate on what the content was with regards to the address there. And today, we're about to hear what the budget statement as well as the policy statement will entail as well. But I must say that the State of the Nation address kind of preceded what we'll be hearing today, because the president kind of gave some hints of the things that we will be expecting, and also in a way called on the House to support that when the budget is presented today. Now, one development is that the caretaker minister for the finance ministry, who happens to be the leader of government business, the minister for parliamentary affairs, and also the majority leader of parliament, Asaase, who will be doing that delivery, will be the first time in this Republican dispensation that you have a minister aside from the finance minister actually doing the presentation. Now, during the debate on Wednesday and also Thursday, some members of parliament had given some hints of what they were expecting to be contained. And I must say that the Ejapa transaction was one of them. And yesterday, during plenary, the Honorable Abu Jinapo was kind of causing support should that transaction be presented to Parliament once more. And so one would kind of think that it's something that is going to feature. Now, he says that as far back as the previous administration, the then finance minister, Dr. Kamnadu Fo, had also presented to the House the implementation of a special purpose vehicle that was going to ensure the maximum benefit from our mineral resources. And that is exactly what Ejapa sought to do, but in a more elaborate and then also secured way. And so he said that he was going to come back to the House and that he was employing on members to accept that. So that is something they could help. And then also the Bantam Care project that has got to do with the program that has got to do with some stimulus package to be able to take or bring about some economic relief as a result of the coronavirus pandemic is something that is also expected to feature in today's budget presentation, as well as all other projects. So in a way, that is the mood around here, with some MPs, depending on which side they belong to, whether the majority or minority, kind of resisting or supporting what is likely to be here. But right now in Parliament, I'm currently here, and I must say that events of such nature now have become accustomed to being held at the tent that was erected prior to the inauguration of the president earlier this year. So you remember that that tent was erected. Since then, a number of programs have been held there, swearing in itself, the State of the Nation address, and also swearing in of some minister designates who have been approved by the House have also taken place here. And today, the budget presentation will also be taking place at a tent. So it's more spacious and has also served as an alternative location for sitting, because the House is also trying to take steps to reduce the spread of the coronavirus as well. So they alternate sittings between the main chamber and then the tent. So security is also here, advantage point, and then the various protocols, COVID protocols have also been set up to ensure that people will be making their way to the chamber today would also go through as that. It has not commenced yet. The official time that was communicated to us was 10 o'clock, but I must say that plans are advanced. Almost everything is set, and so we're waiting for the key personalities to arrive, and then we can listen to the budget presentation.
Okay, so from what you just said, it means that the budget will be read on the floor of Parliament.
Exactly. It will be done on the floor of Parliament as is enjoined by the Constitution, just that the leader of government business, the Honorable Asaase will be delivering that on behalf of government. So it's going to be a normal business. And actually, whenever Parliament puts a different government official in line with constitutional duties, it is still within the proceedings of Parliament that takes place. And so Parliament is constituted just that the main business of the day is the sole purpose for which they are gathered. So, for instance, the budget presentation that we are witnessing today is still going to be Parliament being constituted, proceeding to go on, but then the main business of the day will be the budget presentation, as well as in the event where it's just through the State of the Nation address, or there's a special request for a minister of state to answer some questions of the floor of Parliament. So everything that happens in the chamber is within the proceedings of the House.
Okay. Thank you very much, Philip Asaase. I will come back to you for more on this. Emmanuel, so we have Philip on the line. We had him a while ago, and he's telling us that all is set. We are just looking forward to the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs to come in and read the budget.
So contrary to hearings that it's not going to actually take place on the floor of the House, that was not true, or that's not supposed to be true, because it's going to happen on the floor of Parliament. And I believe that by this time, considerations have been made to ensure that adherence to the safety protocols are in place, because that's more important, especially within this pandemic period. But you can, always trust that our MPs will be there in their numbers to actually, give the boos and the heckles here and there.
So that is why we are having people sitting under the tent, so that everybody will not be in the chamber.
In the chamber.
Yeah, so some of the people will be sitting in the tent. So I'm sure the protocols are going to be adhered to.
But let's go to the issues now. We're talking about the revenue mobilization, which has become a problem because obviously of the pandemic. Now, Mr. Uti, what innovations do you think that government could put in place to actually enhance the revenue desired?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. When I think government have already started certain programs somewhere last year, and then I think they are going to vigorously pursue those programs, including if you look at the State of Nations address, the president hinted that the National Identification Authorities card will be used as a thing, and one that is used, it means that the potential tax population will increase to about 15.5 million based on the data from the National Identification Authority. So that will have meant that there's a possibility of an increase in the tax net in that regard. And also, if you also look at it, you realize that government has started
the possibility of increasing the tax net.
The tax net, yes.
Yes. But, over the years, GRA has tried, but some people say it hasn't been very innovative in increasing the tax net. Do we even know whether in 2021, what new things, what new reforms can they adopt to ensure that this is achieved?
Okay, thank you. GRA per itself have started certain programs by trying to restructure the entire unit, entire GRA, by trying to, now have what we call tax payers service center. Then we have the audit and assurance sector department, which helps to validate or try to ensure that audit of taxpayers is done and the right revenue is then collected. And also to enhance education. Education will be there, but they try now to find a way to tailor the education to know that this is what somebody have to pay, and this is why the person have to pay the taxes. In addition to that, GRA has set up what we call higher net worth department, in which case there are some other people who are well-to-do but yet still are not paying tax, and that department is supposed to track those people, and it's a form of trying to expand the tax net in that regard. So those are some of the innovation, not necessarily trying to increase taxes, but trying to see the areas which are not taxed, can we try to find a way to raise revenue from those areas?
And that has been challenging for the GRA. The taxpayers, those in the little bracket, have been overburdened. I mean, they are the people who actually are affected by a lot of the taxes that are introduced. We have the 85% informal sector, or almost 85% with people of the informal, exactly, in the informal sector not being taxed.
Yeah, exactly so. That many people have not been taxed, not because some of them do not want to pay the taxes. But one thing is that what I have realized and my team have realized is that education has not been well tailored to the people. For example, you go to Makola, you go to a market, they want to know where do they pay the tax. They see a tax officer as a police officer. Do you get it? And once the tax officer comes, then also, you see, tax audit has to be retooled. And I think GRA is in the process of doing that regard, trying to engage more professionals. So that revenues which are not a loss can be, and that is not that difficult to do. Do you get it? Getting the professionals to come on board to, do the right thing, trying to ensure that the audit is done properly, and try to also ensure that those who are in tax are brought in within the tax net. Do you get it? That could be a challenge in one way or the other. However, once an attempt is being made to do that, I think it will be okay.
And how impactful is this going to be on mobilizing tax revenue? I mean, converting all, or from 1st April, the Ghana card is going to be used as 10 numbers, because you realize that not everybody also has a Ghana card, and even people who have actually gone through the process, many of them still have not received their Ghana cards. So to what extent do we think that this is going to impact revenue mobilization of the GRA?
Okay, as I said earlier, the Ghana card alone will not necessarily increase the tax or the tax net. However, it's an avenue, or it's a potential to increase the tax net. How can this happen? Somebody need not to go to a GRA office to say they are going to register for a TIN. Now, once you get your TIN, you get your Ghana card, it means that you already a potential taxpayer. And I just read also that National Identification Authority is saying that they are going to set up about 13 DEX offices at the GRA office to also help that. So once you have your TIN, your Ghana card, then it means that you have your TIN. And the impediment of going to a GRA office to pay a tax, just because you do not have a TIN, is that one will be eliminated. So that one, but it is not to say that once you have the TIN, the tax revenue will increase automatically. But it's a potential to increase the tax revenue. That's what I've seen.
Well, we've been joined in the studio by our friend Toma Emire. He's the managing editor of Gold Street Business, and of course, a very vocal person when it comes to business issues. And Toma, will I be right if I say I still maintain my calling you the late Toma, because you're almost always late into programs. Anyway, welcome.
I'm coming late for the program, not late as being dead. I'm alive and kicking.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. So, on the whole, how do you see this particular presentation of this budget, especially coming on the back of coronavirus pandemic?
Well, the game plan is quite straightforward, Emma. You see, we need more than usual in terms of public spending because of coronavirus and the efforts to resuscitate the economy. However, the problem is that we are overborrowed, we've exceeded the 70% limit, and we don't really have much fiscal space for borrowing.
Good.
Okay? So the idea is, how do you fund the extra expenditure? Tax. Now, this government, since it entered, right from when it entered power, has been setting up a structure to widen the tax net for the first time in our history. The informal sector, digital addressing, Ghana cards, TIN number, tax certification numbers, everything, which has been in place. In fact, they should have started this thing earlier, if not for political reasons, because of the elections. They wanted the elections to go by first. Now that is all well and good. Because of that, all right. Now, government itself had initially set a target of about 50 billion for tax revenues for 2021. Based on the outcome for 2020, GRA itself said they can do 60 billion. All right, based on widening the tax net. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen on the simple.
Why? Why
on the
is it
simple
not
basis
going
that
to
you see, when you have a good structure and the structure they put in place is very good, but from experience, there are always implementation problems, bottlenecks that will come, which were not expected, which have to be. There are short-term problems which will be sorted out, but it takes some time to straighten them out. So they should not put too much expectation on a sharp increase in tax revenues based on this new system they have brought in the very first year, because this is the period they're going to be sorting out the teething problems. All right. So I think they should go with the initial target of 50 billion rather than GRA's target of 60 billion, because over the next few months they're going to be sorting out problems, some which they anticipated, which they might be ready for, and some which are coming from entirely from left field, which nobody anticipated. All right. And don't forget too, there is one thing to widen the tax net, you have the structures in place. Another thing to actually get people to pay that. A lot of the people who are now going to be joining to the tax net will be dragged kicking and screaming to come and pay their taxes because they've never done it before. Some of them argue that they don't see the use of paying taxes. Some just don't want to pay. And, so it's going to be an uphill task. It's not going to be easy. Even though the structures
I have always
are in
said
place.
that why doesn't the GRA actually limits its targets? Sometimes its target I see it as overambitious, because rising from 43 point something to 60 billion. In a pandemic era.
Let's not lose sight of the fact that the GRA has achieved a higher target. Not over 60, but I remember in 2019, for instance, it was it was able to achieve more than it targeted for itself.
But not in the context of a pandemic like we've witnessed.
Remember the target? They're talking a lot about the fact that they beat their target, but that target they beat was the revised target. The original target actually was higher than what they did achieve.
Okay.
In fact, just to continue from what my brother said. The initial target for 2020 was about 49 billion.
Yes.
And then, as a result of the pandemic, was reduced to 42 billion.
Yes. Exactly.
But GRA has achieved up to 45 billion, meaning that they have exceeded the revised target. Okay. But if the 60 billion, which my brother has alluded to, that's GRA intend to achieve, it look quite ambitious. But you see, if you deal with GRA, I deal with GRA on various occasions. If you deal with them, is that 60 billion, though ambitious, can that be achieved? I would say it's possible in certain regard. For instance, if you read the 2020 budget, I think paragraph 431 of the budget, it says, you notice that the minister was suggesting that there will be taxing or withholding taxes from precious mineral for small-scale miners. This has never been taxed in the history of since 2016. So if
a new area,
yes, a new area. You see, the small-scale miners, when they sell their gold, the law requires them to withhold certain for the buyers to withhold certain amount of what they're making payment to them. But this area has not been touched for a very long time. So if you're touching that area, it brings something on board.
Right.
Now, secondly, if you look at the president's address, it says that, you notice that it says that there is a property addressing system, and that property addressing system, about 7.5 million properties have been identified in the country, in the whole country. Now, look at this, compare it to the total tax population of about 3.3 million thereabout. That's a big gap between 3.3 million to 7.5 billion people who owns properties. So what is the gap? Why are they not being part of the tax net? Now, if it's the same people, 3.3 million people having a property of 7.5 million, the question is that then there is certain income which haven't been tracked in that regard. So with GRA setting up a higher net worth tax unit, which will help to track those areas, then in that case, it is possible that certain revenue areas which have not been taxed will be brought on board. Second, and thirdly, if you look at, you see, with the pandemic, businesses have moved from brick and mortar to online.
Exactly.
Our tax laws have not been designed to tax online business, except for some skeletal sections of the VAT, which we see that, but that areas have not been fully been implemented. Now, if GRA can be able to move to online and try to find out how can they tax these online businesses, then that area too can be brought on board.
Gray area that can be
utilized. So if you look at these innovative areas, it is possible that the 60 billion can be achieved. However, if they are not able to tax those and tax area, then that will be a big challenge in that regard. Although I have admitted that the 60 billion is quite ambitious. However, there is a possibility of achievement.
And I believe that there's also going to be some gains when it comes to the petroleum revenue, because, like I was telling a friend yesterday, surprisingly, there's some kind of a rebound in the oil sector, and crude oil prices are going high. Yesterday, it was $69.2 a barrel, which is way above the benchmark revenue, the benchmark pricing that was set, earlier. So if this rebound, continue to sustain, then I believe that, government is going to really make some gains there, because
petroleum taxes.
Yes, petroleum taxes. So that also is going to be a further cap in the cap of the GRA.
So we have been joined by William Ado, who is a development consultant. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning.
And we were discussing how GRA can widen the tax net, but is it even necessary for government to introduce taxes or new taxes or increase taxes in this 2021 budget? Is it necessary? Looking at the bills we have to pay in the energy sector, looking at the amount of money government spent in cleaning up the financial sector, Toma, your sector.
Well, they're not. Look, the idea is not to increase taxes.
How does it raise money?
It's to widen the tax net. They're not going to increase taxes. What they are going to do is that they are going to make sure that people who've not been paying income taxes, and as my brother here was just pointing out, lots of people who have not been paying income taxes will now have to start paying income taxes. All right? There's property taxes, even just pure income taxes. For example, take the average person, these millionaires, I would say, even in dollars, there are dollar millionaires at Makola Market who pay import duties on the goods they bring in to sell. They pay VAT, but they don't pay any income taxes on the profits they make on their business, which are supposed to be taxed at 25%. They don't pay a peswa. And think that that's what they are now trying to rope in. So it's not a matter of increasing tax rates.
Okay.
It's just making more people to pay, people who have not been paying, who have not been meeting their obligation at the current tax rates, now to make them to pay.
Remember that the banks are benefiting from the cleanup now. Is it not in place for them to at least pay a little more in taxes or in levies so that it will cushion up government?
This is an age-old argument. The argument against it is that every time you increase the tax rates, it is a disincentive to do business. Remember that this government came to power in 2017. One of his major arguments, promise he gave to corporate Ghana, was that he was going to increase tax rate. They were going to reduce the corporate tax rate from 25% to 20%, which, because of its lack of fiscal space, it has not been able to do. So now, having failed to fulfill that promise, you now turn around to increase it is another issue. Don't forget that there are some sectors that pay 35, not 30, like the mining sector, for instance, the oil and gas sector. They pay 35%, not 25%. Already, the fact is that, you see, in this global economy we are operating in, right? Your tax rates, your corporate tax rates have to be competitive, because international capital follows where the profits stand to be best. So if you have neighbors who are charging 20% tax, corporate tax, and you already at 25 and you're applying to increase to 30, then it becomes a disincentive for investment. That is the danger.
Right.
So if I may add to Thomas' points, the financial sector taxes, I think, is an area, it's been in the discussion, all right, but I think it's an area we shouldn't even venture into at all. This is an era where we are trying to drive industrialization and innovation, and financing has been a hurdle. So if you want to encourage people to give out financing at a lower rate and if that is the trend, then going into taxes in that area is a no-go. It's a no-brainer. In fact, like we keep talking about, we should look at more innovative ways. So widening the tax net, like government has been saying over a period, yes. It's been putting in a couple of measures to get to do that. But you see, maximizing our implementation processes are usually our problem. Because like I keep saying here, Ghana does some of the best developmental, plans that I've ever set my eyes on. But implementation has always been the problem. So for instance, like widening the tax net, like we are talking about all this digitization and then the NIA data combining with, it is totally premature in implementation for the president even to mention that is exactly what you're going to do. Because already you are going to trigger people's resistance. So indirectly, in the process of implementation, whoever put that part in the president's sooner speech actually did us a disadvantage in the implementation process. That is one of the problems with Ghana. We are not able to project public perception and its impact on policies we put in. So we leave out we leave out the public perception impact on our implementation processes of projects or policies. And that is going to actually go against us. Yes, like Ima had mentioned, the petroleum area is one area we are looking at, getting gains from there. Yeah. It's not just the petroleum. For instance, the minerals.
Mining.
Gold is doing fine. And we are all anticipating that if it goes on that trend, we are going to benefit from those areas. But we have to be, and I heard my brother from the taxman talk about the innovations GRA is putting in the education part. Because, for instance, last year was like an opportunity for GRA. This was the first time. You see, when it comes to things like tax, the ordinary person does not understand. In fact, it's not just the ordinary person. Educated people, small-scale industry people, a lot of people don't understand those areas. So this was an opportunity to say, this is the first time Ghana government, hand in hand, is giving directly to the public so that people can feel how, when government says it is spending government's the national money on the public, how it really feels like that there are times like this. And it is the same way that we convert to building hospitals, building all sorts of infrastructure. But nobody did any education around that advantage to tell a new story and encouraged people from paying taxes. Right. So our inability to take advantage of such opportunities is what goes against us. So I think the education part is something we need to, and I was glad to hear that there's a whole setup for it now. In fact, I have seen a presentation, but I didn't see all the details, so I can't speak to that part. And I hope they actually drive that part. Otherwise, I don't know. But I think it's an area that can really help us. For instance, the bond market. Because of the financial cleanup and government paying back some people in bonds, a few people have come to have the taste of bonds, which is an area government can encourage, which will help with financing, local financing. In fact, some of these bonds we shouldn't even be picking from outside. Like, for instance, I'm against the €5 billion bond straight up. I think we should be innovative about it. We should pick a portion at this point.
€5 billion bond,
yes.
You are for it?
I am a little bit against it.
You're a little bit, okay.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I think the whole bulk at one go, on the external, we are going to pay huge interest rates on it. Already, like Toma was talking about, our physical space is a problem right now. So you don't add on in huge quantities like that. You take it bit by bit so that you are able to manage it. It's a managerial process.
So, but the government is targeting 5 billion. It doesn't mean it will be able to raise 5 billion.
If it's likely, if you rate,
the confidence level is high.
Yeah, yes.
They will give confidence is high
because of Ghana,
we are doing.
And I'll tell you why. No, the reason why is very simple. The reason why is very simple. Take the history of Ghana's Eurobond issuances since 2007. Ghana, people invest in Ghana's Eurobonds because they feel the oil and gas will pay the money. It's as simple as that. Watch, just check the data. When was our first Eurobond issuance? 2007 September. When was Jubilee Field discovered?
A decade.
Now watch that happened. That was 2007. When was the next Eurobond? That was Mahama's era.
But Thomas, the
2013.
the law
Immediately after it discovered
the law doesn't, allow petroleum resources to be collateralized. So
nobody is not collateral. It is a sign of the fact that they use it to sell to investors. The fact that we are earning foreign. Have you seen the documents they use for these roadshows? When you see the documents they use for the roadshows, it's all about the fact that Ghana will have enough foreign exchange cover to service the debt and pay them over time. That is what it's all about. As for the money, we can raise it. Yeah. The question is at what cost? Now, this is where the problem comes in, because out of the 5 billion, 3 billion is meant for what they call liability management, which means paying off more expensive old debts, like the one the Mama government took at 10.25%.
Service owed debt,
So you must get the money at a significantly lower rate, that in order to do that. But what I agree with my brother here is that
why don't you also look at what is the money meant for?
Now, you see, this is the problem. This is the whole problem of our debt. You see, since we got access to Eurobonds, everything has gone bad for Africa. You see, when you are borrowing from IMF, World Bank, they will ask you what you're using the money for. They want to be sure of what you're using the money for. When it comes to Eurobond, the investors, once they know they are getting their money back, nobody gives a hoot. You understand? So you take the money and use it for whatever you want to use it for. Quite frankly, let's be honest, they didn't really account to us. Does government really account to us about what the Eurobond monies are used for? They tell us we are going to take Eurobond monies to do ABC. But they didn't come back and tell us that this and this and this is what it's used for. The only government that tried to do that was the Kufuor government. And it turned out that what they used the money for was entirely different from what they had planned to use the money for. All right? So now you can take money for 20 years, use it for whatever you want to use it for, and the paper becomes somebody else's problem. The Mahama government comes in and they are struggling to pay the one that Kufuor took. They couldn't pay. So what do? They go and borrow from Peter to pay off Paul. Since then, all our monies are forged. We simply borrow to pay them off and take new money, which will be somebody else's problem. Now you want to do 5 billion in Eurobonds, 3 billion for liability management, 2 billion for budget support. That is the highest amount of allocation of Eurobond proceeds for budget support since we started taking money from the Eurobond market in 2007. But it's going to be somebody else's problem because they will take this money over somewhere between 10 and 40 years. It's going to be somebody else's problem. All right? But now, the money we are taking, what becomes our problem is paying off the one that Mahama took from 2013, which falls due from 2023.
Right.
Now, gentlemen, let's look at some social interventions. I mean, that's one key area of government expenditure. Let's talk about the landmark, free SHS. I mean, which is continuing. Do we expect any, kind of moderations or modifications towards this area in the budget? Fred.
I do not expect that government will do any much modification in the free senior and expenditure in the free senior high school. The cost now seems to be a fixed overhead on government, and government has demonstrated that it does not intend to draw back on that policy. So, but there is possibility of infrastructure in educational sector, which will to try it as much as possible to eliminate this double track issue that we have. So in that regard, it looks like infrastructure and education sector must be one of the priority areas for the government, and allocation may have to be made to that. But looking at the restriction within the fiscal sector, fiscal space, I don't think much will be done in that area. Although that could be.
Now, really, people are calling for some kind of modifications to the sector or the free SHS intervention, because they think that some people are capable of paying. So why don't you streamline the thing in a way that the poor will pay for the rich to pay something to the cost?
That should be the ultimate. But I see Ghana has a basic problem in that area. Anything of that sort that you decide to segment, the opportune people rather have advantage of it. and not the targeted people. Trust me on this. We have the Cocoa Board scholarship and other historic types that we can refer to. It is the privileged, rather, that has access to these things. That is the problem with segmentation of this thing. That is why people are saying we should just let it go. Truly speaking, look at the value of the free SHS to our budgets. It is not something we cannot finance. Frankly speaking, it is not something.
It's taking a huge toll on us.
But it's ripple effects. For instance, this time around, I know they are targeting a lot more of the TVET and then the tertiary level. If you do the analysis will tell you that they said the higher your literacy rates, it also increases the economic level of your country. I hope we all agree on that.
Yeah.
So automatically, you would not see the returns today, not tomorrow. It will take a couple of years to build up. So we are going to get the returns. But don't go into segmentation and find troubles in it framing, and you always have to try and refix it again. I think what we should, of course, going forward, like my brother said, this is really going to look like a recurring expenditure. Yes, they are not done with some infrastructure, because there are some infrastructure that should still come in to fix a few of the lapses. Yeah, we all agree that there are fading problems that we need to deal with. But I think we've gotten to a point where we've seen the worst of it, and we can manage going forward.
Now, Thomas, there were some suggestions that we go into the Heritage Fund, for instance, which has been set aside for future generations when oil exploitation is depleted, so that we go into it and fund the SHS program. Do you think there could be some?
I totally agree. Listen, the Heritage Fund, there's a reason why the Heritage Fund is saying you can't touch it. And I totally agree with that reason. However, look at it this way. The Heritage Fund right now is giving, because of monetary easing in the Western world, the Heritage Fund is giving returns of about 1% or less per annum. Now you are borrowing at about 7% per annum. So why can the government not get the Heritage Fund to lend it money using the same covenants as we give to the investors who buy our Eurobonds? Make the Heritage Fund a separate entity, just like an investor in the US or an investment bank in London or something, and they now lend the money using the same covenants as Eurobond, and we borrow at 3%. It has halved our borrowing cost, and it has tripled the returns that we are getting on the Heritage Fund for the purpose the Heritage Fund was meant for, all at the same time. It to me just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Yes,
I totally agree with Toma, and that was exactly what I was going to say. The Heritage Fund, we can't go into. It is a policy. The same Parliament can actually amend the policy. What we think we should do, because when we are given a free space, normally we go overboard. So I think there should be a policy that puts us in some form of brackets. So probably we are taking from the Heritage Fund at a rate and we are paying back. It is the same thing. Why invest somewhere else?
The other wisdom around
the other part of it is that you get two things for that. It means we are increasing the value of the Heritage Fund. Actually, we are actually going to make more in the Heritage Fund. That's it. Aside that, it gives you control over your FX. It gives you control. It does two things. So I don't see why we shouldn't be going there.
You see, but the wisdom around the Heritage Fund is that to make way for future generations unborn. To actually there was some kind of
Heritage Fund pays us money and we pay back.
That we are saying the same thing.
We're not going to pay the Eurobond. We're not going to pay Eurobond investors.
Exactly.
Repayments of loans have always been a problem to government.
That is
whether we like it or not.
No,
because there's so many other targets.
Ghana doesn't default.
No.
Let's get something straight.
Ghana doesn't default.
Ghana doesn't default.
We don't default.
We pay.
Well,
a few times it comes with some.
Not Zambia.
We do pay. So that's why I said it should come with policy.
There are several other petroleum
the
funds that have not been paid.
Financial Responsibility Act. It says that if the finance minister doesn't do this by this time, there are penalties. Let's put something in there like that. So we are going for 3%. We can borrow to government at 3%. If they miss this mark, we are actually paying a penalty. The revised policy should say exactly
the same
that.
covenants as the comfort we give to Eurobond investors.
What it means is that we are making a lot. In fact, we are even giving the future generation even more money.
More money. 3
Rather
times
than
as
giving
much
it
money
out
as we are
at
giving
less than
them.
1%. We'll probably be getting
We're still talking about energy. Let's look at how the government hopes to approach the energy sector debt itself, which is still on the higher side with the budget. Fred.
And don't we need to raise more money to be able to, as it were, defray the debt?
Okay, thank you very much. Before we look at that, just want to touch on the
Heritage Fund.
The Heritage
Yes.
Fund.
I'm not going on their side too, because I'm against them.
The Heritage Fund is a creation of law. If you look at the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 815, that make it that to be used for the posterity of our children. So that will have meant that you can't touch it until you amend the law. So that should be done. However, you have to look at this. What is a component of the Heritage Fund to the total petroleum holding fund that we have?
Exactly.
It's about 9%. That brings in very little. If you want to use the Heritage Fund just to fund, it will be highly inadequate to fund the free higher school as at the moment. They get it. Now, but what is there any other area you can look at? Yes. If you look at the annual budgeting funding amount, it constitutes about 70% of the petroleum holding fund. And government per the law is allowed to set up 4 priority areas to which that annual budgeting funding amount can be used. They get it. And government having the education sector as a priority area can use that portion to fund the free senior high school. Yes, there are certain area sectors which will be denied. However, once it's a priority, you want to educate our kids and our children. Portion of that 70% can be used. If you want to talk about Heritage Fund, fantastic argument to go and amend the law. But the question is that what is the constituency of that Heritage Fund to fund the free senior high school? That is the issue. For me, it's highly inadequate at the moment. Yes, the argument can be made that can we, in fact, Parliament per the law can review this within 15 years. So from the date that we started the oil around 2010. Okay, so until then we can amend the law in that regard. However, we have to look at the component in that regard. Now coming back to the energy sector, this thing. Yes, we have to find a way to raise revenue in that regard. It's all come down to revenue mobilization. And once we say you're mobilizing revenue, it comes down to taxation. Because you can't go and borrow and say that you are raising revenue. In fact, if you borrow, you will still have to raise tax to pay. So it is wise enough to actually find a very good way to increase your tax, nets. Look at areas which you have not taxed. Can you tax those areas at the moment? And I said earlier that our tax laws are not made to tax online businesses. That is, if you look at the Income Tax Act, not. The little you can see is in the area of VAT, even if that one is about registration. Can we find a way to see how do we tax the online? For example, if somebody can be outside this country and do business in Ghana and make money from Ghana, he's not taxed.
He's not taxed. Yeah.
That is an area we can find a way to raise revenue.
I am sure the GRA may be considering, how
the numerous tax relief.
It's something that has come up.
And the tax incentives.
Yeah, it's something that has come up. But we are picking up that there could be a COVID levy which may be introduced on the NHIL, National Health Insurance Levy, and VAT. Would you be surprised? Looking at the pandemic and the destruction it has caused to our economy.
I'm against any such tax.
But you have to. Okay, fine. You may be. But look at our situation currently. We are in a pandemic. How do we recover from where we are? How does the economy rebound? Thomas, you may have to reconsider. So
if you
let me
ask-
go to the.
if you ask me, say, considering the uncertainties of last year, this year, like I had said in other places, the 5% government is looking at, it's possible.
You mean the GDP growth?
Yes.
Okay.
So people have energy stored in. People have visions last year they couldn't achieve. Put up plus their targets for this year. The energy is not going to be easy. You don't need to distort people like that. Don't bring in new things, because this year could be phenomenal even if government doesn't push anything extraordinary. People are going to push the economy.
What I don't get
It is an increase, not new. It is an increase.
What I don't understand here is this. Last year, you have a pandemic. You say, oh, people is affecting people negatively from the hand of the household economy. You now give them free light, free water, everything. Next year, the pandemic is still there. They're still being affected economically. Now, instead of giving them free this and free that, you increase their tax rates. Now, I mean, where's the consistency here?
So that was when it hit people for the first time. It hit businesses for the first time. Now they have been cushioned. Isn't it time for them to also...
Is the issue now that there's an election that has passed?
No, I don't think so. I don't
about
speak for
election
government, but I don't think that is the reason. The reason here is that we have been distracted by the pandemic, and we need to recover from where we are.
Consistency.
Well, I totally disagree. I would say number one, pass the Tax Exemption Act that's been sitting there unpassed for how many years? You know how many companies are having tax exemption for no proper reason other than they have some connections in one's government or the next. And this is not an MPP and this
Right.
successive government.
Successive government.
They are just getting tax exemption for no proper reason.
The finance minister...
When you align them to have those tax exemptions, why do you now continue to increase the taxes of some poor guy who is out there who's been struggling to make ends meet, and because of the socio-economic restrictions being put in place over COVID, even the little that's been getting is now being wiped away. I say that when he goes to buy some little necessary to the other, his tax rate should be higher. Where the big guys in three-piece suits are doing tax-free business.
But government is also still going to support with 100 billion Obatampa Care project program.
Billion.
Yes.
Private
So
sector being 70
exactly.
billion.
So
what I'm saying is that when you stop giving tax exemptions to people who don't deserve it, then come back and tell me that I should pay more tax. Then I will listen to you. But before then, no.
you're still against it. Any introduction, Mr. William, Mr. Ado?
The point is, you're trying to help the people with the Obatampa Care, but you still want to take from them. You're contradictory.
Yes.
That's the whole thing. So the consistency is talking about. That is the same thing we are talking about. We have usually not looked at how people think, and that is why a lot of people go against government policy, because it's not consistent. When you are saying one thing and you are doing the other, so you have to be consistent. Times were hard. You supported me. Things have moved forward a little bit. I know you are struggling. I'm also struggling. Let's manage each other. Go your way. Let me also try and go my way. Then the next level, maybe probably next year. Then we need to recover. That's consistency. You just don't help me, and you say you are still helping me, and then you still want to take from me. How are you helping me 30 billion and then you are taking back from me directly? It doesn't add up. Consistency. So the mind should be put into shape to rise gradually, nicely. Don't conflict it. Otherwise, I can't trust you. That's where we have a problem with the taxes. We are not getting it. It's a psychic game we play with people. And it matters.
Mr. Awiti, I'll come back to Mr. Ado, but Mr. Awiti, you are a tax expert. You know that revenue generation is crucial to the development of every nation, including Ghana. I mean, is it in place for government to introduce a COVID levy just to increase the revenue that it needs to embark on various projects?
Why big corporations are
to pay our debt
on deserved tax exemptions?
Okay, thank you, Nana. Introduction of a new tax. I keep saying that raising revenue through increasing or introduction of a new tax does not necessarily increase revenue. From experience, if you increase taxes, it has two effects. One, to either increase revenue or look at or impact on taxpayers' behavior. It changes the taxpayers' behavior. Let me give you one example. Somewhere 2018, government has recalibrated the VAT by removing the input tax on the national health insurance. What is the effect on the revenue? That was intended to increase revenue. In fact, it has indirectly increased the VAT. However, you see that the impact on revenue increase on the part of VAT was very, very insignificant. That tells you that increasing taxes alone does not really increase revenue in that aspect.
But we are not in normal times.
Yeah, you are not in normal time, but you don't actually put so much of burden on the very people.
It is not to say that we are also not putting up, or government is not working to introduce reforms that will increase the tax base.
What we are saying is that let us ensure that people who are very well to do, who are evading taxes already in existence, are being made to pay their taxes before you now start facing those who are in need and increasing their own tax burden. We all know what the situation with property taxes in Ghana. My brother was talking about it when he was talking about why GRA could hit the 60 billion, and it is true. What I'm saying is that do we really have the moral right to tax the poor person, to add some levies or consumption taxes to the poor guy at Nima, when the richest 10% in Ghana are evading the statutorily required property taxes, when there are so many companies which are enjoying tax exemptions which was set up for a particular reason and the whole system has been bastardized. I mean, is it morally right? That's my question.
So if I may add, productivity in the economy it's likely to drive revenue for government as well. So that is where the focus should be. Sometimes just encouragement, collaborations with government, partnership, which we should try to increase. I think it was just 2 days ago I was saying this somewhere. Say, government's relationship with business hasn't been of the best. But I can tell you with authority, there are people in industry who have never picked a loan from Ghana before. They have their sources right from the outskirts of Ghana. Their business, the people in industry know their sources as long as they can have some confidence. Partnership with industry can increase productivity. Encouragement to industry can increase productivity, which in transverse would show in revenue. In that case, we even understand what is happening already. I don't have to be dubious with my books and actually beat you down in taxes. So sometimes it's not always looking at the one simple line that is automatic. We have to look in the other lines. And when we say innovation, these are the kind of sometimes even incentives rather would drive productivity, which would bring would increase our revenue. Yeah. So it's not always looking at the tax part, because like you were saying, in payers' behavior, my brother was saying, sometimes these things becomes a distortion and people's reaction to it rather drops the revenue or doesn't increase it at all.
Now, I know the GRA also has what it called non-tax revenue. I mean, you're a tax person. What category of revenue is non-tax revenue, and do we hope to increase or decrease?
This is normally on the budget. GRA is well responsible to the tax revenue that we have. Normally, the non-tax revenue refers to maybe grants that government will have and other areas which government, maybe dividends and something of that sort. So those are non-tax. It means that they're not taxation really on income or on goods or services, which GRA or Ghana Commissioner General administer. So the difference is that revenues that comes through Ghana Revenue Authority, to which Commissioner General is mandated to administer, are normally the taxes which we call tax revenues. And those which they are not authorized to, call it, for example, grant, in that regard, are called the non-tax revenue.
All right, gentlemen, let's kind of shift the attention to another area, very important, the agric sector. There are so many interventions in the past. What are we expecting government to tell us with regards to this particular sector? I'll start with you first, Toma.
quite frankly, I would say more of the same. We've done very well in terms of agriculture over the past 4 years. The planting for food and jobs has worked. I don't know how far they've gone with the irrigation in terms of actually implementing it, but it's a good policy. And we've actually seen some major improvements there. So I would basically see more of this. I know that the tree development authorities, tree crop development authorities being set up, that one is definite. That one is that's a step in the right direction. But I basically think
the cashew farmers are complaining that that authority has not been forthcoming with setting off prices for cashew.
That's because it has not been set up yet. It's still something on the drawing board.
No, I think the
tree authority. I think it's been established, but they've not actually. Have they set up as a CEO been appointed and things like that? No.
Okay.
But what the complaints these people are making, I do agree. These things have to be addressed yesterday, and but I think we are moving in the right direction in terms of agriculture.
Now, the president also mentioned that there's not should expect any food shortage. Within this pandemic period, so it's quite good.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Well, it's something that the National Food Buffer Stock Company has also mentioned, and they said that they are expanding the warehousing system. They are building more warehouses, and we have in stock a lot of food, and so we shouldn't look for. But speaking of the planting for food and jobs, we know that 1.5 million farmers have been mobilized and registered under that particular program. And from 2017 to 2019, government distributed 700,000 metric tons of fertilizer and 30,000 metric tons of improved seeds to farmers. And so I think that is where the president is coming from. If they have been supported in such a huge way, then I'm sure they are able to produce more for us, Mr. Ado.
I think the agri sector, generally is done well, and I think it's an area we should be looking at because that is what we actually have and we have knowledge of. So probably improving on it, but it's done well over the past 4 years. It's an area that has really, really done well.
Yeah.
Sometimes, yes, we tend to actually say it's more than we are supposed to say it, but then it's really done well. So things we should be looking at is the bottlenecks in there to fix them. Getting the people to own the process. Others that have been left out, how to rope them in. Financing processes, technical advisory services. The extension officers will tell you they actually also have problems because half of the time they are dictated to and they don't listen to them because Ghana's land varies, its dynamics varies around the country. So they come with varied problems. You don't sit here in Accra and assume.
Exactly.
So to them, we could have actually even made more gains if it was more collaborative and a bottom-up approach in taking the decisions, so that they are segmented in a way that we get a lot more. So I think we should focus in that area. The poultry people too have complained that
feed is a
thing and the price has gone up, and so it pushes them sometimes to talk about the fact that they don't think it's really, really the truth that we haven't imported in it. But then phenomenally, the agri sector is one place we can clap for ourselves and say we've done well.
We can clap, but I think I still have a problem, especially with the importation of some, like vegetables like onions and tomatoes from our neighboring countries. Burkina Faso and the likes. If we're really doing well, I think we should really shift away or move away from importation.
One thing we need to focus on again is guaranteed market. You see, a farmer will produce if he knows that when he's finished producing, there's going to be a market for his food. All right. And so we need to expand, for example, the Ghana commodities market, exchange, and that their warehouse receipts system. These are things that it has shown that they work, but it still be operated on a very small scale. We should focus on expanding it, as my brother said, to make it all inclusive. So the entire farming in this sector can enjoy what a few farmers right now enjoy, because it's just a matter of scaling it up.
And aside the assured market, there's the other part of innovation and the science. the science part of it. So there are all these setups that are supposed to research into agricultural products and all other stuff.
Now,
but
as
their
we're
collaboration with the implementers itself has been very little. That is one area we need to. So, for instance, you are talking about we still importing things like tomatoes and the rest from Burkina.
Yeah.
If you ask the farmers, really, they will tell you the difference. The Burkina tomato lasts longer than the local one. The local one has a lot more water or something, so it doesn't last. So
and so it's not a matter of our tastes and preferences.
No, no, it's not. It's not the taste.
To like what we produce.
It's not the taste. The fact that it stays longer. I don't have to go to the market in storage. I don't have to go to the market regularly.
So why is it that one stays longer than what we plant?
It is the type A plant. That's why I started from the science, the technology, the innovation. So if we were smart in concentrating in those ways, our great research people would have looked at that kind of variety so that we can plant those ones. I think the Accra Plains, for instance, was one of those areas we tried to develop over the period. They produce a lot, but they still produce this type that actually has a lot more water, or should we say juice, rather than the fiber. And some analysts have said that the main reason is there must be a plan for how it is watered and the quantities of water that you put in. This thing I'm talking about is not meant for the ordinary person. Somebody needs to train the people to do it, make them understand the process, because you can't stay there forever. So if you make them understand and own the process and its benefits before you leave. So I think I'm still driving at the point that there still needs to be a lot of collaboration between the people with the science in the industry and the people who actually apply in the industry. That is the shortfall. And we should be looking at, I think, if we're able to do those things, in fact, we could double the gains we've made within the past 4 years in this next 4 years. Trust me.
Okay. Now, since you're still talking about Greek, let's box in the issue of cocoa, because that's a major cash crop and it falls under the sector. Fred, what do you think should be, done by government to actually increase the output, the annual output of cocoa, especially when we have various countries also trying to come in, but we have a cartel relationship with Ivory Coast?
Okay, thank you very much. Before I go there, just interestingly, agri sector is one of the few sectors which have not been impacted much on by the COVID-19. So it sounds, or it looks like this is the area you have to look out for. In an event of pandemic, this area is not affected much. So how do we do? And is that a way to encourage or get the youth, in addition to technology, to get into the sector? Is that a way to reintroduce what we call, during the Champion Time Operation Feed Yourself? Can we find something of that sort to bring with technology? In that case, that can help us in variety ways. Now coming back to cocoa, I think that one of the main issues with the farmers normally complain about is the price. So with collaboration with Ivory Coast, I think it has brought in some sort of relief, and government has really increased the cocoa price for the farmers in that regard. And I think that is in a good direction. But you see, while that is done, is there any way try to look at improving the road infrastructure within the cocoa areas, so that can also help reduce the burden of transportation within those areas? I think that can also help in that.
What about the welfare system? What about the welfare system of farmers? Sometimes we heard that.
I think there is something on board which I think government is trying to introduce this Senate insurance to the informal sector, and I think that incorporates the cocoa farmers as well, and that even build up to the welfare you are talking about, which I think government is already in that process. So it's a matter of trying to implement it very well.
I think the welfare part, like you're talking about, the insurance thing is it's a step in the right direction, and they should be we should be driving a lot more of such things. So, in reference to what I had already said, sometimes just encouragement can actually drive productivity. And we have to look at incentives, not the way other businesses will look at it. But for instance, it's a little expensive to go into cocoa. It depends on how you look at it. I tell you.
Why?
It depends on how you look at it.
Why has it become so
cocoa
expensive?
requires vast lands. So the ordinary youth, in order to make some...
You can start from somewhere. I mean, you don't need to quickly acquire vast lands.
If it's not encouraging to think that...
The reason why I'm
that
saying that
if I'm going to make only 2 bags at the end of a season, no youth will go in there.
I mean,
so averagely, I would want to start with at least some good size. The inputs. So this is how I look at it. Government is actually giving away seedlings, right? So you put in a policy like, if you find the land, we'll provide the seedlings and even come help you plant. It's like the afforestation thing. If you find the land, we'll provide you the seedlings for free. We'll even come and help you. And look at the drive it can actually generate in a year.
Yeah, but
there's that form of support.
It's just not going. I mean, they don't want to go into agric, even though
it's part of the encouragement.
The future of our
there are a lot of youth going in there now, but they keep complaining. Trust me, and it's the same thing I'm talking about. Check around. A lot of youth, right from in university.
But comparatively, because we seem to be complaining about the age-old population of cocoa farmers.
Comparatively, I think the number of youth entering into agric has gone up.
I don't have the statistics.
I am even one.
because
I am one.
Yeah, drastically. I think the other guys who pick, the private guys who pick the, what do you call it? The data, the price data on agricultural produce. Isoko asked them. The youth numbers that are going
into agric is very...
It's just the problems they keep talking about. That's what I'm saying. To encourage them, you need to put in such measures, which we already have. You already have the guys who go and do the spraying and the pruning and the rest. What do they do the rest of the time? So if you already have the segments, you see, some of these things, we actually have them in place. And it's just maximizing what we have. You don't need extraordinary additional resources to do them. So we're already producing the segments. We already have people who are on our payroll who do the pruning and then the spraying. What do they do at the other times? Planting seedlings for people who have come in to say this land belongs to me and I want to turn it to a cocoa farm. Any youth has a land he could convince his family people to give them a land and he's interested in it. And you come to what do you call it? The cocoa setup, and then they can help you do that. These are things that can help drive that area, and the increase could be just huge. So these are the areas we should be looking at. The other side of the cocoa thing that I have a problem with is the purchasing by government. In that area, I think we are not doing much. We are not doing very well for ourselves because we seem to buy with FX. We seem to take FX at a rate. We come to buy in CD, and then we change to FX again to pay back. Why are we not looking at local sources? Because it's a season over a period. A local consortium, financial consortium of a sort, purchase in CD. It helps with our FX, the rating of our FX.
All right. So you are on Asaase Radio 99.5. This is our coverage of the 2021 budget reading. I have with me seasoned analysts. I have a development consultant, William Ado. I have Fred Awute, who is a tax analyst. I have Toma in here, who is a seasoned financial journalist. Let's move on to industrialization. We have the One District, One Factory. A lot of partnering was done under this particular initiative, and government said the focus was to identify strategic investors to partner government to establish factories in the districts that lack active business promoters. Did you see more of the One District, One Factory in 2020?
Well, our understanding is that most of the factories are still being they're still being set up, okay, which is fine. However, my worry was like yesterday, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center announced their full year 2020 figures, and we found that most of the investment is still Greater Accra. So I was asking the CEO of Grant that, so GIPC has been supporting 1D, 1F. How come most of the money is still, most of the investment is still Greater Accra? And he told me that actually the 1D, 1F investment, private investment, is being driven mainly by indigenes, not foreigners. Because we don't have figures on that, it becomes difficult to really assess how much money has actually gone in. You see, but what I've always argued about 1D, 1F is that you don't need to judge it by whether or not you actually establish industries in every district in the country. If you even achieve 50% success, it is a major leap forward. The concept is good. Even if you achieve 50% success. I mean, look, what is wrong if you're able to set up 130 industries across 130 rural districts in Ghana? What then you now say it's a failure because you were not able to achieve 270? No. So I think that every single industry being set up under 1D, 1F is a major step forward.
Right. And we do know that we have
the benefits.
Sure. We do know that we have 232 projects that are at various stages of the implementation of this initiative. Among these, 76 are completed and operational, while the remainder, including 5 medium-sized agro-processing factories, are under construction. 12 of these companies received approval for import duty exemptions to the tune of 34 million cedis. A total of 154 districts out of the 260 districts are benefiting from the program. Impressive?
Impressive.
Yeah, in fact, although it was a surprise, the figure was quite a surprise to me because the last one I heard was by Dr. Baumia late last year, thereabouts. It was a phenomenal jump. But after the details, that about 70 something are completed.
Yeah, 76.
Yeah, I think that was fine by me. But I think that is an area also we can gain so much. If we try to change some of the ways I think monitoring and evaluation in that area is also very, very important. We need to put a little attention on monitoring and evaluation of the process, especially as Thomas just mentioned that it's supposed to be driven by indigenes. So indigenes, what capacities does the various indigenes have? So there are people with the resources, the interest, but their capacity. If you tell them to go through lengthy processes, documentation, you've driven them off. So we should look at how we can assist some of these people. Feasibility. I know feasibility was done on almost all the districts in Ghana, on the 1D, 1F, on its capabilities, its potential. These things, to me, even at my level, hasn't been publicized to encourage people, attract people at all. So I think these are areas we missed. These are gray areas we missed along the line. Publicity, education, the marketing of the 1D, 1F locally. We haven't done well in that area. And I think if we did that, and then we try to help people with that, we put in structures that can help people with the processes. So you expect an illiterate who still has money, because there are cocoa farmers who have money. There are people, the Kumasi people with big shops, millionaires, who actually can't read and write. If you made the processes easy and the feasibility is there and somebody can explain to target such people and explain to them, then I think we can, in fact, we could actually do way more than the 260 districts.
Okay.
We can actually do double of that if we try to go in that direction.
Right.
Not more marketing approach to it. But I mean, it's a very good initiative. It's supposed to be a game changer, but it would only be that game changer if we are able to drive it well.
Well, Mr. Awuti, this is not about taxation, but we have tax exemptions there, so you can comment.
is one of the laudable policy of government, and coupled with the planting for food and job and the need to improve agriculture. So I think if you look at it, one of the government's initiative is to provide a tax incentive for 1G, 1F. And then I think it's one of the reasons why we have the private and public partnership program. So that if you look at it, you'll notice that it's more like the private sector have to bring in the money and government will support in this sector. So government support by trying to help the private sector by tax incentive as well. But while we try to look at the 1D, 1F, the issue is that if we produce or if we get the factories working, how is the value chain going to work? So the value chain is about trying to look at the source of the raw material that will feed the factory, and then how these products which are being, or the products which are being produced by the factory can be marketed very well, and then the entrepreneur or the owners of those factories can gain value for their investment as well. So that's what my brother was talking about, marketing, and which is very good. But also, once the Greek sector is doing very well, the factory is needed for it to take from what is from the Greek sector, so that we will not lose or waste the production from the Greek sector in that regard. Then also the issue of the business plan and documentation. You will notice that the 1D, 1F, most of the new the factories which we talk about are concentrated in the cities, but not in the the districts, in the remote districts. Now, the requirement for business plan and documentation have been quite rigorous. So you cannot expect an illiterate person to provide a business plan unless he seeks for an assistant from a consultant, for which he has to pay. Yes. So in that case, you're rather increasing the cost for the old man in a village. Yes. So is that a way to shorten the process, to see if government can support by providing maybe a consultant to support these illiterate people in the villages, that they can, in a way, to also come on board, so that we can have a very small factory in a certain village, and that is a factory, and that can also employ, because the 1D, 1F can also help in employment, and that is very fantastic. Exactly.
You are right. We seem to be saying the same thing.
Exactly.
Because basically, like I also mentioned, you cannot expect the illiterate in that village or district to come up with a business plan. You cannot expect him to even come up in a business plan in a format that is expected of the 1D, 1F secretariat. So if there were consultants in place who would help design some of these business plans for anybody that wants to, not even at a cost, as long as the person has shown commitment, he's shown that he has the capacity, as in financial wealth, he has the passion, then there should be people paid by government on a monthly basis to help develop such things. In that case, it widens the scope of people who can come in.
Okay, but we do know that there's a technical team in place to provide ready support to business promoters, including assisting them with business plans, among others. And so you can always go to the Trade Ministry for that particular assistance.
But the question is, do you need somebody from maybe not Panjuri to come to Accra and go to Ministry of Trade and to do that? That is, so you're creating the bottleneck in that regard. So
that is one part of it. Like what they're saying, if it's at the Trade Ministry, we haven't actually done 10% of the job. If you are targeting the entire country, but we are trying to decentralize passports. Why? So why do you want somebody to come here? That is in the first place.
No, but you don't have to really go to the Trade Ministry at the ministries. They have offices in the regions where you can always go to.
Capable officers there to do that.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And I kept talking about monitoring and evaluation. You because to be frank, Even people, literates, people, capable people are talking about the fact that they are being charged huge amounts to develop business plans for them. They've been to ministries' offices and they are being charged.
Unless you don't know, maybe the we haven't really, or the trade ministry hasn't really promoted these centers, but we know that they have 67 business resource centers. Exactly. So you can always go there, and you can also, I think you can get more information on the website. I think the Trade Ministry has done well with its website.
I spoke about
active.
the monitoring and evaluation. You can have the people in place, but whether they are doing the right thing. Look at the enthusiasm around this 1D1F at the beginning. Yeah. This shouldn't be the numbers we should be having. This shouldn't be the numbers we should be having.
Okay.
Check around to see the kind of enthusiasm we had. We should have been having about 1,000 industries by now within the past 4 years. Trust me. Okay. So somebody is supposed to find out. That's why I talk about the monitoring evaluation. Somebody is supposed to find out why people were discouraged to actually do that. Because we seem to have a lot more people who were interested from the beginning. Okay. Thousands.
Okay. Well, right, so we are crossing over to Parliament, where Philip Asiao is standing by to give us a feel of what is happening there, whether the Speaker has taken his seat, whether business has begun. Hello, Philip.
Hello.
Yes, so what is happening currently in Parliament?
Okay, so the Speaker has printed a chamber, and so proceedings is commencing, or just commenced actually, and prayers is currently ongoing. At every sitting, there is a prayer that is read by the Speaker to commence the sitting for the day. So that is what is happening now. Usually 2 set of prayers are said. The first one has been done, the second one is underway. And then from there, they would introduce the main business for the day, which has got to do with the budget statement and economic policy as well, where the business leader of government business and also the majority leader would be presenting as they've always been saying. So that's what it is now in Parliament. Proceedings have commenced, and so there are 2 minutes shy of hearing of the budget presentation.
So we do know that normally the House will discuss a few things before the presenter comes in. Is this the case for today?
Okay, so usually those inputs are to the discretion of the leaders of the House. So now that the prayers have been said, if the leaders agree that, one, there is no formal communication, and the formal communication usually is given by the Speaker, whether there is any invitation or any information ought to be given to the members. If there is no such formal communication, and the leaders of both sides think that we should just go straight to the order of the day, then we'll be hearing without any further input from the majority leader. So as it stands now, the House has decided to, after the prayers without the formal communication, because there is none, would be to go through the correction of votes and proceedings from the previous sitting. And so that is something that is procedural, that every time the House sits, they would go through the votes and proceedings of the previous sitting. So today, that of yesterday is what is actually being relayed to the House for members to go through. Essentially, the members would agree or go through and vet what has been put into the report, whether that is exactly what transpired on the floor, or whether they were present or absent and they have been marked otherwise. If there is no such corrections of votes and proceedings, then the House adopts that. Usually that takes not more than 2 minutes. It's usually a brief exercise, and so that is what is being done currently. Once the votes and proceedings is adopted, then I am sure we'll hear from the Speaker about the main business from the House, and then the leaders of both sides, the minority and the majority side, will make any input, or if they have any. If they don't, then the presenter of the budget, who in this case, we know is in other instances or normal instances is the finance minister, but under this circumstance, as we've been discussing by and large, it's going to be the majority leader who would be acted in. And so the only thing that might actually change a bit is the familiarity. You know, with the way the House conducts its operations, if you are an outsider and you come, it clearly shows in how you are ushered in and how you conduct yourself. But this time around, the majority leader will be doing that on behalf of government, and he's very much a part of the House, and he's also the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. So we don't know if that will be accompanied by the usual brief ceremony to usher in a guest into the House, which usually would be the Minister of Finance when he's not a member of Parliament. But this time around, it being the majority leader. So, yeah, we're going to have that feel of it being business as usual in terms of proceedings and how the presenter of the budget is ushered in. Other than that, we are likely to be having everything going as planned. So currently, the vote proceedings is about to be adopted and we'll move to that segment.
Okay. So we're going to pick the live feed from Parliament. The speaker is already on the floor speaking, so we're crossing over. Thank you, Asiao. So let's get to Parliament and hear what the speaker has been saying.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on page 8, item number 31, Yusuf Mustafa Yagbakbor. I was present here yesterday, but is captured absent.
Yes, table office, take notes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Page 8, number 1. Yesterday I was in the chamber throughout the day and I signed the attendance sheet. Thank you.
Again, table office to take note. And these are item 4, numbers 1, 16, and 31. Now page 9.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, page 8, item 21. I was present yesterday with admin marked absent. And then again, item 12. Honorable Dakumbensa Kwabena Ochi. He was also present, he's been marked absent. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Table office, kindly take notes. We can now move to page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. On page 12, Roman numeral 8, the Minister Designate for Central Region, Justina Marigold Hassan, obviously a female, couldn't have been addressed as Mr. So the Mr. should read Mrs. Thank you.
Yes, table office, page 12, Roman number 8. That's an honorable lady, not an honorable gentleman. Yes, honorable member.
Hello. Right Honourable Speaker, I thought my honourable colleague, since he was at page 12, will draw attention to Roman numeral XIII, the Minister Designate for Northeast Region. The name should be Mr. Yidana Zakaria. not the rendition captured here. This appears to be Zakaria, but it's Zakaria. The official communication from His Excellency the President confirms that.
Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 13. My academic title, Doctor, is omitted. Thank you.
Table office. The Honorable Member insists that his title should be properly captured. Doctor. That being the case, you have to properly capture all. And so it will not only be doctors, the misters and the masters and the professors, the allergists, the majors, and the nanas and the means. You have to capture them all. Page 17.
Mr. Speaker, page 18, item 23. Zuera has been omitted. Honorable Larba Zuera Budu, the Zuera has been omitted there. Thank you.
Omitted which of the tables?
18, 23.
Okay, so those were proceedings in Parliament. You had the Speaker, Alban Bagbin, there, and a few parliamentarians trying to discuss the matters of the day. That is ahead of the budget reading by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Asaase Mensah Bonsu. We've been joined in the studio by economist Apia Adomako, who is also the country rep for CAT International. Good morning, sir. Welcome to Asaase Radio and into our studios, because you haven't been here before.
Yes, thank you very much. It's nice to be here at Asaase Radio. I've heard about Asaase many times, listening to it on radio many times, but today is my first time of sitting here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Feel free and feel at home. Right, so Mr. Adomako, because you are the economist here, we want to discuss our fiscal matters. We know that government has an ambitious projection looking at the pandemic. The president mentioned that we are looking at 5% GDP growth by the end of this year. That is how much we're looking at going. But the World Bank and the IMF are projecting lower than this 5%. Do you think we can attain this?
Okay, I think we say that it's always good to hope for the best and then prepare for the worst. And so when you set an ambitious target of 5.2 and then you get to, let's say you get 3, I think it's better to set 5.2 and get 3 than to set 3 and get 1.0. Do you get it?
I get it.
And we know, of course, World Bank projection is based on data globally with regards to how emerging markets are doing. And I'm also pessimistic with regards to how much Ghana we can do, especially this year, having gone through an election and having expended most of our resources. So this year is going to be an uphill for government of Ghana. And the key thing is, how would government even be able to raise enough revenue to finance its budget. Most business are still reeling under the iron weight of the pandemic. I mean, things are still not business as usual yet. Business will still need more than a year to recover from the full weight of the pandemic. So I think that we need to tread slowly, but we should dream big and work towards in achieving that.
What are some of the policies or reforms you would rather government concentrate on in order to achieve this target?
I think, this is it's been a cliche over the years that we are not raising enough domestic revenue. If you look at tax to GDP ratio, when the economy was rebased, I think it came around 13.5%. For an economy like us, OECD countries are doing about 43%. And in African developing economies are doing about even 30 so. And if government were doing much more on domestic revenue, I think that we could even get an additional 20 billion Ghana cedis annually on top of what government is. I think the last time, 2 years ago, I was in the function of the finance minister, Mr. Honorable Ofuriatta, and I told him that, look, he has to go and look for the 20 billion Ghana cedis that people are not paying taxes, because if you look at how the economy is growing, but yet we are still not able to go for those taxes. He knows where those monies are. We are very scared in going to tax some sectors of the economy. I was using this particular example. If you look at the housing sector, for example, about 85% of houses in this country are built by people in the informal sector. And yet those people do not pay taxes. In some countries, though the sector is informal, but government there are able to tax construction workers and electricians and plumbers in those sectors, so that everybody is contributing his or her last penny in building the country. But we can't build a state by always taxing only those who are working in the formal sector. When you do that, you put a lot of burden on consumption taxes, and that is what we are facing in this country. So I think the key thing that government needs to do is how do we maximize revenue? We've talked many times about property taxes, but then anytime we talk about it, they talk about it, but then they don't go for it. You go to East Legon, houses worth $2 million, and then they are paying less than 100 Ghana cedis as property taxes. And then we go out to go and borrow money and then burden ourselves. I think that if we can start from within to go for all those money that government is not going for, I think we'll be able to do more. You know, America, just yesterday, the president approved the 1.9 trillion domestic, bailout. I mean, most of this, the government could borrow because they believe that the economy is capable of raising and taxing people to pay for those amount of money. Ghana, we have a high appetite of borrowing. But then when it comes to taxing people who are enjoying the borrowed funds, we are not capable of doing so. I think it's time that government becomes bold on this issue and tax those, latent activities that go on in the economy.
Now, Mr. Adomako, recently in the State of the Nation address, the president projected 5% GDP for Ghana. Now, some economists have touted this as overambitious, especially considering the area or the regime now that we're facing, the pandemic system. Now, and then they also said the president fell short of identifying specific policies or approaches as how to arrive at this figure. Now, with the regional projection staying at 3%, Ghana still is a little bit ahead of the regional, the projection made by the president. What areas or what approaches do you think that the government must employ to be able to actually ensure that the country reaches this target of growth?
Okay. So, though there is a regional average for GDP, Ghana is 2% above the regional average.
And I think for many years, Ghana has also, anytime Ghana, we put our acts together, we are always able to go higher than the regional average. But what the president felt, as you said, president was very silent on as to what government would do at this time to get Ghana there. Of course, the president is not a finance minister, and the State of the Nation address is not an economic speech that the president needs to give us the litany of things that we do. So today we are with Honorable Asaase Mensah to tell us what exactly government intends to do. But if you were to ask me, Apia, what do we expect government to do this year round to ensure that we can get there? And I will say that I don't speak for the government, neither do I work for the government. But I mean, when this government came in 2017, they started from the scratch, building the economy from the scratch. So let us build the agri sector, invest in the agri sector, planting for food and jobs. Let's build the 1D, 1F around the sector so that we can have the value chain. And most of the things that government did, those were medium term, and some of the effect would probably show up in this second term that they have. So they say in Tree that or Nifreni Sobato now, I mean it be the nine. But then we should also not just assume that, I mean, whatever thing that they say, they are able to. I mean, we are also an independent arbiter of what government says and what government intends to do. We can also look at it and then critique it. So for me, for 2021, if we want to be able to get to the government needs to continue to expand the industrialization drive. That is one. And two, we need to take advantage of the AFCFTA because this now gives us a bigger market where we can produce and export our goods. And let me tell you that everybody in Africa wants Ghanaian goods. Everywhere you go, people want to come and do business in Ghana. We have the name, we have the brand, we have the trademark as a country. So if we are going to harness this and produce quality and export to other African markets, then Ghana can do well. We recently completed a study on assessing Ghanaian private sector readiness for the AFCFTA implementation. The study identified that, I mean, most of the MSMEs are not ready, but only the bigger multinationals are the ones that are more likely to benefit from the AFCFTA. So government needs to read to the private sector, the medium and small scale industries, so that these firms will be able to produce competitively. Because look, if a firm in Morocco is borrowing at, let's say, 3% interest per annum, and you are in Ghana, you are borrowing at 25%, and they are all producing the same product, don't expect that you and that firm will be able to sell the goods at the same price when they hit the market. And so we need to work on our interest. Of course, there are a whole lot of things that needs to be done to be able to heal the economy from the wounds that it has suffered over the years. And until we do that, to help the Ghanaian private sector to do well, because American economy is doing it because the U.S. technology, the tech firms, they have products, they are selling them. Look at Boeing. Boeing's the annual turnover is even bigger than the economy of most African countries. So if we can prop the private sector, because they are the one who are going to bring jobs, the private sector will, I mean, government has no business in doing business. Government should rather ensure that the policies and the enabling environment are there for the private sector. So the private sector, I mean, at this time is for the MSMEs. If we can help them, helping them is not necessarily money, but what are the regulatory hurdles that we can take? What are the support? What are the information that they need? I mean, when we spoke to a business across the country, majority of them have not even heard about AFCFTA. And they don't know what it is even there for them. And this is a market that Ghana can turn things around. And so we expect government to invest a lot in the AFCFTA process so that Ghanaian private sector can produce and export to other countries. then Ghanaian business can also go and set up in other countries. South Africa has a policy of helping South African businesses to set up in other countries. That is why we go to the mall, ShopRite, all of these things. There is a national agenda. If we can promote Ghanaian businesses even to take their business to other countries, at the end of the year, when they get their profit, they repatriate them back. But here, we are not helping our brand. Where are Ghanaian brands? Even the little bank that we have, unfortunately, it was very sad that the banks will have to go on the gallows. Do you get it? But if we can invest in Ghanaian companies and Ghanaian brands and even help them to go to other markets in West Africa, at the end of the year, they can help bring revenue. Like in America, if you're an American company, you have to declare your global income and then come and pay taxes to the federal government. So if we were to do this, I'm very sure that Ghana can do well and be a star in Africa.
Right. So we'll come back to the CFTA, but I just wanted to touch on the 100 billion cedi Ghana Cares, or what is christened Obatampa program. Now, the essence is to seize the opportunities that have been created by COVID-19 to actually venture into it for national development, and it's going to be some sort of collaborative effort between the private sector, even including faith-based organizations. That's what we're hearing. Now, one of the objectives is to build Ghana's light manufacturing industry, targeting agro-processing and food substitution, and also establishing Ghana as a regional hub. How would government achieve this?
If you ask me, this is very achievable. Trust me. As we speak, I'm very much aware that for the past 2 years or something, the faith-based organization, for instance, that you mentioned, they have very good ties with the Ministry of Finance. And in fact, they have regular meetings. They have regular meetings as to how to handle that part, that sector.
You mean faith-based organizations?
Exactly. Trust me, with the Ministry of Finance. You are not aware.
No, I'm not.
A tall list of them. They have regular meetings, including archbishops and others. There's a tall list of them for the past 2 years, as much as I'm aware.
And what is the objective?
Like it or not, that is an industry that actually mobilizes a lot of financial resources. Which direction the financial resources go to is very, very important. So that question actually shouldn't.
I hope it's not going to lead to taxation of churches.
No, I'm not saying I know, but I think it's a good relationship, because, for instance, if government tells the faith-based organizations that based on our, let's say, our projections for our efforts, would you be kind enough not to do a lot of, let's say, external transfers for a period? And they seem to agree based on their nationalism or their patriotism. That is some savior for government. So you might not look at it critically, not necessarily taking money from them or taxing them or something, but its benefits are huge. The same way, if government was really collaborating with private sector, which I haven't seen it in the way I'm expecting it to be. So for instance, with this Obatampa Cares, I would have expected the private sector to be driving this. I would have expected private sector to be speaking rather to the public on this. But that is not something we've been seeing. And that sort of shows that they have an input there, they believe in it, it's possible. Has anybody asked the question, who developed it? That's where collaboration starts. It starts from the development stage. So when you were actually driving the program itself, you do with them. It's a sign to show that we are serious about what we are doing. And its benefits are usually very huge. So if they can do this, it's not too late, yes. It's gotten to a point, they can re-look at it, engage them more, let them be the driving force. So like the minister is sitting here and AGI, the AGI boss is sitting here, and it's the AGI boss speaking to it properly. Then everybody understands that this is for us. All his members will just rally along. Like my brother was saying, you talk about AFTAC, and a lot of people, even in industry, don't even have an idea what it entails. But if it was their head, who is, let's say, the AGI boss, or the private sector, the other group,
Chamber of Commerce,
or there's a third one, Nana's group.
Yeah, Private Enterprise Federation.
Speaking to it, it means almost everybody that is registered under there is interested. and they want to hear. That is straight information going in. And let's look at the reports. So sometimes I'll keep saying it is the implementation process. It is sure to work if we are able to implement it. Because like my brother had said, in America and other places, the economy is actually driven by the private sector, not government. Government sits down to discuss with industry players as to how the economy should go, what they see to benefit, what the nation seems to benefit by it going in a particular direction, and they all agree. And they make sacrifices sometimes to make sure that that is achieved. So that level of collaboration is what we see to the what do you call it? The achievement of this very goal. It is a great one, and I agree.
Now, you don't see it as a duplication of some objectives, because, like, for instance, one of them is expanding commercial agric and attracting educated youth into agric. Now, this objective is being pursued elsewhere under various policies. So, is it not just, bringing back some of these policies that are already in motion, so to speak?
You bring it back to the same word, collaboration. So, imagine an industry player telling the youth about agriculture and the fact that whatever you are producing, my company alone can actually take half of it. You think the youth will not rush for it? So it's an area of its collaboration. There's youth in agriculture. There's a program like that already. Yes. Yeah. So they partnering with the same agenda. There's nothing wrong with that. That is one thing that seems not to work for us, and we seem to be duplicating efforts a lot of the time. A lot of ministries want to do things on their own budgets, whereas when you collaborate, we should probably be doing 50% savings and things like that, which sometimes helps balloons our budgets for no reason and for getting the same results or sometimes even less results. So those are the things you should be looking at. It's not supposed to be a duplication of effort if we are supposed to collaborate. You are interested in this topic, I'm interested in this topic. What do? We work together. We save resources. We will end up making savings on our expected expenditure. It works. It doesn't matter. We are all going to the same destination. If we decide to carpool, we still arrive there. That's it.
Now, Fred, one of the most important things with regards to establishing industrialized economies is to create that link between industry and power. For instance, we're trying to bring aboard JADEC, Ghana Integrated Aluminum Company. You agree with me that some of these institutions or establishments would need great source of power because you have smelters going to be put up and so on and so forth. Now, do you think that this budget should actually or would address the issue of proximity to power, establishing power, especially now that we want to bring aboard LNG, plants to generate more gas for source of power? Do you think that there's going to be some linkages here?
Yeah, in fact, when we talk about industrialization, we can't do industrialization without power generation, without energy.
Yeah.
So investment in that sector is very critical. More especially when you are talking about 1D, 1F. It's also dependent on that. But you can also notice that in recent time, we start to have this epileptic power supply, which is ongoing. So I expect government, the details in the budget to address that area. Other than that, you may have a very good policy. You have an AFTA, which is supposed to help drive the industrialization aspect. We have 1D, 1F. We have plenty for food and for food and job.
Yeah.
All these things, when you put them together, then it means that our industrialization aspect will improve, and that will be very good for this economy. So we then expect that power. If you look at developed countries, power is a great source of industrialization. So without power, you have little to do with industrialization. So for that matter, we expect that government should invest more. But using gas, that as if you look at our turbo gas and those kind of things, that is what is a bit more a cheaper source of energy compared to maybe using hydro.
And hydro.
And is there any way to also look at what is the name? Solar system.
Renewable energy.
Renewable, something like that. Did you get it? Can we find a way to invest in that sector as well? So we want the budget to also look at that aspect. But looking at the fact that the fiscal space is quite restricted, then it means that there will be a need for private-public sector partnership in that regard. Did you get it? So I am of the view that I think, yes, energy sector is very good and critical for industrialization, but to invest in that area, government have to partner with the private sector to actually drive power sector in that regard. We have some downside in the past.
Mr. Kusi, do you think we have that source of power? I mean, readily available, and at a cost, effective or efficient manner to be able to drive industrialization?
Yeah, I think we've been told, and I stand to be corrected, if those who told us were wrong, then I'm also wrong. That we have more power than we need, that we are paying excess capacity. So if that is something true to go by, then I would say that we have power. But the power that we have, I'll call it a pyrrhic power, a power in which you are paying an unacceptable cost for it. It's like go to war and then you win the war, but you suffer huge casualties. Though you've come home as the victor, but then you still realize that more than 2/3 of your men that follow you to the war will not come with you. And so we need to look at the cost of power in this country. Power is very expensive in Ghana. And until we look at it, why is power so expensive? Because power is the basic input for any industrialization. If you don't get our power cost right, you produce and your goods will be expensive when it gets into the international market. And we know that even in Ghana, not only power, a lot of things are, prices in Ghana are so expensive, whether we delight in what. People sell things without looking at the economic wealth, economic value of it. People are selling land for $2 million when you ask him, what is the empirical, what inform your price? So, I mean, over on trial. And because people have got money, they will come and buy it. So, we need to look at the tariff structure. I mean, in saying the tariff structure, but I'm not saying that we should bring the how much we pay down so that the utility companies will collapse. No. We need to look at the whole, why is power cheaper in Cote d'Ivoire than in Ghana? What are the Ivorians doing right? That's why they are selling their electricity cheaper. I think this is what we should be asking. And we should honestly ask these questions and honestly look for the answers, and then religiously proceed to get the right thing done so that we can become competitive. Why are businesses going to setting up in Dubai and in some countries? Because they know that the environment enhances their development. Power is cheaper when you go to Dubai. I mean, last year I did a consultancy work for a firm that wanted to set up in Ghana. Then after I've done all the mathematical modeling and everything, that they look at the cost of operation and other things and benchmark it with where they are that they want to add Ghana as their West African operation. When we did all the operations research and everything, it didn't add up because electricity alone and other things will not make them break. In most markets where they go, within 3 years, they have been able to break even, and then they start making economic profit. But in Ghana, it was going to take them 6 years because of the high cost of land, high cost of office spaces, and high cost of everything is so high in this country. And even wage level in Ghana is also low. And even if things were to be high and people were paying high, like you go to some market where you go to Singapore where cost of living is high and then income is also high, then it nets up. But here, there's a deficit between what you earn and what you have to spend. And I don't know how we can use. I know there's how we can address this thing from the economic angle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was really coming to that because
where it's going to before I go into the power proper.
So I mean, okay.
So you realize that a lot of companies around the world have their branch as UAE Africa. So they have their UAE branch taking care of the Africa market. That is just to confirm what he was talking about, and it's because they get there, they think things are more stable there. So to come to Africa, looking at the cost and when to break even and the uncertainties, they stay there and they just keep an eye here and probably just sell to Africa and not produce.
No, but this phenomenon has been around over the years. We've touted high cost of power every now and then.
But,
why haven't we been able to?
The point here is that, I mean, if you have to be honest, the power price is not going to change now, especially in the time that we are talking about. My brother actually started from the fact that we are actually paying for power we are not using. The take or pay has put us in a situation that I don't think we can reduce our power rates today. Otherwise, when we shifted to a lot of gas, we could have been in a position to actually, after trying to defray some of our costs, we could have been in a position to drop the prices. And it was part of the reasons why I think at the beginning of this government, they tried dropping a bit. Yeah. So
what is the issue?
Now,
value chain.
I think one of the issue is that we are producing, and we have capacity to produce way more than what we are consuming. Unfortunately, what is being produced, or not even being produced, as long as some of the installations are in place, we have to pay them every time.
Yeah, but are we really paying for what we are using?
No, that's why I said long as some of those facilities are in place, whether they even produce or not, we have to pay for them. And that was a contract we signed that is going against us. So we are paying so much. And how does government get the money to pay back those contracts? It's a mess we've already found ourselves in. It needs to be managed to a point that we can sustain. That's
what about, my concern is about the distribution end of the value chain. I mean, those are, at homes, in our places of work. No. Are we really paying for, because
we are paying.
The stand is around 20 to 24%. And that loss actually is added to the cost that we are paying. So if the power sector and the players within that sector can try as much as possible to minimize the loss, and understand the average loss is about 16 to 18%. If they can minimize the loss, then the cost of power can also come down. For instance, I did some work for somebody somewhere, I think some 4 years ago, and for which we wanted to know what would be the end price for the consumer in the power sector, and then how much they can recover in that regard. And we realized that when we are doing that, we need to factor in about 24% losses within the distributing chain, and that actually will have to affect the price. So, and the losses within our jurisdiction compared to our regional our peers, you realize that losses in Ghana is quite very, very high, and that also has contributed to the higher cost of power that we pay for, and also what the industry also pay for.
Yeah, let me come in. You mentioned losses, and I think it was also one of the reasons why the MIDA and the MCA led to the PDS, that PDS come in, taking government away from the management of the power sector. Of course, any country where, in most of the countries, even in Europe, the EDF, all those things are owned by the private sector. When government is in the sector and government is not even having a competition, you see that ECG has become a natural monopoly. And so at the end of the day, there is no incentive for ECG to work hard to reduce the technical losses in the power transmission. Some of the cables are old. I mean, it's not only the ECG, from the VRA to the Gridco and others. Because there's no competition in the sector, and government is also not giving them, the PRC is not also giving them any timelines to do what is right. If our regulators were to find ECG that, look, we are giving you 5 years for you to bring your technical losses to, let's say, 1% or let's say 0.02%, and your administrative losses to this. If you don't do that, we will not, grant you any tariff increase. That alone is going to force them to sit up. You go to the UK, we have this regulator, Competitions and Market Authority. Even the UK Parliament is even afraid of that body because they are always biting. Do you get? But here, our regulators are not working, and then at the end of the day, even state institutions who are even using powers and they are not even paying. You go to the barracks. You go to the barracks. I'm told that, I don't know whether it's true. The barracks, they don't even pay. Whether I don't know how tariffs are even done. So who pays? A lot of power that are being consumed by public entities are not being accounted for. And at the end of the day, it also becomes cost of the generation. We have gone the day where nature was giving us water at Akosombo. Now we need to import crude. We need to buy gas and pay the rate in cent and in dollars. So the things that were happening in the 60s and the 70s are all gone. But yet we are still trying to leave that posture. So until somebody becomes, until somebody say, look, enough is enough. Let us do it this way. Let us get electricity prices down. Let us do ABCD. And who doesn't conform, you lose your job or will not grant you whatever is required of you for 5 years. Then they will sit up.
Right. Thank you.
That's not to say there isn't any good thing going on. In fact, I didn't talk about the losses because, like my brother here rightly said, you realize that he jumped from one figure to the other. So there's been improvement in that area.
Sure.
ECG has actually improved in their digitization drive, which is something we should be looking at. So I'm waiting a bit to see how well that one goes before I keep talking about this kind of thing. Because even if they keep pushing in that line, they'll be able to even find fault breaker, take care of them, replace their things on a timely basis, and we should be going in the right direction.
I must say the ECG has introduced ways of improving collection, because I know they instituted or announced what's the thing?
System?
Yeah, a system where if you are informants and you lead them to those who illegally connect, yes, they will give you a percentage. I think it's about 10%.
What extent has that worked anyway?
It will work because, of course, if I know that I'm going to get some amount, if 10% of the cost that will be charged to the person, I think it's
I'm rather looking at a system where we should have an automated
if you incentivize
so that anybody
the people
tries to do any illegal connection, it clicks and then they go to him.
That's what I'm saying. I think we would get there because, for instance, others just know about their mobile payment system. I think over a year now. I've been using it for the past 3 years. I think even during the pilot stages, and I thought it was convenient. I convinced a lot of people to go in who are happy about it. And people, it keeps making people's life easy. So it's not about it, and it actually prevents a lot of people from taking from you. So that's why I said they are on a digitization drive. I hope it goes the way I'm expecting it to. So I won't be. I mean, you have to encourage people sometimes when they're doing it, right?
Exactly.
You're right.
Thank you, gentlemen. We need to go for a commercial break. This is Asaase Radio 99.5, and this is our coverage of the 2021 budget reading. We are gearing up for it. We're waiting for the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs to read the budget. And currently ongoing in Parliament, they are discussing matters as usual ahead of the presentation of the budget. We'll go for a commercial break, but before that, let's talk about Exim Bank, because transforming our country through international trade is how most successful nations build their economies. At Ghana Exim Bank, we believe strongly that the bedrock of every resilient economy is in its ability to export its products. This is why, as a development and policy bank, facilitating Ghana's international trade has been and will always be our focus. We support our clients with pre-shipment credit, post-shipment credit, contingent liabilities, and export trade finance, amongst others. These customer-centric products and services are helping to transform the Ghanaian economy through a detailed, measured, more convenient, and flexible financial partnership with our cherished clients that is enabling them to expand their enterprises and to help grow and make Ghana a vibrant, strong, and growing economy. Exim Bank, facilitating Ghana's international trade. We'll go for a commercial break. We'll be right back.
Hey, you.
Hey, we think you left something behind.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Yeah. Download the Asaase Radio app and take us around the world on the go.
Wherever you go.
Asaase Radio 99.5.
Town Hall Talk on Asaase Radio 99.5. Informed questioning, researched analysis, issues-based discourse, and insightful conversations with leadership. Town Hall Talk is on Fridays from 5 p.m. with repeat on Saturdays 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. on Asaase Radio 99.5. From public, private to corporate, academia and technocrats, Kofi Aboche puts authority to text and query and assesses Ghana through all forms of leadership. Town Hall Talk with Kofi Aboche is also streamed live on asaseradio.com and on Facebook at Asaase Radio 99.5. You can join the conversation on all social media, Asaase Radio 99.5, and on WhatsApp 020-0000-995. Town Hall Talk, where the voices of our land highlight the topics that matter to you.
There's the sports news you know.
A new world record for Usain Bolt.
There's what you're told.
Lionel Messi does it again. He's shooting.
And then there's what you should be told and how that information should be presented.
From the Asaase video, clearly, it's being used as a vehicle for illegality.
That's where we come in. 2 hours of insightful analysis and the latest news, views, and interviews in one quality, unadulterated content.
Team Talk is live on Asaase Radio 99.5.
Danger here. Save.
At 11 a.m. on Saturdays.
A well held at the second.
Turn the radio on.
It's the Rush Hour on 99.5. Accra's hottest drive time extravaganza. Join Elvis Crystal on the Rush Hour Monday through Friday for the best upfront R&B, dancehall, Afrobeat, and all the pop hits. It's the Rush Hour. The Rush Hour. It's Elvis Crystal on the Rush Hour. On the Rush Hour. Welcome to the voice of the land. The best music lives here. Asaase 99.5. We've got your music
on 99.5. Whether you're the most uptight girl or the slayest of all queens, got your nose up in the air, shy, or the I don't care kind of girl, our personalities may differ, but our wahala and our issues are similar, and we need to talk. We need a place and time for just us, talking from girly to womanly stuff. Welcome to our safe haven, our zone, our spot, just us, where we talk about everything from love and sex to business and wealth, fashion and cosmetics, cosmetic surgeries, and the boys. My name is Na Ashokor, and I invite you to join my girls and I every Tuesday night at 7 p.m. on Asaase Radio. The voice of our land.
From oil to gas to hydro, to renewables. It is all about energy. Energy, the power behind Ghana's development agenda. Energy, the driving force behind the nation's industrialization. Energy, without it, the country cannot move forward. Every Monday, between 7 and 8 p.m., join Emmanuel Abuajiriafi for Energy 101, where you and I learn about our energy reserves, new initiatives in the field, the challenges faced, and how we are managing our resources. Energy 101 brings you an in-depth look at how Ghana is building its energy capacity, developing new sources of energy, and how we are managing our energy. Every Monday between 7 and 8 p.m. Tune in to Asaase Radio 99.5 for Energy 101. Our future, our present.
The activities, decisions, and viewpoints of the various arms of government are critical to the development of Ghana. Their action and inaction, and those of other institutions, and indeed the entire citizenry, must constantly be subjected to critical scrutiny. The forum is our opportunity to do just that, providing an in-depth analysis of the major news items and issues every Saturday morning. So join me, Kweku Ajiman Budu, on The Forum, here on Asaase Radio 99.5 MHz. This and every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. The Forum, insightful, factual, and relevant.
Beautiful Minds is on 99.5 Asaase Radio. Mondays from 8 p.m. is for your psychological well-being. How to get some if you need help. How to keep it if you're losing it. How to manage and enhance a healthy state of mind for psychological well-being. That's Beautiful Minds on 99.5 Asaase Radio. Mondays from 8 p.m. Beautiful Minds for psychological well-being.
Is our country being governed by national interest policies or on false populism? Are these policies being implemented indeed for the people? Are our leaders living up to the duties of their respective offices? And do they pay attention to the generation they call future leaders? These questions and their like are those that we find answers to on your Sunday evening current affairs show, Candid Voice. On Candid Voice, we talk facts and we speak truth to power. Join me, Benjamin Ofeado, this and every Sunday at 8 p.m. on Asaase Radio 99.5 MHz with my panel of young voices as we discuss the matters that matter to you. Candid Voice, as it is.
Whether you're the most uptight girl or the slayest of all queens, got your nose up in the air, shy, or the I don't care kind of girl, our personalities may differ, but our wahala and our issues are similar. And we need to talk. We need a place and time for just us. Talking from girly to womanly stuff. Welcome to our safe haven, our zone, our spot. Just us, where we talk about everything from love and sex to business and wealth, fashion and cosmetics, cosmetic surgeries, and the boys. My name is Na Ashokor, and I invite you to join my girls and I every Tuesday night at 7 p.m. on Asaase Radio. The voice of our land.
If you just missed the news, we know exactly how that feels, and you're not alone. Join the rest of the world and visit AsaaseRadio.com now for more information and comprehensive news updates on the latest in politics, business, sports, entertainment, and breaking news. AsaaseRadio.com. Timely, credible, and informative.
Town Hall Talk on Asaase Radio 99.5. Informed questioning, researched analysis, issues-based discourse, and insightful conversations with leadership. Town Hall Talk is on Fridays from 5 p.m. with repeat on Saturdays 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. on Asaase Radio 99.5. From public, private to corporate, academia and technocrats, Kofi Aboche puts authority to text and query and assesses Ghana through all forms of leadership. Town Hall Talk with Kofi Aboche is also streamed live on AsaaseRadio.com and on Facebook at Asaase Radio 99.5. You can join the conversation on all social media, Asaase Radio 99.5, and on WhatsApp 020-0000-995. Town Hall Talk, where the voices of our land highlight the topics that matter to you.
There's a sports news you know. A new world record for Usain Bolt. There's what you're told. And then there is what you should be told and how that information should be presented.
From the Asaase video, clearly, it's being used as a vehicle for illegality.
That's where we come in. 2 hours of insightful analysis, the latest news, views, and interviews in one quality, unadulterated content.
Team Talk is live on Asaase Radio 99.5. Danger here! Save! At 11 a.m. on Saturdays.
The activities, decisions, and viewpoints of the various arms of government are critical to the development of Ghana. Their action and inaction, and those of other institutions, and indeed the entire citizenry, must constantly be subjected to critical scrutiny. The forum is our opportunity to do just that, providing an in-depth analysis of the major news items and issues every Saturday morning. So join me, Kweku Ajiman Budu, on The Forum, here on Asaase Radio 99.5 MHz. This and every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. The Forum, insightful, factual, and relevant.
In this COVID period, the mask is a must. Wait!
A public service announcement from Asaase Radio.
This is Asaase Radio 99.5, and you are still listening to the coverage of the 2021 budget reading, and the presenter, who is the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs and a representative of the finance, I'm told, is the one going to present the budget. That's Asaase Mensah Bonsu. Currently ongoing in Parliament, we have the minority speaker making a speech, and they're discussing matters before the presentation of the budget. So as soon as the presenter comes in, we'll cross over to Parliament. But I have in the studio with me William Ado, who is a development consultant. I have Fred Awute, who is a tax analyst with the Institute of Taxation. I have Apia Adomako, who is an economist and a country rep for CAT International, and my main man, Emmanuel Abwajiri, is here with me. Gentlemen, welcome back. We were discussing various sectors before we went on that commercial break. Let's delve into railways. Our railway system is a crucial sector or system that we need to develop. Works are already ongoing. The past minister, Joe Gatti, I remember, did a lot of things, and we were even promised the
light rail.
Exactly. So what do you make of the development so far in our railway system sector?
I think we have failed as a country to be managers of resources and systems that were bequeathed to us by the colonial government. As far back as 1905, railways were running. When I was a child growing up in Kumasi, my parents, anytime they would go to Tapa, I'm going to take the sleeper. The railways was the talk of the town. We allowed these services to collapse and go for the most expensive and the most dangerous and the most fatal forms of transportation, to the extent that we've lost families and friends on our highways, which has become, our highways have become dead ways. And now we've seen the light, and we want to, revamp the industry, which I think is a good for a start. But I think that we need to do more. For example, if you look at Accra, we only have the one that goes to Tema. And they only have the one that goes to Tema. There's not even any train that even goes to Kaswa and Winneba Junction. If there were to be a regular service on that route, for example, I'm sure that it will reduce the needless traffic there. Most people, look, you see, from the development side, if you were to have a railway there that every 30 minutes is coming from Winneba to Accra, what it means is that a lot of people will go and live there, park their cars at the nearby stations, and hop on the train. This means there wouldn't be pressures in lands, East Legon lands and rent will not be that exorbitant prices, because everywhere you are in Accra, you can easily hold. You can easily be able to get to the city if you are coming to work. Because we have collapsed all these transport sectors, everybody wants to come and live within the center. And that is why rent prices have gone so up. Land here at even cantonment, you can't even if you sell your whole family, you cannot even get you can't even buy a land here at cantonment. But in most countries, they have found ways to diversify. Let's look at how the private sectors have done with the setting up of the malls. They started with the Accra Mall. They went to the West Hills. Now almost every angle in Accra, there's a mall there. Yeah. That is what development is. As soon as you put up a mall here, people will start putting up residential buildings, and business will also grow around there. So I think for the railway, whilst trying to do the Accra Paga, Takoradi one, we should also invest in the metro ones, the one that will help commuting. Because if I know somebody who stays at Budumburam and works in Accra, the guy tells me that he wakes up around 3:45. By 5 a.m., if he is not on the railway, on the trust station, he won't get to Accra before the traffic builds up at Balam Junction. Why? All these things are taking toll on people's health. So I think for railway, we need to see investment in railways more than ever before. If we can get this thing correct, I tell you that Accra will be developed,
change a lot of
and
things.
Then it will also spread the development uniform, and prices of houses in some areas will come down, because that demand for living in the city will go down.
It will also impact on food distribution, because
I mean, we can't lose sight of the fact that if you want to industrialize, the railway system is equally an important factor, because when you're talking about carting commodities from the hinterlands to market centers, especially Accra, the cheapest certainly will not be road. I mean, and look at the rate at which some of these commodities get destroyed through storage, through movement.
And recently, the tomato traders went on strike because they said they were being affected, attacked by armed robbers.
Exactly.
Are you aware that this kind of structure sort of exists already, just that we didn't do well to implement it?
Yes, I mean,
and coming from Ashanti, Easton, and that line was supposed to first end up at Ajimbo when they wanted to move
by rail.
Yeah, by rail. So the market is very close to the rail station, and when they were trying to move that, what is the name of that area? Not too far from ICGC. Yeah, when they were trying to move those markets out of town, that was the idea. So there's another stock that takes you out of the market center and takes away a lot of the traffic, because there's a lot of residential facilities at that side. So anybody who wants something could go there. Whereas those coming for bulk also can take and bring to Accra, but it divides the traffic. That was the whole thing. So it's a setup. It already had schools, daycare for the market women and things like that. It's still sitting there. So there's a setup. So for the food distribution, I mean, it is confirmed that it was going to do that. And some people have actually tried to even put it in place before. It's something that has been researched, and we know that. The other thing is, I think that I heard the minister say it. Rather than looking at it at the railway sector taking care of itself, if we look at it from that dimension, that's why a lot of people have shied away from it. That you think if we invest, let's say, 100 million, 200 million right now, within the next 5 years, 10 years, railway is going to get its back directly. No, because like you were talking about food distribution, the benefits are actually from different areas. Directly, I tell you with authority, I have looked at a lot of the models around it. And if we focus, because it has to do with habits and traditions, the train system people know over the period of the past 10 years, 15 years, it's not a train system that is attractive to a lot of people. You need to psych up people, change people's minds. It will take quite a while. So the best option you can do now is haulage, is goods. The concentration will be goods. You need to go into partnership with businesses, the logs, the bauxite, and the rest, like the other line is doing. Those are the market women, the food stocks, and things like that. That is the only concentration that actually rakes back quicker. Yeah.
I don't agree.
The passenger one, it will take a long time. You know, when the Tema one was renovated, it was the first one that was operational. Did you check the numbers on it? In fact, till today,
low.
Quite low.
And I was surprised.
Yeah, it is taking a long time for people to build a perception around it. They are not comfortable with it. It will take a long time to rebuild it back. So it's not something you are able to do within just a year or two.
But people travel outside there and they readily partake in the rail. The system is such that
no, it is the perception they've had about the rail system 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago. Their mind is like that. That, oh, you can sit in a train and it's so wonderful in the West. It's there. So that's the storyline they have in their head. It's totally different from Ghana. So if you try to match up the West, you need to sell the story and let people believe that this is actually like the Western one now. And please, you can take it and you can even drop off here, park your car here and do it. It will take a long time to
So in this regard, what should we expect the railway minister to be telling us?
Yeah, he's actually mentioned, I saw him mention it, that we should look at it as a social need. And that is true. That's how we should be looking at it, because its adverse effects, its effects or multiple effects, is actually on various sectors, on housing, like my brother said here, on roads. It's going to take a lot of the weight of the roads. Our roads are going to last longer. It's going to make people's what do you call it, time as in resource, saving people time, stress, on the roads. Like somebody spends 3 hours to get to Accra every day. There's a train that takes him, let's say, 1 hour to get to Accra. He's just seated, he's not driving. The stress, because when you spend 3 hours in traffic to get to Accra, in fact, your productivity is already reduced. The stress in it, in fact, the fuel you've lost. The other time I was telling somebody this, that if you look at the fuel spent just at the toll booths of Kaswa, market by the number of cars, we are importing fuel and wasting fuel. If we actually found a way to ease that trafficking, our importation for fuel in reverse, money spent on FX, if you combine Kaswa and the one at Tema together in the morning and in an evening alone, it will save us, if we are able to just break that, the amount of reduction in fuel consumption that is going to create. Because if you spend an average, because they are big cars, they are small cars, they are big engines as well, if you spend an average of about 5 cedi, you lose an average of 5 cedi on each car, in and out. Do the maths if you are told the number of cars that ply that route.
And that's why I believe that if really there's an effective railway system, it will equally carry passengers.
No, it will, but I'm saying it won't be immediate. The effect won't be immediate. It's a whole mindset change.
It's only a handful of people who have cars.
Everybody wants to buy a car. There's only a handful of people who want to, but everybody wants to own a car. Telling that person that change your mind and go for what do you call it? A train.
That person will, just know that it is faster. You just assume
it doesn't work like that. The brain doesn't work. The brain doesn't work like that.
I think one thing that we are not doing right in this country is this. When Lololo came, it was supposed to reduce, improve upon rapid transit on the Tudu to Ofanko. They started well. Along the line, they had operational issues. And they packed all the buses. Now, even when they came back, what was the marketing strategy? Whenever you have a product and you are selling, you should be able to sell your product well.
Thank you.
Were they selling Lololo where that Lololo app, you can know the next time that you are the bus will be at the stop. You go to most cities in the world. Let's look at the train. We spent a lot of resources to get this train back on the road again. You don't just say, "Oh, we are finished getting the trains on the track, so that is enough." No, you need to spend a lot of money on publicity, mindset, behavioral change campaign on the television. Oh, like the way the private sector market their goods and their services. We are not doing all those things. So how do you expect people? And also, they are also not giving enough reasons to compare people to park their cars at home or park their cars at the station. Look, if I am the manager for the railway company, what I would do is that we need to get parking lot where people who have let's say a monthly ticket will get a free parking at the station at the terminal, and then also ensure that the trains are always on time, so that people can mortgage their life and everything on the train. We are not doing all these things, and we've just committed huge sums of money in putting up the structure. So it's not just the hard thing that we do that matters. The soft aspect of it is also important. That is the business dimension. And so sometimes I blame the people who are made to go and run. That is also how, politics and governance has also captured everything in this country. Instead of doing competitive hiring process and like the private sector would do, would you think that MTN or Tigo or any private sector, when they want to hire somebody, they will just go and pick, tell me here we oh, this guy is there with Fanebra? No. They want to make sure that you have the credibility, you have the track record. We don't get people with track record because Benjuma. Look at the MMT. We spent a lot of money to buy buses. I remember the bus branded. Less than 4 years, majority of the buses are down from the road. You can't even use them again. Do you get it? So we are not even managing the public resources well. The leaders, those who are managing public entities, are not doing well. If those things would have come to the private sector, look at the VIP. Most of their buses have been there since 2009, and they are still strong on the road because the maintenance regime is okay. Look at the MMT. They intentionally run the buses down so that they can sell them as scrap and make money for their pocket. So we will keep on doling hard-earned public resources for all these things, and people will be there making money and then at the expense of the people.
All right, so since we're still talking about railway, let's look at transport. Transport in general.
Since he brought that,
the State of the Nation address, the president said that Cabinet has given approval for the establishment of a home-based carrier, and for that matter, we hope to see something like that very soon. Let me get the attention of Fred. Getting a home-based carrier alone, would that suffice for a good air transport system?
Thank you very much. When I heard this, I just remember Ghana Airways. And then I was asking myself, what kind of home base are we looking at? Is it like partnering with private sector to manage it, bring it on board to manage the national carrier, or is to provide the facility to enable them to.
Well, I think it's a pride seeing our own colors.
National colors. It's all boiled down to our attitude towards managing even our own resources. We see national asset as it belongs to. We can use it anyhow. So I think it's a lot about details have to be provided as to how that can be financed, and who is going to manage, how it's going to be managed, and how it's going to.
I think initially we had Ethiopian Air sometime back. Then later on we said Egypt Air. But it looks like still there have been some disagreements.
There's a it's supposed to be a collaboration, a partnership thing.
But would that be okay? Would that augur well for us as a nation if you are going, because airlines, very capital intensive, so it depends on how much the person is paying in, and then know how much is taken away.
Yeah, but we are the same people too talking about the fact that it's management over the period. So he mentioned Ghana Airways. So if you are going in this time around, and it's going to be manageable because there are other interested parties in there, it is the details that we have to look at. But I think from the top, your partnership, especially with an existing
airline,
an existing performing airline.
Then you know there is. So does it mean that we can't, manage our own airline?
I think
having Ghana Airways in hindsight,
the
investment. Learn lessons.
I also think the investment that needs to go in. So, for instance, the first thing you mentioned was the fact that it's a pride to see that your airline is flying. Somebody else has money in it. All the person is looking at is his revenue. You are equally getting your revenue aside the fact that you are getting your pride, and then your name is advertised around the world. The marketing part of it.
It's not all about the marketing part of it. If you hear the story of Ghana and how it collapsed, Ghana Airways, it's just the same way we are managing our national resources. For example, ECG and Ghana Water and other sector of the economy which is driven by or managed by government. You see, one of the issues I've heard was that, when government officers board the plane, they don't pay. And no private sector will survive when, somebody buys and he never pays. Did you get? One of the issues which is crippling ECG now is ability of collection, and most of the collection is from the government sector. We just mentioned barracks, for which you don't know whether they pay or not. So it's the same thing. If we can change our attitudes and get our leaders who are responsible, and they will come up with the policy, yes, they will be the same people who collapse it.
Okay. But for example, one of the reasons that really collapsed Ghana is, I was part of it at that time. I was in management. But what I saw was that sometimes, because of the fact that it says Ghana Airways, it's a national property. So you have all these national representatives flying on board free. They go and then they don't actually pay. And so I think that it was not more of a private sector led organization. So this time around, if anything at all, I think that it should be more focused on private sector management, so that you take the national aspect out of it. Or even though, because for instance, you see British Airways and other airlines flying in their colors, but they are not managed by the state. It's just flying the colors.
Exactly. You see, that's why you come back to the way the 1D, 1F is being structured in a way that government provide a tax incentive for the private sector to do it.
Exactly.
So if that is the structure that the new airline is going to be modeled, then in that case, I think that would be a lot better. But if it's going to be the old way of trying to do this, then you better forget about it.
Let me come in. I've done a lot of work in the aviation sector, and it's one of my interests. I think one of the harm that we've done to ourselves is that we have presided over the collapse of two national carriers. I saw both of them collapsing under my eyes, and for both of them, I even had an outbound ticket. That, especially the last one. Yes. But I think
which last one?
In 2014, GOG appointed this firm, PwC, to do transaction advices. But what we have not done now is that we needed to have done an autopsy of how the two airlines collapsed.
Thank you.
And what were the lessons that we've learned. And the president and minister should come to tell Parliament. Unfortunately, our Parliament are not interested in such details. How are you going to assure Ghanaians that these lessons learned will feature in going forward? Else, we will still set up a new airlines, and then government officials and CEOs will travel, will go and get 10 suitcases. They will not pay them, and then the airline will always be running at loss. So until we do that lesson, that what caused the failure of those two airlines. And in the US, after the 9/11, they rewrote most of their laws to ensure that those things doesn't happen again. But in Ghana, we never learn. We'll talk about
and for me, one of the reasons was also the fact that we were using old fleets. We were using DC-10s, which were very, very not fuel efficient, but it uses so much fuel, especially when we're going to crossing over the Atlantic. It uses burns so much fuel, and at the end of the day, it's not cost effective. So if a new model of a home-based carrier is coming, I think that government should be targeting modern fleets. Okay, modern fleets, and I don't think that it's up to us government to go and pay cash down to buy Boeing Max 10 or 7 or what have you.
Right. So the leader of government's economic management team, the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has just taken his seat, which means that very soon the presenter, Honorable Asaase Mensah-Bonsu, will rise to present the budget. As always, the Vice President is in the chamber to support, more or less.
Well, he's the head of the economic management team.
Supports. Of course, I mean, he knows everything that is in the budget. He knows everything. So he is in the chamber now, and so very soon we're going to hear the budget reading.
So until he comes up, let's finish with our discussion on transport.
The same transport area. I think Dr. Pierre actually mentioned something in his when he was dealing with the railway, and it still has to do with implementation and considering every facet of the project or a policy. That is where there's always a missing gap. So, for instance, he talked about getting the fleets, the equipment. We concentrate too much on the hardware and not the software. How is supposed to be managed, what to tell the people, what the people are interested, how to psych the people up, the marketing part and it goes around. So the same thing will come back to the airlines too. It's general. It looks like when I say it's general, I mean what I mean. For instance, even with our taxes, it's typical. We are actually finding solutions to taxes. We are still treating our taxes as a responsibility, but we haven't grown to that point. We are supposed to be treating it as a habit. That requires different type of skills to do, not as a responsibility. The laws are supposed to be guarding for we call something a minority solutions. We are using minority solutions for majority problems. The people not paying tax are in the majority. The laws are supposed to be something that has been accepted by the majority. That this is what we want to do, and we need something to actually protect it. Okay. Imagine if the majority rather was doing the bad thing. Even US cannot find enough policemen to take care of it. So it is in the minority. But we are concentrated on using. We've gotten the evaluation of the problem itself wrong. So and it's the same way. On the other side too, we look at the technicalities. Let's buy the buses, let's buy the fleets, but the software, we don't look at that side. That side is also very, very important. Otherwise, the other one will go bad.
Okay.
Let me.
All right. Okay. Quickly, because the presenter is at the podium. Mr. Adumako, yes.
Oh, that is fine.
Oh, you would come back when it's sure. So let's cross over to Parliament now because the reading of the budget has begun.
A motion for the approval of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2021. Right Honourable Speaker, let me at the very outset express my profound gratitude to the President for the trust and confidence reposed in me in designating me as the Minister with temporary responsibility for the Ministry of Finance. In these past 5 days, I have received massive cooperation and indeed guidance from His Excellency, the Vice President, the head of the Economic Management team. Mr. Charles Adubuaheng, the President's representative at the Ministry of Finance, and the Minister Designate for Finance, Mr. Ken Ufuriata, from far away United States of America, the technical team at the Ministry of Finance,
May I also thank my colleague, ministers, and members of parliament for the expression of good wishes and support. Let me also speak on this momentous occasion, wish the First Lady of the Republic happiest birthday for attaining the biblical optimum age of 70. Today, Friday, the 12th of March. Speaker, to Mrs. Irene Cheme-Sabonsu, let me just say, what can I do without you? The Speaker, colleagues, I want to believe.
Honorable Minister, is it an invitation for her to come and stand by you?
Mr. Speaker, you know that she is a stranger in this house, and our rules will not permit her to stand by me. Otherwise, I know I will have the permission of the minority leader, in whom I'm sometimes well pleased to be by my side. The Speaker, I was saying that I want to believe that the facts of the majority leader in the government business, one of our own, presenting the budget statement in this house, should provide sufficient mitigation to subdue the flame of heckling from the professional hecklers. From the professional hecklers. That's because they know themselves. And I know one is pointing at me now. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, on the authority of His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the financial policy of Government of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2021. On the authority of His Excellency the President, and in accordance with Articles 179 and 180 of the 1992 Republican Constitution, permit me to present to this august House the budget of the President of the Republic of Ghana. Speaker, this statement is an abridged version of the 2021 budget statement, and I would like to request the Hazard Department to deem the entirety of the budget statement and economic policy as having been read and capture same in the Hazard of today, Friday, the 12th of March, 2021, upon my completion of this submission. The Speaker also submit to this august House the following statutory reports. The 2020 annual report on the petroleum funds, in accordance with Section 48 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, 2011, Act 815 as amended, the 2020 report on the utilization of the African Union levies, and third, the 2020 annual debt report in accordance with Section 72 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. Mr. Speaker, on 28th of October 2020, and in accordance with Article 180 of the 1992 Constitution, government laid the expenditure in advance of appropriation in this House. I wish to report that the subsequent approval of those estimates by this august House has made it possible for government business and public services delivery to continue uninterrupted in the first quarter of 2021. Speaker, just 3 days ago, on the 9th of March 2021, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, presented the first message on the state of the nation of his second term. In that address, he clearly stated that even though, like other countries around the world, we've had to go through the worst possible pandemic of our lifetime, the nation is in relative good state, thanks to the grace of God and to the swift, decisive, responsible, and necessary actions taken by government to contain the virus. support families, and sustain the economy. Today, Mr. Speaker, I stand here on behalf of the President to present to you and the House the state of the economy, how we have managed to mitigate and survive the pandemic, and eke out a projected positive growth rate of 0.9% in 2020, contrary to the initial fears of a negative growth rate as experienced in many countries. I will also present to you deliberate and well thought out strategies that will hasten our recovery and place us on a confident path of sustained economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, the year 2020 was a difficult period for Ghana and the rest of the world. Never before in recent history has a pandemic triggered such dramatic changes to lives and livelihoods simultaneously. The last of such pandemic of global impact was the Spanish flu in 1918, over 100 years ago. The ensuing crisis has disrupted supply chains and exerted undue pressure on economic and financial systems, killed businesses and jobs. Developing and emerging economies, including Ghana, have had to deal with external headwinds, falling commodity prices, and rising expenditures to address the effects of the pandemic. The International Monetary Fund has estimated that the global economy contracted by 3.5%, while global trade also contracted by 9.6%. The COVID-19 pandemic has upended the economies of over 150 countries and is the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression in the 1930s. Speaker, for the first time in our 64 years of nationhood, the government has had to tackle an unforgiving simultaneous health and economic crisis. The outbreak and the ensuing partial lockdown to contain the spread of the virus and protect lives and livelihoods brought socio-economic activities to a visual standstill, with the resultant loss of jobs, incomes, collapse of businesses, and loss of government revenues. Mr. Speaker, from the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020, His Excellency the President laid out 5 key objectives government sought to achieve. 1, limit and stop the importation of the virus. 2, contain its spread. 3, provide adequate care for the sick. 4, limit the impact of the virus on social and economic life. And 5, inspire the expansion of our domestic capability and deepening our self-reliance. The President made it an utmost priority to protect Ghanaian lives and above all else. This is captured in his now world-famous quotation, and I quote, "We know what to do to bring our economy back to life. What we do not know how to do is to bring people back to life," unquote. Under his leadership, the country took the required swift, drastic, and decisive measures to mitigate the spread of the pandemic. We rapidly mobilized and deployed extensive internal and external resources to support Ghanaian households and enterprises. The Speaker, at this juncture, permit me to acknowledge the support of our development partners, namely the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the European Union, and other bilateral partners who made available significant resources to complement our efforts. Mr. Speaker, the drastic slowdown in economic activity led to a huge drop in domestic revenues, combined with sharp and unplanned hike in COVID-related expenditures. In sum, this unprecedented crisis led to 1, a sudden shortfall in government revenues amounting to 13.6 billion Ghana cedis, and 2, an unexpected and unavoidable rise in expenditures of 11.7 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, through government's Emergency Preparedness and Response Plan, ERP 1 and 2, as well as the Coronavirus Alleviation Program, CAP, we undertook the following measures. 1, provided financial clearance to employ additional 24,285 health professionals between March and June to help fight the pandemic. 2, expanded the capacities of laboratories to increase COVID-19 testing and established isolation centers in all regions and districts. We provided 3.6 million reusable face masks, 50,000 medical scraps, 90,000 hospital gowns and head covers to health facilities as of June 2020. It provided 50% of basic salary as allowances for frontline health workers, waived income tax for all healthcare workers, waived income tax on 50% additional allowances paid to frontline health workers, absorbed the transport costs and cost of sustenance for contact tracers and field surveillance officers, fully recovered water consumption for all Ghanaians from April to December 2020, and fully covered the power consumption of over 1 million Lifeline customers and subsidized the consumption of all other customers by 50%. Rolled out the 750 million Ghana City CAPS and BUZZ programs in May 2020 to directly support micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. We established a 2 billion guarantee facility to support all large enterprises and for job retention. 12, 100 million Ghana Cedi Fund for labor and faith-based organizations for training and skills development. An unemployment insurance scheme to provide temporary income support to workers who were laid off due to the pandemic. 14, we transferred over 50 million to 400,000 most vulnerable individuals under the LEAP program. Provided cooked meals to 2.744723 vulnerable persons and worked with faith-based organizations to distribute dry food packages to 470,000 families. We provided hot meals for 584,000 final year junior high school students and 146,000 staff of public and private schools from August 24th to September 18, 2020, as they wrote their final examinations. We supplied 5.2 million reusable face masks, 64,000 Veronica buckets, 8,100 thermometer guns, and in excess of 1.5 million pieces of 200 ml of hand sanitizers, as well as over 126,000 gallons of soap to enable schools reopening. We paid WASI examination fees amounting to 75.4 million for 314,000 third-year senior high school students. We reduced the communication service from 9% to 10% to support students and workers who have adopted online platforms to study and work. We extended due dates for filing of taxes from 4 to 6 months after the end of the financial year. We permitted the deduction of contributions and donations towards the pandemic as allowable expenses for income tax purposes. We waived VAT, NHIL, and Get Fund levy on donations of stock of equipment and goods for fighting the pandemic. We waived income taxes on third-tier pension withdrawal. We fumigated schools, hospitals, markets, and lorry parks. We took vigorous public sensitization and engagement exercise to inform and educate Ghanaians on the pandemic. And 26, we paid all public sector salaries in full. Mr. Speaker, with revenue slumping and COVID-related expenditures rising, the Akufo-Addo government was tested beyond measure. We believe it is fair to say that we rose to this extraordinary challenge. Indeed, despite the squeeze, government succeeded in protecting virtually all jobs and incomes in public sector. What the people of Ghana have witnessed since the coronavirus pandemic, and to the admiration of the rest of the world, is a leadership of conviction that is responsible, creative, courageous, decisive, and above all, very caring. Mr. Speaker, through our decisive policy response, we have managed to achieve major results that have made it easier for the people to cope with this unprecedented crisis. For example, our response through CAP has been vital in preventing social dislocations, deeper economic scarring, and damage to our economic prospects. These additional government expenditures in the face of declining revenues were necessary to save lives, protect livelihoods, and safeguard economic activities. Speaker, today, Ghana is better positioned to recover and rebuild an even more resilient economy, not only because we know how to do it, but also because the grace of God has been assured for this journey. Mr. Speaker, in the 3 years prior to the pandemic, as a government, we had a plan. We stayed focused, kept our discipline, kept our promises, and worked with integrity, creativity, and compassion. As a result, the economy saw a turnaround and economic growth rate doubled, rebounding strongly from 3.4% in 2016 to average 7% annually. The Speaker, the banking sector cleanup had been completed. Businesses were doing well and creating jobs. Food production was enjoying a bumper harvest, and suddenly Ghana had become a major tourist attraction. We were indeed on a path of fiscal consolidation by 2019 and poised for economic transformation. Then out of nowhere, Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 global pandemic hit us. Mr. Speaker, the history of Ghanaians is a story of resilience, faith in God, and ingenuity when faced with adversities and uncertainties. And so we proceeded from 2017 with discipline, hard work, and cooperation to get Ghana back to work. We took a severely challenged economy and restored its competitiveness within 3 years. In 4 years, against significant opposition, we took a bold step that afforded 1.2 million Ghanaians the opportunity to attain a better and quality secondary school education. We took a financial sector on the brink of collapse, and 4 years cleaned it to build an even stronger financial ecosystem that is well capitalized, liquid, and solvent to fund our progress. In 4 years, we secured a central place in African integration and won the bid to host the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And within the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker, our aggressive industrialization and regional integration agenda successfully attracted and retained the highest foreign direct investment in West Africa, including having global automobile giants setting up base here. Today, world-class vehicles assembled right here in Ghana are selling on our market and plying our roads. The message to other global manufacturers is this: from 2021, an integrated Africa is open for business. And Ghana is ready to welcome you to set up here to take advantage of the biggest free trade area in the world. Mr. Speaker, we have come far from 2020. However, we are not fully out of the woods yet. As such, fiscal consolidation has to be carefully balanced with the provision of some targeted fiscal stimuli to cushion the impact of COVID-19 on businesses and to facilitate a quick and strong recovery of our economy, which we aim to achieve through Ghana Cares, or Batampa program. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that expenditure on health infrastructure and health-related items such as vaccines, hospital supplies, and PPEs would become a routine. However, we'll take measures to ensure that these additional critical expenditures do not undermine our fiscal consolidation and debt sustainability. Government will pursue revenue-enhancing measures with a focus on deepening our digitization agenda, both on transactions of goods and services, as well as on the tax collection systems to broaden the tax base and roping more eligible taxpayers. Expenditures will be rationalized through the implementation of tighter expenditure control systems with a more efficient procurement system to ensure value for money. We will also pursue structural reforms in public financial management system to improve efficiency in public service delivery. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the achievements in the 3 years prior to the COVID-19 outbreak, as well as the intermediate outcomes of the EPRP and CAP, are the foundations from which we will collectively adapt to the changes caused by this pandemic and, quote, build back better and greener, unquote. Mr. Speaker, the seminal breakthroughs in vaccine development gives hope that economies can reopen more quickly than anticipated. However, logistical challenges in access and administration of vaccines and the continued mutation and emergence of more infectious variants of the virus may further delay the resumption of full economic activities around the world. Mr. Speaker, in line with the President's determination to protect the lives of Ghanaians, we have prioritized the vaccination program against COVID-19. Through the bold leadership and adept diplomacy of His Excellency the President, Ghana became the first country in the world to receive its first batch of vaccines of the 600,000 doses through the COVAX initiative on Wednesday, the 24th February 2021. We are also working assiduously to secure vaccine for 20 million Ghanaians to enable us to attain herd immunity by the end of this year. Once again, Ghana has stepped up in front. Thanks to His Excellency the President's leadership, we are championing African excellence to become the vanguard against COVID-19 on this continent. However, Mr. Speaker, until we achieve herd immunity, we cannot let our guard down if we are to contain the spread of this virus. We must all commit to taking the vaccines in addition to adhering to the COVID-19 protocols that have been instituted for our safety and gradual return to full economic activities, recovering for sustained transformation. Mr. Speaker, in addition to continuing our priority programs, we will implement additional initiatives to drive recovery. These include: 1, scale up the vaccination of Ghanaians to enable us to attain herd immunity in Ghana by the end 2021. Continue the implementation of Agenda 111 to provide hospitals and related infrastructure nationwide to improve the delivery of health care. 3, intensify efforts to improve public sanitation. 4, support to those who have lost their jobs due to COVID-19 to find other gainful employment opportunities. 5, deploying resources for our security agencies to maintain peace and security. Complete many of our ongoing infrastructure projects within our resource envelope, reflecting the theme of the budget. The implementation of the Ghana Cares program to revitalize the economy and create employment. And 8, continue the implementation of our flagship programs, including Planting for Food and Jobs, the Free Senior High School, and the One District, One Factory agenda, plus the One Village, One Dam agenda. Mr. Speaker, the last 4 years led no Ghanaian in doubt that ours is a government that cares. We care about the welfare of the people. We care about the need for business to create wealth. The next 4 years will see a more clinical structural focus on President Akufo-Addo's transformation agenda as we build with deliberate rapidity on the gains so far made. In this regard, pursuing the 100 billion Ghana cedi Ghana Cares or Batampa program, which by far is the boldest and biggest economic recovery program in the country's history, will enable us to turn the challenges created by COVID-19 into opportunities for socio-economic transformation. This program will foster closer collaboration with the Ghanaian private sector, labor, the people, our development partners, and foreign investors. The Obatampa program is inspired by His Excellency the President's conviction that, and I quote, what our forebears dreamed of, we will achieve. If we inherited dreams and visions from our founding fathers, we should leave legacies of achievements and realities to our children and their children. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, through Ghana Cares, we will, one, expedite government's digitalization agenda to achieve greater efficiency and effectiveness in public service delivery. We will revitalize the housing and construction industry to address the severe housing deficit and create job opportunities, and establish Ghana as a regional hub, leveraging its position within ECOWAS and as host of the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area to focus on manufacturing, financial services, education, healthcare, aviation and logistics, digital services, petroleum, automobile, tourism, hospitality, and creative arts. Support the private sector and entrepreneurs to become a powerful engine for job creation. Actively promote both local and international investments, including the use of PPPs, and upgrade the skills of our workers through retraining programs focusing on technical and vocational skills. Mr. Speaker, the implementation arrangements for the Ghana Cares programs are in place. Clear budgets have been set and milestones developed. We will establish delivery units in the relevant MDAs and partner with the private sector, academia, and other practitioners to facilitate and monitor implementation. There will also be regular institutional arrangements to ensure we achieve synergies and track results on a timely basis. Speaker, the theme for the 2021 budget is completion, consolidation, and continuation. This theme is underpinned by the fact that over the years, every new budget invariably contains a host of new projects to be initiated at the expense of ongoing projects. Not only does this put pressure on our finances, but also has historically resulted in arrears, with many contractors not being paid on time for work done, and thereby escalating the overall cost of these projects. Mr. Speaker, government has therefore decided to chart a new direction from 2021. A major concern of all Ghanaians across the political divide is the usually wasteful spectre of uncompleted public projects scattered across the country. This must stop. Governments owe the people a duty to use limited public funds responsibly. Our goal is to bring to an end the culture of unfinished projects. The main focus of government for this year, therefore, is the fulfillment of existing commitment and the completion, to the largest extent possible, of existing projects. The delivery tracker, which government launched last year to track progress of infrastructure projects, showed over 8,700 ongoing projects across all sectors at the end of 2020. And that is why the President has tasked his ministers and heads of all other relevant institutions to focus the infrastructural energies of government mainly on continuing and, if possible, completing existing projects in 2021. The era of abandoning viable projects started with public funds must end. And this time we believe, and the time we believe, is now. Mr. Speaker, I now proceed to give highlights of the budget. Global economic developments and outlook. Growth. Speaker, data from the IMF's January 2021 World Economic Outlook update indicate that the global economy is projected to grow at 5.5% in 2021, up from the estimated contraction of 3.5% in 2020. The 2021 growth estimates reflects an expected positive turnaround on account of COVID-19 vaccine-powered economic activity and strong policy response in advanced countries. Speaker, despite expectations for global economic recovery between 2021 and 2022, output gaps are not expected to close until after 2022. Consistent with this expectation, inflation is projected to remain subdued during the 2021-2022 years. For advanced economies, inflation is projected to increase from a low of 0.7% in 2020 to 1.3% in 2021 and further to 1.5% in 2022, in consonance with increasing prices of medical supplies and those other commodities. Mr. Speaker, data from the January 2021 edition of the International Monetary Fund World Economic Outlook project Brent crude oil prices to average 50.03 United States dollars for 2021 and 48.82 United States dollars for 2022. Gold, as a safe haven, benefited immensely from the pandemic in 2020. This was sustained by continued monetary easing by major central banks. However, in 2021, gold prices are expected to reduce to an average of 1,740 United States dollars per troy ounce from an average of 1,793 United States dollars per troy ounce recorded in 2020. World market cocoa price averaged 2,369.85 United States dollars per metric ton in 2020, compared with 2,340.74 metric tons in 2019. Cocoa price is expected to gain a 1.6% increase in price and improve to 2,407.77 United States dollars in 2021. Financing conditions. Mr. Speaker, global financing conditions remain generally favorable throughout 2020, reflecting significant policy support which induced lower borrowing costs, boosted equity valuations, enhanced investor risk appetite, and narrowed sovereign bond spreads across emerging markets and developing economies. These developments helped ease pressures on emerging and frontier market currencies, while sovereign risk spreads for most sub-Saharan African countries declined steadily in the year. Financial market indicators point to optimism about medium-term prospects. However, Mr. Speaker, rising debt levels and increasing interest burdens across several emerging markets and developing economies pose significant financing risks in the short term. Domestic macroeconomic performance for 2020. Mr. Speaker, to put the assessment of the performance of the economy for the year 2020 in perspective, we'd like to recap the macroeconomic targets set for 2020 as presented in the 2020 mid-year review as follows. A, overall real GDP growth rate was revised from 6.8% to 0.9%. B, overall non-oil real GDP growth rate was revised from 6.7% to 1.6%. C, end period December inflation was revised from 8% to 11.1%. D, overall budget deficit measured on cash basis was revised from 4.7% of GDP to 11% of GDP. Primary balance was revised from a surplus of 0.8% to a deficit of 4.6% of GDP. And F, end period December stocks of gross international reserves to cover not less than 3.5 months of imports of goods and services. Mr. Speaker, even though complete 2020 gross domestic product data has not yet been released by the Ghana Statistical Service, provisional data for the first 3 quarters of 2020 show that the targets for most of the macroeconomic indicators are largely on track. A summary of this performance is as follows. Speaker, average overall real GDP growth for the first 3 quarters of 2020 was 0.2%, compared with 6.0% for the same period in 2019. The projected outlook for 2020 is 0.9%, reflecting the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Non-oil real GDP grew at an average of 0.4% in the first 3 quarters of 2020. The projected outlook for 2020 is 1.6%. End period inflation was 10.4% in December 2020, compared to the revised target of 11.0%. The overall budget deficit on cash basis was 11.7% of GDP, excluding financial sector cleanup costs, against a revised target of 11.4% of GDP. The primary balance recorded a deficit of 5.3% of GDP against a target deficit of 4.6% of GDP. Gross international reserves accumulated to $8.6 United States billion, the equivalent of 4.1 months of import cover, slightly above target. The Speaker, detailed performance in the real monetary, external, and fiscal sectors of the economy are provided below. The Speaker, provisional estimates from the Ghana Statistical Service show that average overall GDP for 2020 grew at 4.9% in quarter 1, negative 3.2% in quarter 2, and negative 1.1% in quarter 3, bringing the average GDP growth rate for the period to 0.2%, reflecting mainly the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the economy, as I've already related to. The most recent work on GDP puts 2020 projected GDP growth outlook at 0.9%. In terms of sectoral performance, the agricultural sector grew at an average of 4.5% in the first 3 quarters of 2020, followed by the services sector at 1.9%, while the industry sector contracted by 3.1% over the period. Mr. Speaker, price developments within the year were largely driven by volatile food prices, while non-food inflation remained fairly stable. Headline inflation rose sharply from 7.9% in December 2019 to 11.4% in July 2020. The upward trend was mainly driven by panic buying episodes preceding the COVID-19 partial lockdown measure, which exerted significant pressures on food prices. However, with the gradual lifting of restrictions, the food price pressures eased and headline inflation steadily declined to 10.4% at the end of December 2020. Monetary aggregates and credits. Speaker, developments in the monetary sector during the year 2020 broadly showed increased pace of growth in all monetary aggregates, reflecting improved liquidity conditions in the economy. This was underpinned by supportive monetary and fiscal policies implemented to mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Provisional data on monetary aggregates at the end of December 2020 showed that broad money, including foreign currency deposits, grew on year-on-year basis by 29.6% compared to 21.7% in December 2019. Annual growth in banks' outstanding credit decreased in December 2020 relative to what was recorded in the corresponding period in 2019. The nominal annual growth of outstanding credit slowed from 23.9% in December 2019 to 5.8% in December 2020. Similarly, nominal growth in credit to the private sector slowed from 18.0% in 2019 relative to 10.6% in December 2020. In real terms, annual growth of outstanding credit to the private sector moderated from 9.39% growth in December 2019 to 0.17% in December 2020. Interest rates. Speaker, interest rates in the money market generally trended downwards in 2020 on year-on-year basis in line with the monetary policy rates. The 91-day and 182-day Treasury bill rates declined to 14.08% and 2.3% respectively. In December 2020, from 14.69% and 15.15% in December 2019. Similarly, the rate on the 364-day instrument decreased to 16.98% from 17.88% over the same comparative period. The rates on secondary bond markets have also broadly declined, except rates on the 5-year and 7-year bonds, which increased by 35 basis points and 425 basis points to settle at 19.85% and 20.50% respectively. The weighted average interbank rate declined from 15.2% to 13.56%, resulting in improved liquidity conditions on the interbank market and increased trading among banks. Average lending rates of banks also declined to 21.10% in December 2020 from 23.59% recorded in corresponding period of 2019. External sector. Mr. Speaker, the external sector performance was also impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic through the trade and financial channels. The trade account recorded a lower surplus of $2.0 billion United States dollars, or 3.0% of GDP in 2020, compared with $2.3 billion United States dollars, equivalent to 3.4% of GDP in 2019. The decline in the surplus was driven largely by a 7.8% contraction in total export receipts, especially from crude oil exports, which declined sharply by 35.2%. In addition, the value of total imports contracted by 7.3%, reflecting a slowdown in import demand due to the pandemic. The lower trade surplus, coupled with higher services outflows, resulted in a current account deficit of $2.0 United States billion, equivalent to 3.0% of GDP in 2020, compared to a deficit of $1.9 United States billion, equivalent to 2.8% of GDP in 2019. These developments, Mr. Speaker, resulted in an overall balance of payments deficit of $630 million United States dollars in 2020, compared with a surplus of $1.3 billion United States dollars in 2019. The deficit of the balance of payments was on account of marginal worsening of the current account deficit and a decreased net capital inflows in the capital and financial accounts. Gross international reserves. Mr. Speaker, gross international reserves stood at $8.6 billion United States dollars, equivalent to 4.1 months of import cover at the end of December 2020, from a stock position of $8.4 billion, equivalent to 4.0 months import cover as of December 2019. Exchange rate development. The foreign exchange market was relatively stable and local currency performed better in 2020 than in 2019. Pressures from corporate demand, energy-related forex demand, and pandemic-induced portfolio outflows were offset by improved forex inflows, mainly from the Eurobond issuance and the IMF Rapid Credit Facility. These were complemented by the substantial reserve build-up by the Bank of Ghana at the end of 2019. Cumulatively, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana cedi depreciated against the United States dollar, the pound sterling, the euro by 3.9%, 7.1%, and 12.1% respectively. This compares with the larger depreciation rates of 12.9%, 15.7%, and 11.2% for the United States dollar, pound sterling, and euro, respectively, during the same period in 2019. It is worth noting that the depreciation of the Ghana cedi against the US dollar in 2020 is the lowest recorded in the Fourth Republic, notwithstanding the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting Since my colleague, the Honorable Atiforsin, is beckoning me to state that the depreciation of Ghana cedi against the United States dollar in 2020 is the lowest recorded in the Fourth Republic, notwithstanding the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the 2020 fiscal policy objectives were adversely affected by the outbreak of the 2019 pandemic, which resulted in the recalibration of the 2020 fiscal framework during the 2020 mid-year fiscal policy review to accommodate the unanticipated shocks and enable Ghana government to implement policies and programs to ensure that both lives and livelihoods were protected. Mr. Speaker, total revenues and grants was revised downwards by 13.4 billion to reflect the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on revenues, while total expenditures were revised upwards by 11.8 billion to accommodate COVID-19 related expenditures, resulting in a revised budget deficit of 11.4% of GDP for 2020. Mr. Speaker, the unprecedented impact imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic led to the suspension of the set of fiscal responsibility rules for the 2020 financial year in accordance with Section 3, Sub 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018, Act 9A2. Despite the adverse impact of the pandemic on the Ghanaian economy, especially in the first half of the year, implementation of the 2020 revised budget was largely on track. The provisional data of government's fiscal operations from January to December 2020 indicate that total revenue and grants exceeded a revised target of 2.7%, amounting to 55.12 billion, while total expenditures, including arrears clearance, amounted to 100.052 million, exceeding programmed expenditures by 2.4%. The consequent modest increase in total expenditures, despite the force majeure imposed by COVID-19 induced expenditures, is a clear indication that government adopted prudent expenditure management measures over the period. Mr. Speaker, the above revenue and expenditure performance resulted in an overall fiscal deficit of 11.7% of GDP, excluding the financial sector cleanup cost. Speaker, and let me repeat that the above revenue and expenditure performance resulted in an overall fiscal deficit of 11.7% of GDP, and that excludes the financial sector cleanup cost, compared to the program deficit of 11.4% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance for the period was also a deficit of 5.3% of GDP, compared with the revised deficit target of 4.6% of GDP. The fiscal deficit, including the financial sector cost for 2020, is 13.7% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal deficit was financed from both domestic and external sources. Given the tightness of the external financing conditions, government had to resort more to domestic financing, including drawdown in government deposits at the central bank, domestic market operations, and other sources of domestic financing. Net domestic financing amounted to 44.889 billion, equivalent to 11.7% of GDP. Net foreign financing amounted to 31 million against a target of 18.46 billion, or 4.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, petroleum liftings and receipts. Total crude oil production for 2020 was 66.9 million barrels, compared to 71.4 million barrels in 2019. As of December 2020, the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation had lifted 12 parcels of crude oil on behalf of the state and transported 88.418 million standard cubic feet of gas to the Ghana National Gas Company, GNGC. Total petroleum receipts, that's proceeds from liftings and other petroleum receipts, as at end 2020, amounted to $666.4 million United States dollars, equivalent to 3.8 billion Ghana cedis, compared with the receipts of $937.6 million United States dollars, equivalent to 4.9 billion Ghana cedis in the same period for 2019. These receipts were allocated based on the provisions of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, as amended. In particular, the GNPC was allocated a total of $198.6 million United States dollars, made up of equity financing cost of $154.8 million United States dollars, and a share of the net carried and participating interest of $43.8 million United States dollars. The annual budget funding amount received a total of $273.4 million United States dollars, while the Ghana Petroleum Funds received $166.6 million United States dollars. The Ghana Petroleum Funds were distributed to the Ghana Stabilization Fund and the Ghana Heritage Fund in the ratio of 7:3, consistent with the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. Thus, the Ghana Stabilization Fund received $116.6 million United States dollars, while the Ghana Heritage Fund received $49.9 million United States dollars. Public debt development. Mr. Speaker, the provisional debt stock as it ends December 2020 stood at a nominal figure of $291.614 billion, representing 76.1% of GDP, compared with $217.991 billion, equivalent to 62.4% of GDP in 2019. Mr. Speaker, the total debt stock mix was made up of a provisional figure of $141.780 billion for external debt and $149.83389 billion for domestic debt, accounting approximately for 48% and 51.4% of the total public debt stock, respectively. As a percentage of GDP, external domestic debt represented 36.99% and 39.09%, respectively. Speaker, the total public debt has increased from 122 billion, that is 6.9 GDP, to 291.6 billion, that is 76.1% of GDP, as at the end of December 2020. Included in the debt stock and the debt to GDP ratio at the end of 2020 are the following non-recurrent burdens that we had to deal with as a matter of urgency. One, the fiscal impact of COVID-19 is 19.7 billion. The cost of the financial sector cleanup is 21 billion Ghana cedis. Cost of excess capacity charges paid to IPPs, that's 12 billion Ghana cedis. The impact of the reduction in growth from an average of 7% to 0.9% in 2020. Speaker, if these expenditures are excluded and the drop in GDP growth in 2020 primarily attributable to COVID-19 pandemic is taken into account, the total stock of debt for 2020 would have been approximately 239.9 billion, implying a debt to GDP ratio of 58.7%. Mr. Speaker, the following information is useful. Between 2004 and 2008, Ghana's debt stock increased by 30%. Between 2008 and 2012, the debt stock increased by 269%. Between 2012 and 2016, the increase in the debt stock was 243%. Between 2016, the increase in the debt stock was 137%. This includes the costs of the banking sector cleanup, excess capacity charges, and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, these are the facts according to the figures. Mr. Speaker, despite the impact of the pandemic, the rate of growth of the public debt has been lower under our government than under previous governments. The rate of growth, and do the calculations on not your laptops, but on your cell phones. Mr. Speaker, the rate of debt growth was lower despite the massive investments in our flagship programs such as free senior high school, planting for food and jobs, NAPCO, 1 district, 1 factory, 1 village, 1 dam, 1 constituency, 1 ambulance, and a restoration of teacher and nursing training allowances, among others, while maintaining relative macroeconomic and exchange rate stability. Mr. Speaker, this reinforces the fact that the Akufo-Addo and indeed the MPP government are simply better managers of the economy and better protectors of the public purse. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the medium-term macroeconomic targets. Mr. Speaker, the preoccupation of government in 2021 in the medium term, and therefore is to implement measures. The preoccupation of government in 2021 in the medium term, therefore, is to implement measures to mitigate the impact of the pandemic with a view to returning the economy to strong and sustainable growth while protecting lives and livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, government will continue to, 1, build strong macroeconomic fundamentals, 2, sustain investments in productive infrastructure, 3, develop a competitive world-class human capital base, 4, promote an efficient, well-capitalized financial sector, build a competitive business environment anchored on scientific and technological innovation, and 6, pursue a robust social protection system that guarantees an acceptable standard of living for all, consistent with the vision of Ghana Beyond Aid and the President's coordinated program. The broad macroeconomic objectives to support our vision and development goals in the medium term are: A, restore and sustain macroeconomic stability anchored on fiscal discipline and ensuring debt sustainability. We are cocksure we can do that with better managers in control of the steering wheel. Mr. Speaker, we intend to return to within the fiscal responsibility threshold of 5% fiscal deficit and a positive primary balance by 2024 in accordance with the FRA Act, the Financial Responsibility Act 2018, Act 9A2. C, we would implement reforms to increase revenue mobilization and the efficiency of public expenditures. D, will revitalize and transform the economy through the implementation of the Ghana COVID-19 Alleviation, Revitalization and Enterprise Support Program, CARES. Build a robust financial sector to support growth and development. F, provide a supportive private sector environment for entrepreneurship, domestic businesses, and foreign direct investment to thrive. G, deepen structural reforms to make the machinery of government work more efficiently and effectively to support socio-economic transformation. H, implement reforms to increase revenue mobilization and the efficiency of public expenditures. Mr. Speaker, guided by the broad medium-term policy objectives The following macroeconomic targets are set for 2021-2024 medium term. Overall GDP, real GDP growth rate to average 5.0%. Non-oil revenue, non-oil real GDP to grow at an average of 4.9%. Inflation to be within the target band of 8 plus or minus 2%. Overall fiscal balance and primary balance to return to the Fiscal Responsibility Act threshold of fiscal deficit of 5% of GDP and a positive balance of by 2024, and gross international reserves to cover at least 4.0 months of imports. Speaker, based on the overall macroeconomic objectives and the medium-term targets, the following macroeconomic targets are set for 2021. Overall GDP growth of 5.0%. Non-oil real GDP growth of 6.7%. End period inflation of 8%. Fiscal deficit of 9.5% of GDP. Primary deficit of 1.2% of GDP, and gross international reserves to cover not less than 4.0 months of imports. The Speaker, we now provide details of the medium-term outlook for real fiscal, monetary, and external sectors of the economy. GDP growth for 2021. The Speaker, as I've indicated, overall real GDP is projected to grow at 5.0% in 2021, while non-real GDP is projected to grow at 6.7%. In terms of sectoral growth, the agricultural sector is expected to grow at 4.0%, industry sector at 4.8%, and the services sector at 5.6%. Mr. Speaker, monetary policy in 2021 and the medium term will continue to hinge on sustaining price stability with a view to firmly anchoring inflation expectations and creating conditions favorable to growth. Specifically, monetary policy would aim at steering inflation back within the medium-term target of 8 plus or minus 2%. In particular, broad money supply growth is projected to moderate in 2021 in line with inflation. The thrust of external sector policy would focus on building external buffers, enough to cover at least 4 months of imports of goods and services to cushion the economy against adverse external shocks. This will be supported by expected improvements in the trade balance and the current account balance, backed by increased remittance inflows, improved portfolio inflows, and favorable assets to the international capital market. Potential downside risks to the external sector outlook continue to be the possible weakening of commodity prices, increased energy-related payments, and portfolio reversals. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that the resolution of the banking industry has been completed. Government has been working to complete the bailout of the asset management industry through the provision of a bailout package for investors of the failed asset management companies out of an estimated 8.5 billion Ghana cedis to help pay investors of the failed AMCs. This August House approved an amount of 3.1 billion in 2020 mid-year budget. At the end of the 2020 December, government had provided an amount of 3.4 billion for the payment of validated claims to investors of 30 AMCs for which liquidation orders were obtained. This amount was in a combination of a 3-year marketable bond of 2.5 billion Ghana cedis and a 5-year zero coupon bond of 915 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, for the Securities and Exchange Commission to fully settle investors of the remaining 17 AMCs, an amount of 5.5 billion 1.3% of GDP, is required. For this reason, we have come to this House once again to seek for your approval to raise an amount of 5.5 billion in 2021 to complete the asset management industry bailout, including Gold Coast Fund Management Limited, now Black Shield Capital Management, First Bank Financial Services Limited, Liberty Asset Management, Bridge Capital Asset Management Limited, Ideal Capital Partners Limited, and Frontline Capital Advisors Limited. International Capital Market Operations for 2021. Mr. Speaker, over the past few years, many frontier and emerging economies have broadened the range of debt instruments they have deployed. Financial conditions on the global market has raised opportunities to tap into the international bond markets and increase access to commercial debt financing. However, market access conditions are highly uncertain and spreads can widen in a short time in reaction to local or international events. Following from this, the Ministry of Finance took a proactive approach and presented and secured parliamentary approval on 10th November 2020 for this as part of the 2021 expenditure in advance of appropriation for the 2021 fiscal year. The proceeds are to support the budget deficit by funding growth-oriented expenditures and conduct liability on both external and domestic bonds. The limit of funding from the capital market was up to $5 billion United States dollars through multiple instruments made up of Eurobonds, diaspora bonds, sustainable bonds, green bonds, and social bonds, and a syndicated term bridge financing. Mr. Speaker, we certainly are not fully out of the woods yet with the ongoing COVID-19 second wave, but such fiscal consolidation has to be carefully balanced with the provision of some targeted fiscal stimulus to cushion the impact of COVID-19 on businesses and the economy, which we aim to achieve through the Ghana Cares or BATAPA program. Mr. Speaker, in the medium term, we will pursue revenue-enhancing measures with a focus on deepening our digitalization agenda, both on transactions of goods and services, as well as on tax collection machinery, as part of measures to broaden the tax base and rope in a lot more eligible taxpayers into the tax net. Expenditures will be rationalized through the implementation of tighter expenditure control systems with much more efficient procurement system to ensure value for money. We'll also pursue structural reforms in public financial management system to improve efficiency in public service delivery. Mr. Speaker, in spite of our drive to ensure that we do not prematurely withdraw fiscal stimulus support as part of measures to contain the pandemic and revitalize the economy, our resolve to ensure debt sustainability in the medium term will support a medium-term fiscal path that will ensure that we return to fiscal responsibility ceiling of a deficit of 5% of GDP and a positive primary balance by 2024. Petroleum receipts and utilization for 2021. Mr. Speaker, the projected petroleum revenue for 2021 will amount, as I've already indicated, to $885.7 million United States dollars. The total revenue is made up of royalties, 201 United States million United States dollars, carried and participating interest to 524.9 million United States dollars, corporate income tax 158.5 United States dollars, and surface rentals 1.3 million United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, in line with the PRMA, we would like to propose the allocation of the petroleum revenue as follows. 1, allocate 283 million to GNPC for its equity financing costs, 179.33 United States million dollars, and share of the net carried and participating interest 103.69 million. Allocate 70% of the benchmark revenue of United States dollars 602.7 million to ABFA. Allocate 30% of the benchmark revenue to the Ghana Petroleum Funds and allocate 126.57 million of the Ghana Petroleum Funds amount to the Ghana Stabilization Fund and 54.24 million to the Ghana Heritage Fund. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants for 2021 is projected to rise to 72.452 billion, equivalent to 16.7% of GDP, up from an outturn of 55.132 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 14.3% of GDP recorded in 2020. Domestic revenue is estimated at 70.987 billion in 2021 as Ghana cedis, and represents an annual growth of 31.7% over the recorded outturn for 2020. Of the total domestic revenue, non-oil tax revenue will constitute about 74% and amount to 53.632 billion, equivalent to 12.4% of GDP, reflecting the impact of expected improvements in tax compliance and reforms in revenue administration. Mr. Speaker, government recognizes that as a result of the impact of COVID-19, times indeed are hard for many of our people. However, it is important that we rebuild and strengthen our public finances to provide the resources to protect the lives and livelihoods of Ghanaians, deliver critical government services, and support the transformation of the economy. It will also ensure fiscal and debt sustainability. We have to do this ourselves, as no one will do it for us. Rebuilding our public finances requires us to implement some important fiscal measures to mobilize additional domestic revenue. Mr. Speaker, government recognizes that as a result of the impact of COVID-19, Speaker, as I've already said, rebuilding our public finances requires us to implement some important fiscal measures to mobilize additional domestic revenue. COVID-19 health levy. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused additional health spending that far exceeds the annual budget for health. Some of the actions that are being implemented by government to address this pandemic include: 1, procurement of vaccines. The first batch of 600,000 doses from the COVAX facility, as I've already related to, have already been delivered. An additional 17,600,000 vaccine doses to be delivered by June, with more to come in the course of the year. Vaccination of Ghanaians, as at Wednesday, 10th of March, 2021, is 262,365 Ghanaians receiving the first dose of the vaccines. Establishment of 14 medical waste treatment facilities across the country for safe disposal of medical waste in collaboration with the private sector. 33 major health projects have been approved for implementation at a cost of 890 million euros. To date, 14,600,000 pieces of personal protective equipment, PPEs, produced domestically for health workers, students, teaching and non-teaching staff of tertiary and secondary educational institutions. Agenda 111 will see to the construction of 100-bed district hospitals in 101 districts with no hospitals, 7 regional hospitals for the new regions, including one for the Western region, the construction of 2 new psychiatric hospitals for the Middle Belt and Northern Belt, respectively, and the rehabilitation of the Ifeanyi Hospital in the Western region. The need to recruit more health care professionals, in addition to the 100,000 recruited in the first term of the president. To provide the requisite resources to address these challenges and fund these activities, government is proposing the introduction of a COVID-19 health levy of 1 percentage point increase in the national health insurance levy and a 1 percentage point increase in the VAT flat rate to support expenditures related to COVID-19. Sanitation and pollution levy. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the progress that we have made in the areas of sanitation and pollution, there is still a lot more to be done. Specifically, we need to, 1, improve urban air quality and combat air pollution. 2, we should support the re-engineering of landfill sites at Pone and Uti. 3, support fumigation of public spaces, schools, health centers, and markets, including lorry parks. Revamp, reconstruct poorly managed landfill facilities. 5, construct more sustainable state-of-the-art waste treatment plants, both solid and liquid, in selected locations across the country. 6, construct waste recycling and compost plants across the country. 7, construct more sanitation facilities to accelerate the elimination of open defecation. 8, construct final treatment and disposal sites for solid and liquid waste. 9, provide dedicated support for the annual maintenance and management of major landfill sites and other waste treatment plants and facilities across the country. 10, construct medical waste treatment facilities to prevent the generation of infectious diseases, especially under the coronavirus treatment program. Mr. Speaker, these are all very critical investments that have to be made for the benefit and dignity of all Ghanaians. These will ensure sustainable sanitation management, improve the quality of life, and reduce the number of deaths and diseases from poor sanitation. To provide the requisite resources to address these challenges and fund these activities, government is proposing a sanitation and pollution levy, SPL, of 10 pesos on the price per litre of petrol or diesel under the Energy Sector Levies Act, ESLA. Energy Sector Recovery Levy, Delta Fund. Mr. Speaker, it will be recalled, yes, Bola tax, to clean up our environment so that you are not afflicted by diseases. Mr. Speaker, it will be recalled that when crude oil prices increased substantially between 2017 and 2018, government abolished excise taxes and reduced special petroleum tax from 17.5% to 13% to mitigate the impact on domestic petroleum prices. However, due to the difficulties faced by economy arising from higher excess capacity payments in the energy sector, which have not reflected in energy tariffs. Despite substantial progress made by the Akufo-Addo government, there is a need to find additional resources to cover the excess capacity charges that have resulted from the power purchase agreements, PPAs, signed by the previous administration, which required payments of capacity charges even when the plants involved were idle or unutilized. Mr. Speaker, it has become very necessary for government to consider a review of the energy sector levies. The energy sector recovery levy of 20 pesos per litre on petrol, diesel products under the ESLA is hereby submitted to this House for approval. Mr. Speaker, I should note that on the basis of existing world crude oil prices, the implementation of the two proposed levies for sanitation and pollution, as well as to pay for excess capacity charges, would result in a 5.7% increase in petroleum prices at the pump. Mr. Speaker, the data shows that under the Akufo-Addo government, the increase in petroleum prices is the lowest in the Fourth Republic. And the data shows. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2020, for example, there was a cumulative net decrease in petroleum prices at the pump by 7.46% and diesel by 9.53%. Between 2009 and 2012, average petroleum prices increased by 29.5% annually. Between 2013 and 2016, average petrol prices increased by 24% annually. Between 2017 and 2020, average petrol prices increased by 8.26% annually. Mr. Speaker, statistics, data don't lie. Mr. Speaker, this confirms the fact that there are better managers of the economy recognized by all. Mr. Speaker, the financial sector cleanup and the refund of monies to depositors have restored investor confidence and protected the hard-earned savings of millions of Ghanaians. However, this has come at a huge cost of over 21 billion to government and indeed to the state. Mr. Speaker, government will therefore introduce a financial sector cleanup levy of 5% on profits before tax of banks to defray outstanding commitments in the sector. The levy will be reviewed in 2024. Road tolls. Mr. Speaker, to maintain improvement on our roads, and all of us in this house every now and then demanding of the Minister for Roads improvements in our road network and indeed improvements in our roads. Mr. Speaker, to maintain the improvement on our roads, government will review existing road tolls and align them with current market rates. This will form part of the framework for promoting burden sharing as we seek to transform our roads and infrastructure sector in a post-COVID era. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, in 2021, we will amend the Fees and Charges Miscellaneous Provisions Act 2018 that governs the setting of rates and tolls to accommodate an automatic annual adjustment that will be pegged to previous year's average annual inflation as published by the Ghana Statistical Service. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the GRA will intensify audits and institute measures to recover all outstanding debts and enforce collections in the extractive industry. A study of the downstream petroleum sector indicates that there is still the challenge of underreporting and evasion of taxes by some industry players. The GRA, in conjunction with the relevant agencies, will mount a campaign to deal with these unlawful acts. Mr. Speaker, gaming has become a major income earner all across the globe and a significant source of government revenue. The influx of online betting and automation of the once totally manual process has changed the character of revenue sources from that industry. It is estimated that Ghana loses over 300 million Ghana cedis annually in revenue due to leakages in the sector. The Ministry of Finance and the Ministry for the Interior would co-supervise the gaming industry and will soon consult with stakeholders to formulate a comprehensive policy to improve revenue mobilization from the source. COVID-19 support. Mr. Speaker, government in 2020 outlined a number of initiatives to cushion the effect of the pandemic on the populace. Some sectors of the economy and sections of the population, however, continue to suffer the devastating consequences of the pandemic. Government is therefore rolling out these additional reliefs for different sections of the population, especially those hardest hit by the pandemic. One, tax rebate. Provision of a rebate of 30% of the income tax due to companies, hotels and restaurants, education, arts and entertainment, and travel and tours for the second, third, and fourth quarters of 2021. Tax stamps. Suspension of quarterly income tax installment payments for the second, third, and fourth quarters of 2021 for small businesses using the income tax stamp system. Vehicle income tax. Suspension of quarterly installment payments of the vehicle income tax for the third, fourth, and fourth quarters of 2021 for trotros and taxis as part of measures to reduce the cost of transportation. Mr. Speaker, in line with your pause for effect, your system of pause for effect, can I repeat this? Suspension of quarterly installment payments of vehicle income tax for the third and fourth quarters of 2021 for trotros and taxis as part of measures to reduce the cost of transportation. Extension, Speaker, the fourth, extension of the waiver of interests as incentive for early payment of accumulated tax arrears. A waiver of penalty and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 to reduce cash flow challenges for companies and individuals who arrange terms with GRA to pay up the principal by September 2021. Beneficiaries of these reliefs will have to be registered with GRA and must have filled their first quarter tax obligations. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure, including clearance of arrears, is projected for 2021 at 113.75 billion, equivalent to 26.2% of GDP. This represents a growth of 13% above the outturn of 100.052 billion recorded in 2020. Mr. Speaker, wages and salaries are projected to amount to 25.799 billion and constitute 22.7% of total expenditure, including arrears clearance for 2021. As a percentage of GDP, the wage bill is projected to be 5.9% in 2021 compared to 6.5% recorded in 2020. Use of goods and service is also projected at 5.967 billion or 1.4% of GDP. This represents 5.2% of projected total expenditure, including arrears clearance. Mr. Speaker, interest payments are projected at 35.864 billion, equivalent to 8.3% of GDP in 2021. Of this amount, domestic interest payments will constitute about 79.1%, an amount of 28.368 billion Ghana cedis. Transfers to statutory funds, as well as all other earmarked funds, are estimated at 18.081 billion, that is 4.2% of GDP, representing 52.2% growth over the recorded outturn of 2020. Mr. Speaker, capital expenditure is projected at 11.423 billion, that is 2.6% of GDP in 2021, a decline of 5.5% over the 2020 outturn. Of this amount, domestic finance capital expenditure is estimated at 3.31 billion, that is 0.8% of GDP. An amount of 8.112 billion Ghana cedis has been estimated for foreign finance capital expenditure, and this will be funded by a combination of project grants and loans. Mr. Speaker, based on the estimates for total revenue and grants and total expenditure, the 2021 fiscal operations will result in an overall fiscal deficit of 41.298 billion, equivalent to 9.5% of GDP. Financing of the fiscal deficit will come from both domestic and foreign sources. Net domestic financing will amount to 25.424 billion, that is 5.9% of GDP, while net foreign financing will amount to 15.870 billion, amounting to 3.7% of GDP, and will include a planned international capital market program to raise up to $5 billion, of which 1.5 billion will be used to support the implementation of the 2021 budget, and the rest for liability management. Speaker, a corresponding primary deficit equivalent to 1.3% of GDP is also projected for the year. Now, update on key programs. The programs and activities being implemented by the MDAs and the MMDAs are based on Ghana's medium-term National Development Agenda 2018 to 2021, as well as the Ghana Beyond Aid agenda. The programs also aim to attain the objectives and targets arising from our international commitments with regard to the UN Agenda 2030, that's the SDGs, and the African Union Agenda 2063. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, the health and economic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic has adversely impacted the delivery of the planned programs and activities of MDAs and MMDAs approved in the 2020 budget. However, it is projected that the rollout of the government's vaccination plan, which started in March this year, will expedite a resumption of full economic activities and facilitate the implementation of the planned programs and activities in the 2021 budget. Speaker, I will therefore highlight the performance of key sectors in 2020, as well as programs and activities planned for the implementation in 2021. Health. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of government's health infrastructure drive, including Agenda 111, the ministry awarded contracts for the construction of 101 district hospitals, 7 regional hospitals, and 3 psychiatric hospitals. In 2021, the implementation of these projects would continue. In addition, the following health infrastructure projects were completed in 2020. Staff housing for 4 district hospitals at Trifopraso, Tepa, Nsoko, and Bekwai district hospitals. District hospitals in Sola, Tolon, Somenya, Buipe, Huita, and the polyclinic in Bamboy. 9 CHIPS components at Wiaboman, Greater Accra region, Achirifo, Bono region, Kofia Sua, Bono region, Manti Wareso, Brohaf region, Amachi Krom Bro region, Miriam Fiwo, Bro region, Samproso, Ashanti region, Koforidia near Offenso, Ashanti region, Akaso, Western region. Mr. Speaker, to expand health workforce, government recruited 58,191 personnel into the various agencies in the health system. Out of this, 50,970 were permanent staff, and the remaining 7,000 were temporary workers in 2020. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, government will continue with the construction of the following health infrastructure projects: the Koforidua Regional Hospital, Shama District Hospital, the La General Hospital, the Tema Regional Hospital, reconstruction of the Central Medical Store, District Hospital in Kranza, Accident and Emergency Center, Doma Hospital. Education. Mr. Speaker, in line with the commitment to ensure adequate logistics for effective administration of schools and educational directorates, government procured and distributed 840 pickup trucks and 350 buses. In addition, 2,000 motorbikes were distributed to circuit supervisors to enhance monitoring in their line of duty. Mr. Speaker, in recognition at the basic education program level, in recognition of the important role of infrastructure in the quest to provide basic education for all children, a total number of 195 basic education projects were completed in 2020. In 2021, government will continue with those ongoing infrastructure projects. Mr. Speaker, government in 2020 absorbed the examination registration fees for 403,878 candidates from the public junior high schools across the country. In 2021, the registration fees of 416,066 candidates from public junior high schools will also be absorbed. The Speaker, can I take that again? In 2021, the registration fees for 416,066 candidates from public junior high schools will also be absorbed. The Speaker, the implementation of the free senior high school program has resulted in increased demand for secondary education. The total number of beneficiaries from the 2019-2020 academic year was 1,200,580 students. A total of 539 projects out of the 1,119 senior high school infrastructural projects have been completed to accommodate the increased enrollment of free senior high school students. In addition, government completed 28 community day senior high school e-blocks under the Secondary Education Improvement Program. Mr. Speaker, government has invested a large amount of resources to increase access and improve quality of TVET education by expanding infrastructure through the construction of new institutions and upgrading of facilities in existing technical universities as well as technical and vocational institutes. Mr. Speaker, to make colleges of education freely accessible to all eligible students and trained teachers to drive quality education provision, an amount of 78,857,120 Ghana cedis was disbursed to a total of 47,135 teacher trainees in all public colleges of education for the second semester of 2019-2020 academic year. In 2021, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 171,241,500 Ghana cedis will be paid for the first and second semesters of the 2020 and 2021 academic year. Energy. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the country had adequate generation capacity to meet the demand for domestic, commercial, and industrial customers. The 200 megawatts Amandi Power project was approximately 98% complete and currently at the last phase of commissioning. Phase 1A of the 400 megawatt early power project, 147 megawatts, that's the phase 1, is currently going through commissioning. In 2021, the Ameri plant will be relocated to Kumasi to help stabilize the national grid. Mr. Speaker, the power purchase agreement renegotiations aimed at reducing capacity charges and consequently the overall cost of power generation are ongoing. The third round of negotiations has commenced following the approval of recommendations submitted by the negotiating team. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, renegotiations were concluded with Senate Energy Limited, and discussions with Asaase Energy Company Limited are nearing completion. Mr. Speaker, following the approval of the Polygu multi-purpose dam project by Parliament, pre-commencement activities as well as engagement of the owner's engineer to provide technical support to VRA to supervise and manage the EPC contract has commenced. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen our national grid, the following projects, which are various stages of completion, will continue in 2021. Lot 1, the Kumasi Kintampo of the 330 kV Kumasi Bolgatanga transmission line project is nearing completion. The 161 kV Volta Achimota Malam transmission line upgrade project has an overall works completion rate of 53% for the Volta Achimota section and 31% completion rate for the Achimota Malam transmission line. Remedial works on the Abuazi Prestia 330 kV transmission line is 90% complete, and construction works of the A4BSB Pokwasi bulk supply point is 92% complete. Mr. Speaker, other projects to be pursued in 2021 include the construction of a new substation at Dunkwa on a Fin, reconstruction of the overaged 161 kV transmission lines from the Abuazi through Dunkwa to Asaase with higher capacity, and reconstruction of the existing 330 kV and 161 kV Abuazi switch yards. Mr. Speaker, a total of 388 out of the 560 communities were connected to national grid under the Rural Notification Program. The national electricity access rate increased from 84% in January 2020 to 85.17% by the end of December 2020, with over 10,000 communities so far connected to the national grid. In 2021, the ministry will ensure and monitor the completion of ongoing SHEP 4 and SHEP 5 projects across the country. Various electrification projects in the northeast, Savannah, Eastern, and Volta, Ashanti, Western North, Ahafo, Bono East, and Buri regions, among others, will also be undertaken. 766 towns will be connected under these projects in 2021. Mr. Speaker, in line with our commitment for a green economy, a total 26 megawatts plant out of the 50 megawatts plant solar projects undertaken by the Bui Power Authority was commissioned on the 27th of November 2020. The remaining 24 megawatts plant and a 1 megawatt plant floating solar plant is expected to be completed by the third quarter of 2021. Mr. Speaker, total crude oil production achieved from the three producing fields totaled 66.93 million barrels from January to December 2020, translating to an average daily production of 182,860.13 barrels. A total of 88.53 million standard cubic feet of gas, translating to average daily gas export of 2.41 SCF, was delivered for power generation and non-power gas users. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the ministry will continue the negotiation of petroleum agreements and monitor activities on the Jubilee, the TEN, and the SGN fields. The projected production from the 3 producing fields in 2021 is expected to yield a total of 57.3 million barrels of oil and 93.07 billion standard cubic feet of export gas at a daily average of 156,986 barrels of oil and 254,986.3 million standard cubic feet of gas, respectively. Development of a petroleum hub. The Speaker, the Petroleum Hub Corporation Bill was passed by Parliament in law on the 23rd of October 2020. In 2021, we will ensure the set-up of the operationalization of the Petroleum Hub Development Corporation. Preparatory activities such as the conduct of a strategic environmental assessment, spatial planning, and land acquisition activities towards the development of the hub will be continued. Security, crime management program. Speaker, in 2020, to preserve the peace and security of the nation, the Ghana Police Service deepened the intelligence-led policing through gathering of critical intelligence for effective and efficient combat of criminals in a proactive manner. Speaker, 709 office cadets graduated and 2,335 recruit officers passed out of the Ghana Immigration Service GIS Academy and Immigration Service Training School, respectively, at Asaase. The service arrested a total of 5,448 other nationals for breaching immigration laws, and penalties were imposed and fines collected from the offenders. In addition, 28 of the offenders were arraigned before the law courts. In 2021, the ministry, through the Ghana Prison Service, will continue with the construction of the Swan Prison Remand Project and other prison construction projects, train 2,200 inmates in technical and vocational skills, and provide formal education for 1,000 others. It also built the capacity of 1,350 personnel who have recently been recruited. Mr. Speaker, Defense. The Ghana Armed Forces continue to complement internal security in 2020. It collaborated with other security services to offer assistance to civil authorities to ensure peace and security. The operations include Operation Calm Life across the entire country, Operation Sit Down, Look at the Borders. The Ghana Armed Forces assisted the Ghana Police Service, Local Government and Rural Development, and Zoom Lion Limited in Operation COVID Safety. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the Ghana Armed Forces will continue to conduct operations aimed at law enforcement at sea and shore. At sea and ashore. These operations include the water lake patrols, drug enforcement in support of the Ghana Maritime Authority and the Narcotics Control Commission. The construction of a forward operating base at Ezinlobo, Western Region, as part of the government's national strategic plan to protect the country's oil, gas, and other natural resources is 10% complete. Government also gave approval for the establishment of 12 additional forward operation bases and 3 logistics centers along the northern borders of the country to prevent cross-border crimes and terrorist infiltrations. Infrastructure works on the 500-bed military hospital at Afare in Kumasi is 85% complete as of December 2020. Overall completion, factoring the installation of medical equipment, is at 58%. The ministry in 2021 will ensure completion and use of the facility. National security. Speaker, the National Intelligence Bureau, NIB, the National Signals Bureau, NSB, counted the terrorism-associated e-crimes, violent and organized crimes, and other national security threats. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, these agencies will improve the capabilities of intelligence gathering, dissemination, and special operational activities among the security and intelligence agencies. Road and bridge construction. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President, Nadu Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in presenting the message on the state of the nation, declared 2021 as the second year of roads. Speaker, with this declaration, we will continue the prioritization of road construction. Government will continue to pursue the following ongoing projects that are at various stages of completion under the Sino-Hydro Master Facility. Speaker, the Accra inner city roads, about 84 kilometers, the Kumasi inner city roads, 100 kilometers, the Tamale interchange project, which is about 60% complete, the PTC roundabout interchange project, Takoradi, Adenta Dodiwa dual carriageway, the Sunyani inner city roads, 39 kilometers, Western Region and Cape Coast inner city roads, 32.19 kilometers, upgrading of selected feeder roads in Ashanti and Western regions, construction of Hohoi, Jessica, Dodi Pepesu Road, 66.4% kilometers, which is 32% complete now. Mr. Speaker, government will also continue with some ongoing projects which have seen significant progress as follows. The Nsawam Apedra Road, this northbound Kwafu Krom Apedra Road, 33 kilometers, which is about 39% complete. Apedra Bunsu Road, 23 kilometers. The Bogatanga Boku Pomakum, 116 kilometers, which is 31% complete. The Nkwanta Oti Damanko Road, 50 kilometers, which is 54% complete. Oti Damanko Napanduri Road, 209 kilometers, which is 77% complete. The Berekum Saekwa Roads, 34.6% kilometers, which is 88% complete. The dualization of the whole main roads, totaling 10.5 kilometers, with 55% complete. The Teshi Link Road, 7.5 kilometers, 77%. The whole Fume Road, 18.4 kilometers, about 93% complete. The Bolga Boku, from kilometer 12 to 24.5, a stretch of 12.5 kilometers, which is about 100% complete. The Wale Road, 57 kilometers, is 55% complete. Roundabout between the Jisu and Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, 87% complete. And the rehabilitation of the new Abrem of Fuasi Kuma Road, 38 kilometers, which is 15% complete. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, works are also expected to commence on the following major pipeline projects. Construction of the Dufo Adidome Asikuma Junction Road, 63.1 kilometers. That is construction of Dufo Adidome Asikuma, 63.1 kilometers. And the Asuchari, the Junction 39 Road, and Asuchari Aveyemi, the interchanges there would also be constructed. The interchanges at Dufo, Adidome, and Asukuma Junction will also, Mr. Speaker, will be done. Construction of bridge over the Volta River at Volivo. Construction of the Swami interchange will be done. Rehabilitation of the Tatali Zabzugu Yendi Tamale Road, 165.8 kilometers. Speaker, will be undertaking. Rehabilitation of the Zabzugu Nakwali Bimbila Road, 73.6 kilometers will be done. The rehabilitation of the Dome Kitasi Road, 19.5 kilometers. Design and construction of the Buipe Yape and Daboya bridges. The 3 bridges will be constructed. Construction of the Tema Aflao Phase 1 road, 17 kilometers to be done. Construction of the Tema Akosombo road, 64.7 kilometers. Speaker, will be done. Rehabilitation of the Asin Praso, Asin Fosu road, Phase 2, which is 60 kilometers. Construction of the Tema motorway, roundabout Phase 2. Supply of installation of bridges components for 50 steel bridges. Rehabilitation of the Kumasi inner city, already mentioned, 100 kilometers. Asphaltic overlay of selected streets in Accra and Tema, 100 kilometers. Rehabilitation and upgrading of selected streets in Tamale and Yendi, Nalerigu, Walewali, Gambaga, and Damongo. About 100 kilometers of these will be done. The Speaker, works progressed steadily on the Pokuase and Obichabi-Lamte circle interchanges under the Accra Urban Transport Project. Work is expected to be completed on these projects by the end of 2021. Works are ongoing on the construction of 7 bridges in the northern region. These are located in Kulun, Garu, Ambalara, Kulungugu, Doninga, and Sicily. Overall, fiscal progress stands at 97%. Once and all, these bridges are substantially complete. Mr. Speaker, overall progress of 5 Belgian bridges and 13 Spanish bridges are 70% and 100% respectively complete, as well as repair works carried out on the following: the Kaneshi Bridge, West End, Ashaiman Tunnel Bottom Slab, the Malam Interchange, and the Afienya Bridge. The Ministry's public-private partnership program for the financing, construction, and management of rural infrastructure is progressing steadily. 4 projects are at different stages of preparation. They include the Accra Tema Motorway PPP project, the 31.7 kilometer stretch, the Accra Cape Coast Takoradi PPP project, which involves 208 kilometers, the Accra Kumasi Expressway project, 245 kilometers, the development of the Tema arterial roads, also to come under PPP, would also be done. Mr. Speaker, food and agriculture. The ministry continued with the implementation of its successful Planting for Food and Jobs program. In 2020, in order to mitigate the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on food production, the ministry enhanced farmers' access to production inputs and increased the plant beneficiary target of 1.2 million to 1.4 million. A total of 1,736,510 farmers benefited from subsidized fertilizers and improved seeds under the Planting for Food and Jobs program. Speaker, under the Rearing for Food and Jobs program, the ministry procured 531 improved breeds of small ruminants, pigs and poultry for distribution to farmers. The Speaker, the ministry, as I said, procured 531,000 improved breeds of small ruminants, pigs and poultry for distribution to farmers. Not 5 chicken per farmer. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority continued with the construction of various irrigation projects which are at various stages of completion. The Tamni phases 1 and 2, which is 90% and 50% respectively. The Improvement phase 2, 90%, rehabilitation, modernization, and expansion of existing schemes at Tono, which is 95%. The Kong irrigation scheme, 61%. And Kong left bank irrigation project, which is 72% complete. In 2021, the ministry will complete the construction of the Tamni phases 1 and 2, the improvement phase 2, and resettle displaced persons in the reservoir area. Mr. Speaker, as part of the efforts to reduce the fall armyworm infestation to the barest minimum, 89,060 liters and 11,630 kilograms strategic stocks of insecticides were procured and sprayed on all affected land areas. A total of 261,147 hectares was sprayed, and a loss of about 652,867 metric tons of maize, valued at 783,440,400 Ghana cedis was prevented by the spraying that was done on the 4 army areas. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the ministry will procure 97,000 liters and 14,000 kilograms of insecticide for control of the 4 army worm. Cocoa production, cocoa sector, cocoa production and pricing. Speaker, the producer price of cocoa for 2020 and 2021 crop year was increased by 28% from 8,240 per ton, Ghana cedi per ton, to 10,560 Ghana cedis per ton. Cocoa Boss crop review for 2020 and 2021 year projected a production figure of 896,000 metric tons. By the end of February 2021, cocoa taken over stood at 771,461 metric tons, which puts the country on course to achieve its target. Mr. Speaker, gender, children, and social protection. The Ghana School Feeding Program provided one hot, nutritious meal per school day for children in basic schools. A total of 2,980,000 pupils in 8,683 basic schools benefited from the program in 2020. This will continue in 2021. Mr. Speaker, the LEAP program made payments to 335,013 households, benefiting 1,451,747 individuals nationwide in 2020, demonstrating government's care for its citizens. In 2020, the ministry will validate data to scale up the beneficiary households from 335,013 to 350,000 households. Judicial service. The Speaker, in 2020, the following courts: Garu District Court, Bongo District Court, Soutuam District Court, Mansour Dubia District Court, and Masaman High Court were commissioned and automated with direct transmission systems, which allows for real-time production of court proceedings during court sittings. Mr. Speaker, government will commence the construction of a multi-purpose judicial training institute in Accra in 2021. Additionally, the Mankasim Court Complex in the Infantiman municipality, as well as the High Court Udumasi Krobo in the Lower Manya Krobo municipality, will be opened in 2021. Parliamentary business. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, 49 out of the 60 bills presented were passed into law. During the same period, 36 instruments laid before the House entered into force. The House also admitted 40 statements, while 42 parliamentary questions were asked and responded to by ministers. The Speaker, Parliament will continue to discharge its constitutional obligations through the performance of its representation, legislative, financial oversight, and deliberative functions. These functions, among others, entail considering various bills and legislative instruments, ratifying loans, and other international agreements presented to the House. In 2021, to enhance the efficiency of Parliament in discharging its constitutional oversight obligations on the transformative agenda of government, a number of initiatives will be continued. These include the e-Parliament project, the Table Office Management Information Systems, Geographic Information Systems, and the Budget and Fiscal Analysis Office. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that enough provision would also be made for the recruitment of research assistants for the 275 members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, transport. Government continued its program of modernization of the country's seaports to position them as a leading container hub within the West African sub-region. At the Tema port, 3 beds of the dedicated container terminal, MP's Terminal 3, were completed and are in operation. The remaining berths has progressed ahead of schedule and is expected to be completed in 2021. At the Takoradi port, the development of a container and multi-purpose terminal by Ibistec Limited, a wholly owned Ghanaian company, is progressing steadily. The marine and dredging works have been completed, and construction of a 600-meter quay wall will be completed in 2021. Mr. Speaker, a 30-year concession agreement was executed between Ghana Shippers Authority and Ashanti Port Services Limited to develop an integrated logistics terminal at Buankra. This will decongest the Tema port and facilitate transit trade, especially to landlocked countries of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger in the context of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Mr. Speaker, to ensure safe launching and landing of artisanal fishing, as well as create and maintain hygienic environment and create job opportunities within the fishing communities, a total of 9 landing sites selected for development are at various stages of completion. The Atazim, Discov, Marie, Mumford, Winneba. Azim is 59% complete, Discov 58% complete, Marie 48% complete, Mumford, otherwise referred to as Joma, 46% complete, Winneba 29%, and Senya Breku 91%, Gomwafete 82%. Aviation Development Program. Mr. Speaker, government over the years has embarked on massive infrastructural developments to facelift existing airports to meet international standards. Key amongst these are: 1, expansion of both Kumasi and Tamale airports. In 2021, both projects are expected to be completed and open to general public. Rehabilitation works on the Sunyani Airport Phase 1 is about 93% complete and is expected to be completed in 2021 for the airport to resume operations. Mr. Speaker, as part of government policy to ensure that all regional capitals have at least one aerodrome to improve connectivity and boost tourism, feasibility studies for the development of an airport in Cape Coast has commenced. Other sites identified for construction of aerodromes include Apoa in Poho, Yendi, Moli, Navrongo, Paga, Ketikrachi through public-private partnerships. Communications and digitalization. Mr. Speaker, funding has been secured for the development of 2,000 and 16 solar-powered cell sites to cover at least 25% of the population which is unserved. At the end of December 2020, 410 out of the 2,016 sites were built across the country. In 2021, the remaining 1,606 sites will be completed. In line with government's digitalization agenda and commitment to expenditure controls, the national e-procurement system was deployed in 2020 for the following 5 pilot entities: Department of Feeder Roads, Ghana Cocoa Boards, Ghana Health Service, Koforidua Technical University, and the Tema Metropolitan Assembly. Scaling up of the system to 200 additional entities is programmed for the year ending 2020. Local governance, decentralization, and rural development. Mr. Speaker, using the District Assembly's performance assessment tool, an amount of 185,931,850 Ghana cedis was transferred to qualifying MMDAs as investment grant allocation to support the implementation of respective 2020 annual action plans and budgets. In 2021, the ministry will conduct a performance assessment using DPAT for 260 assemblies based on 2019 financial year performance. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development through the Department of Community Development is promoting the Alternative Livelihood Program in 18 illegal mining affected districts. In 2021, the Department of Community Development will retool and upgrade 2 CDVTIs to provide technical and vocational training to 5,000 youth, provide alternative livelihood skills training for 1,250 persons to address the challenges of illegal mining activities, and to train 600 social workforce in child and family welfare issues. Speaker, collaboration with faith-based organizations. Under our social partnership model to broaden the dialogue for development, government regularly engages the faith-based organizations on various national issues, and they remain a key partner in revitalizing the economy under the 100 billion Ghana City Ghana Cares program. In 2020, the faith-based organizations were instrumental in the fight against COVID-19 in various ways, supporting national readiness, complementing health service delivery through the Christian Health Association of Ghana, managing the distribution of government's dry food packages to vulnerable households during the lockdown period, providing counseling services, providing skills and entrepreneurial training for the youth, and augmenting public sensitization and awareness campaigns. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the faith-based organizations will continue to fulfill their vital roles within government, within the Ghanaian society, and government affirms its support to the formal collaboration as a permanent component of our nation's governance. The National Cathedral of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the National Cathedral of Ghana, which will provide an interdenominational sacred space for the nation, remains a national priority. Despite the delays caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, work is on course to construct the iconic edifice in the heart of the nation's capital. The construction of the cathedral is already introducing some critical innovations to the country. As part of the construction, over 200 trees on the site of the cathedral, some of which are nearly 100 years, have been relocated to a temporary site by the Department of Parks and Gardens. Some of the trees will be brought back upon completion of the cathedral, and others replanted elsewhere, making the edifice environmentally sustainable, setting the stage for the rollout of new initiatives and reforms. Mr. Speaker, we will implement new initiatives and additional reforms across several sectors of the economy in order to enhance further the quality of life of Ghanaians. to support domestic entrepreneurs and businesses and to deepen access to public services. In pursuit of this, we will begin preparations for the rapid deployment of underlisted initiatives and reforms in 2021. One, the National Equipment Leasing Policy. Speaker, in 2021, government will formulate the National Equipment Leasing Policy to cover medical equipment, vehicles, photocopiers, printers, and scanners, among others, as part of measures to more efficiently manage our capital expenditure budget. Transport sector recapitalization project. Speaker, we also commence work towards implementation of a long-term lease to own financing arrangement for commercial vehicle owners and operators who need to replace aged and unroadworthy commercial vehicles. Mr. Speaker, this indeed is a good initiative, and if I may repeat it, Mr. Speaker, we will commence work towards the implementation of a long-term lease-to-own financing arrangement for commercial vehicle owners and operators who need to replace aged and unroadworthy commercial vehicles. National Rental Assistance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, in partnership with the private sector, we will commence the establishment of a National Rental Assistance Scheme with a seed of 100 million Ghana cedis. The scheme would crowd in additional investment from the private sector to provide low-interest loans to eligible Ghanaians to enable them pay rent advance. Enhanced student loan scheme. The Speaker will also commence the planning towards the implementation of enhanced student loan scheme to provide students with the exception of teacher and nurse trainees an option to obtain a student loan without requirement of a guarantor. The prospective student must have a national identification number from the Ghana card. COVID-19 impact mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic that hit the entire world in 2020 has had a major impact on nearly every household, business, and economy in the world. Anticipating that the consequences will be severe and persistent, governments around the world have relied on a wide range of measures to support businesses and households. While these responses have been uneven across countries, they are unprecedented in their magnitude. Mr. Speaker, in 2020 mid-year review and the supplementary estimate, we presented the immediate impact of the pandemic on our economy and outlined robust responses to mitigate them. After a full year, we have a good sense of how devastating the impact has been on our economy. Socio-economic impact on Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the direct health impact Mr. Speaker, the direct health impact of the pandemic has been significant, with very unfortunate fatalities. Infections rose from a weekly average of 11 persons in the last week of March to a peak of 781 infections in the last week of July 2020. This was followed by a gradual decline in recorded infections, which reached 104 cases in the last week of December 2020. However, a new wave of infections saw average weekly infections rise from 99 in the first week of January 2021 to 880 by the week of 5th February 2021. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing a steady decline on weekly average infections, which stood at 379 by the week of 5th March 2021. Mr. Speaker, compared to many countries, Ghana has been rather successful in managing the COVID-19 outbreak. This success stems from the swift, proactive, and bold response from government, and of course with the collaboration of the health care workers. Speaker, economic impact of the pandemic. The impact of this pandemic has been severe. The COVID-19 struck at a time the economy was firmly on the path of fiscal consolidation. The initial restrictions implemented contained the virus and impacted the economy extensively. In addition, the households and businesses, key sectors such as hotel and hospitality industry, trade and industry, agriculture, health, transportation, manufacturing, real estate, financial as well as education sectors have been negatively impacted. Speaker, the COVID-19 Business Tracker Survey, jointly published by the Ghana Statistical Service, the United Nations Development Programme, and the World Bank, suggests that about 770,000 workers, nearly 26% of the total workforce, had their wages reduced, and about 42,000 employees were laid off during the partial lockdown last year. The pandemic also led to the reduction in working hours for close to 700,000 workers. The Speaker, transport workers, drivers, and conductors of trotros were particularly vulnerable as they work under informal sectors and do not have access to social safety nets. Formal operators also suffered serious financial constraints. Government in 2020 spent 36,552,789 Ghana cedis as operations and payroll support to Metro Mass Transit from March to December 2020 and supported the Intercity STC with an amount of 6,338,232.77 Ghana cedis as of January 2021. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has led to disruption in corporate and general business confidence and affected projected revenues, profitability, liquidity, and corporate growth. State-owned enterprises, most of whom were severely impacted by this pandemic, are expected to underperform. Government's mitigating measures to the pandemic, health and health-related response. Mr. Speaker, government's initial response to the health impacts of this pandemic was aligned in the National COVID-19 Emergency Preparedness and Response Plan. The plan helped to manage and contain the spread of the virus, as well as strengthen the national capacity for surveillance, diagnosis, and case management. Inspired by the significant successes from the implementation of the EPRP and considering the lasting impact of the pandemic within the medium term, government has prepared and rolled out a more holistic plan dubbed the National Strategic COVID-19 Response Plan, July 2020 to December 2024, NSCRP. Mr. Speaker, the NSCRP focuses on better case containment and management. It prioritizes timely releases of test results, sustains funding of isolation and quarantine facilities. This plan has helped to improve coordination among actors, enhance motivation of health personnel, and ensured continued provision of equipment and logistics, including PPEs. Economic and social measures. Speaker, government implemented the coronavirus alleviation program to address the socio-economic impact of this pandemic on households and businesses. Support to households. Speaker, as indicated previously, government assisted businesses to retain their workers and support families as they confronted the crisis. Government substantially subsidized the cost of electricity and water services from April to the end December 2020 and provided food rations to vulnerable groups during the partial lockdown. Mr. Speaker, cognizant of the direct and immediate effects of restrictions on livelihoods of sections of society, government provided 1,827,581 and 917,142 cooked food packs to vulnerable and underprivileged persons within Accra and Kumasi, respectively. In partnership with faith-based organizations, government also distributed dry food packages to about 470,000 families during the period of the partial lockdown. Electricity consumption was subsidized. Government fully covered the consumption of over 1 million lifeline customers and subsidized 50% of the consumption of all other customers for the period. Speaker, through the initiative, 10 million fellow Ghanaians benefited from free water supplied by Ghana Water Company Limited between April to December 2020. The average monthly water supply of 9.24 million cubic meters increased by 43.21% to reach 13.23 million cubic meters. Furthermore, a total of 474 small towns and 1,143 rural communities benefited from the free water provided by the Community Water and Sanitation Agency. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that His Excellency the President has approved the continuation of the provision of free water to up to 5 cubic meters, that is 1,100 gallons per month, to vulnerable groups. In addition, we will continue to provide electricity to lifeline consumers till the end of June 2021, when it is expected that many Ghanaians would have been vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, under the Operation Return Home program, government assisted 10,025 Ghanaians whose circumstances had been worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic to return home. In doing so, we protected the lives and welfare of Ghanaian nationals abroad and promoted positive perception of the state of Ghana during those difficult times. Support to enterprises. Mr. Speaker, the launch and operationalization of the 750 million Ghana City Coronavirus Alleviation Program Business Support Scheme, CAP-BAS, has mitigated the impact of the pandemic on several micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Government, through the National Board for Small-Scale Industries, collaborated with over 80 business associations and key participating financial institutions to facilitate timely disbursement of the funds. As of December 2020, about 412.88 million Ghana cedis had been disbursed to support 277,511 businesses, of which 69% were female-owned. The scheme has saved over 650,000 MSME jobs. Mr. Speaker, as an offshoot, the CAP-BAS has created pathways to formalizing the large informal sector, given that over 800,000 tax identification numbers were generated and over 10,000 businesses registrations activated. Mr. Speaker, as an offshoot, the CAP-BAS has created pathways to formalizing the large informal sector, given that over 800,000 tax identification numbers were generated and over 10,000 businesses registrations activated. Mr. Speaker, in the financial sector, the policy and regulatory measures rolled out by the Bank of Ghana, including the provision of 7 billion Ghana cedi worth of support to borrowers between March and June 2020, enhanced liquidity in the banking sector, preserved capital buffers, and offered relief to customers. These measures also enable banks and specialized deposit-taking institutions to provide support to critical sectors of the economy to mitigate the adverse impact of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, educational measures. In relation to the education sector, government employed a strategic, controlled, progressive mass, 62,000 Veronica buckets, 3.5 million packs of paper towels, 85,000 liquid soaps to facilitate the safe return of students to schools. Considering the special needs of our kindergarten pupils, arrangements were made to provide 100,000 electronic sanitizer dispensers, 404,000 gallons of sanitizers, and 30,000 thermometer guns for kindergartens. National Trust Fund, the COVID-19 National Trust Fund. Speaker, to leverage other resources to fight the pandemic, government passed the COVID-19 National Trust Fund Act 2020, Act 1013 in April 2020 to establish the fund. As of 31st December 2020, the fund had mobilized 57,134,093 Ghana cedis, of which 45,218,313 Ghana cedis have been utilized. These resources complemented government's efforts in providing PPEs and medical supplies to COVID-19 selected institutions, distribution of food items to the aged, the vulnerable, and needy persons, providing vehicles to selected treatment centers, the National Public Health and Reference Laboratories, testing centers, and COVID-19 Central Care Management Team. It also supported the construction of the National Infectious Disease Center, COVID-19 Private Sector Fund. The Speaker, being together in this adversity, the private sector in Ghana swiftly organized and complemented government's efforts towards fighting the pandemic. As of December 2020, the fund had mobilized 44,339,138.98 Ghana cedis, out of which 40,203,404.70 Ghana cedis was invested in various activities, including the construction of a 100-bed National Infectious Disease Center in Accra. Ghana Cares Obatampa Program. Mr. Speaker, government strategy to build back stronger is contained in the Ghana COVID-19 Alleviation and Revitalization of Enterprises Support Ghana Cares Obatampa Program, which was launched on the 18th of November 2020. The 100 billion program, which Ghana Cedi program, which is by far the boldest and biggest economic recovery program in the country's history, enables us to address the challenges and also seize the opportunities created by the COVID-19 for socio-economic transformation. The Obatampa program will, over the next 3 years, transform, revitalize, and modernize our economy and return it to the high standard, high and sustained growth. The key projects under the CARES program include supporting attracting educated youth into commercial farming, B, building the country's light manufacturing sector, targeting agro-processing and food imports substitution, pharmaceuticals and textile and garment subsectors, C, developing engineering, machine tools, and ICT digital economy industries, D, fast-tracking digitalization, E, developing Ghana's housing and construction industry to support local construction companies to participate in the hospital construction program under the Agenda 111 Plus scheme. Establishing Ghana as a regional hub, G, reviewing and optimizing the implementation of government flagship and key programs. And H, creating jobs for young people and expanding opportunities for the vulnerable in society, including persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, this year, government will embark on dedicated actions to operationalize the program by establishing delivery units in relevant MDAs with clear milestones. We will partner the private sector, academia, and other practitioners to facilitate and monitor implementation of the program. Mr. Speaker, our quest to transform and ensure higher manufacturing output under CARES will be complemented by sustained efforts on technical and vocational skills, mostly in targeted sectors, while enhancing collaboration between industry and managers of technical education. Speaker, as I indicated, the skills development partnership with faith-based organizations will catalyze and drive towards this objective. Mr. Speaker, conclusion. Mr. Speaker, and I know my colleague, the recycled leader of the House, the Honorable Cletus Abuka, who is sitting down, is even much more tired than I am. Mr. Speaker, this 2021 budget is indeed a landmark budget. It recounts our experience in the most difficult combination of health and economic crisis that this nation has ever encountered. The indicators clearly demonstrate that we have weathered the storm and are indeed ready to storm ahead. This has been accomplished through the decisive leadership of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the strong partnership with Parliament, the cooperation with our faith-based organizations, our social partnership with organized labor and employers associations, the private sector, the healthcare workers, the security agencies, traditional leaders, civil society organizations, the media, and all Ghanaians, buttressed by the resilience we built in the first 3 years of the President's administration. Mr. Speaker, the 2021 budget outlines the President's program for accelerated recovery from the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. It displays our plans to emerge stronger by pressing on with economic transformation, strengthening our social compact, and building a sustainable future to create prosperity and equal opportunity for all. As a government, we have amply demonstrated our ability, resolve, and determination to change the trajectory of our economy. While COVID-19 has been a major disruptive force, it has reinforced our conviction to transform our society and to do so with greater urgency. Mr. Speaker, my Sunday school teacher has taught me in Isaiah chapter 9 verse 10, and I quote, "The bricks are falling down, but we will rebuild with hewn stones. The sycamores are cut down, but we will change them into cedars," unquote. Isaiah chapter 9 verse 10. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this august house and the people of Ghana that in 2021 we will return to a path of fiscal consolidation and sustained growth. We will continue to implement people-centered policies. In 2021, we will continue to consolidate our major flagships to improve welfare. We will change the culture of uncompleted projects and, as far as practicable, finish what has been started. We will continue to invest in the real sector to drive growth. We will accelerate the industrialization and transformation of our economy and move away from the Gadgetsburg economy. We will prioritize support to private sector and entrepreneurship to create jobs and improve incomes. We will make Ghana a hub for commerce, financial services, and manufacturing to take full advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the world's largest free trade area. We will continue to invest in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to support every aspect of our economy. We will continue the digitalization agenda to improve public service delivery and enhance revenue mobilization. We will prioritize the security and safety of our people. We will secure higher returns on our mineral resources by using innovative structures. We will aggressively and efficiently implement the Ghana Cares through rail structured delivery units. And we will seek to improve the health and well-being of our people and pursue a happier and wiser society as envisioned by our Ghana Beyond Aid agenda. Mr. Speaker, all these can be accomplished if we stay focused, believe more in ourselves, work together with a common purpose. As I indicated earlier, implementing the vision we have set requires that we mobilize every resource, use them efficiently, and also work harder to increase productivity. We must accept that our country's ability to improve the standard of living of our citizens over time depends more on increasing productivity. Mr. Speaker, with this budget, we are on the path of revitalizing the economy, resuming the transformation drive that was disrupted by COVID-19. We expect to accomplish this with the help of the Almighty God and the visionary and competent leadership of our President, support from the Parliament of Ghana, and the help of every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, to our fellow Ghanaians, we urge you to take courage, persevere, and keep faith with us. COVID-19 has been an adversity that makes us pause, think carefully, find answers, build and sustain relationships. We are still strong in this adversity. The strength of Ghana lies in the power of our people to persevere. The audacity of our faith in Ghana requires us to continue to share in the burden of developing our nation. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, allow me to express the gratitude of His Excellency the President for the enormous support this August House has extended to him since taking office in 2017. The current composition of this House reflects the expectations of Ghanaians for both sides of the House to work together. The realization of Ghana Beyond Aid will be attained by the debate. It will be attained by the debate of ideas and consensus building. It is my belief that the consideration of the 2021 budget will reflect this guiding principle. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, we will consolidate our gains, complete ongoing projects, and continue our flagship programs. Mr. Speaker, this government believes that the Ghanaian state is a daring state, a resilient nation. The recent victory by the national under-20 football team, the Black Satellites, on Independence Day reminds us that when we are united in purpose and work together as a team, we can do extraordinary things. Whilst we debate and may disagree on issues, we should always be united on the broad goal of advancing the welfare and progress of our people beyond partisan politics in principle. Mr. Speaker, there is more to us than we have so far realized. As the Lord said in Genesis 11, chapter 11, verse 5, and I quote, "If as one people speaking the same language, they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them." Unquote. Mr. Speaker, by this unity of purpose, we will stand as one people, speaking one language of progress to unleash the energies of our people for social mobility and shared prosperity as we take great strides to move our nation forward. Mr. Speaker, I join you today in praying to Almighty God that on account of the platform offered by this budget, God should inspire and strengthen our people to make time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Mr. Speaker, I present to you on this momentous occasion the 1 year Wahia budget. I'll present to you the 1 year Wahia budget. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, be seated, be seated. The Minister of State responsible for the Ministry of Finance started his delivery at 12:29 and ended at 15:33. 3 hours, 4 minutes. Even those of us seated are exhausted. I think as a House, we have to look at how budget statements are presented to the House. We will do so in the near future. But in accordance with our standing orders, particularly Standing Order 143, honorable members, debate on the motion shall stand adjourned for not less than 3 days. I so direct that part of the budget relating to the ministries and constitutional bodies shall stand committed respectively to the committees responsible for the subject matter to which the heads of the estimates relate for consideration and report in accordance with Order 144 of our standing orders. Furthermore, any part of the budget relating to revenue and expenditure shall stand committed to the Finance Committee in accordance with Standing Order 145. Honorable members, before I proceed, it's important I acknowledge the presence.
So you just had the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, there. Just gone by was the Budget 2021, read by Parliamentary Affairs Minister Asaase Mensah Bonsu. I have in the studio Development Consultant William Ado. I have Economist Dr. Edusa Akodie. I have Fred Awute, who is a tax analyst, and Tomemi here, a seasoned journalist in finance, is here with me. Gentlemen, 3 hours. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you. But we have some highlights. The key one for me are the two levies. The COVID-19 health levy, which is going to be spread on both VAT and the National Health Insurance levy. So 1% on each. And the VAT is a flat rate scheme. So it means that, you're going to pay more. A little more, not too much, a little more, 1%. And the sanitation and pollution levy, which is 10%, 10% on a litre of petrol and diesel, and that will be under ESLA. Are you surprised, Mr. Sarkodie?
Very surprised.
Why?
I was thinking that, okay, so first of all, I think these projections have been made on the basis that we expect the economy to pick up at that 5% GDP growth rate without any disruptions. Okay, so that is the basis for it. And I said I was surprised because even in the interviews you had with me, I had always submitted that, at the economic recovery stage, you wouldn't want to introduce any new taxes to more or less overburden Ghanaians. But at the same time, the government must also spend. And given the level of our debt stock, the government will not be able to borrow at the same rate. So what I wanted to see is that in case you can provide justification for the introduction of these new taxes, it should be done in addition to the innovative ways that you mentioned in the introductory part of the budget. Because if you start by saying that the government is going to be innovative in the revenue mobilization, but we haven't seen any concrete innovative ways of mobilization, but all we have seen is the addition of new taxes. I would say that I was surprised. I felt these taxes could come next year, given that this year is a recovery stage. By the time this economy picks up 5% this year, it may pick up maybe 6, 7, 8% next year. Then you can tax. You see, the thing about taxation is that tax element is negative in the calculation of GDP.
Doctor, please, sorry to cut you, but we have a man on the ground, Philip Asiawo, who is at Parliament and monitored the reading or the presentation for us. Philip, hi, good afternoon. A long day for you. Philip, how is the mood like? The budget presentation is mostly usually characterized by booing and, noise, and then you hear the speaker saying order, order, order. But in this case, we didn't hear anything like that. Can you explain why? Do you have any reasons?
Okay, so of course, there's something we've been talking about here, even among the members of Parliament. The fact that maybe this is the first time we are having a person who really is part of the House doing the presentation on behalf of government is one key reason that you cannot have. And so you realize that as business leader, or the leader of government business, and also the majority leader, you can understand how the House operates and really understand the language. And to be frank, when you come to the House, they relate differently amongst themselves than outsiders. And so, for anyone who is not a legislator, the person is referred to as a stranger. And usually, you are being treated as such. And so, you will think that prior to the commencement of the budget reading, I had said that we were going to expect some sort of a calm atmosphere due to the person who was going to do the reading. And even when, on the lighter note, the majority leader had recognized the presence of his wife, and the speaker had jokingly said, does that mean she should stand beside him? He said that after the standing order, she was a stranger who could not do so. So it tells you the in-house style and rules that govern them as well. And then also, the speaker has also been very firm and adamant on the fact that there should be minimal heckling whenever issues or tax presentations are going on. And after the State of the Nation address, I must say that the Speaker expressed his displeasure at the manner in which some of the NIS displayed themselves with regards to heckling and insulting and all of that. And so maybe coupled with the fact that you had an in-house person and then the fact that the Speaker has gone on that could have actually said that. And you also see that at the end of the presentation, when the majority, members of the majority have wanted to say, the Speaker came in strongly to also tell them to do from that. So maybe this could account for the calm nature of the House. And it's been a long week, to be frank. It started with the State of the Nation address. Parliament is finished at 2 p.m. But on Wednesday and Thursday, they start from around 11 a.m. all the way to 6 p.m. And today, it's been over 3 hours of budget presentation. So it also been a long week for the legislators. And there's also a workshop coming up this weekend. So maybe that could account for that as well.
Okay, so we know that the minority is yet to react to the content of the budget.
Exactly. Officially, they are yet to respond. Maybe there was a closing remark from the minority side, just as we saw at the tail end of the State of the Nation presentation, when he threw some jabs and also some opinions there. Then we will see that at the tail end. But after, we are going to interact more with the legislators, especially from the minority side, to get their reaction on the specific aspects of the budget presentation. And I must say that whenever a budget is presented, the estimates are broken down to the various select committees, and that is it's on that level. So you can appreciate the fact that it's not even considered in bulk, but in which sector and the correlation with the select committee as well. So they're going to be further scrutiny. They're going to before even the debate commenced, we realized that one of the good observations was how long the commissioner was being allotted to the debating of the budget, because there was the deputy majority leader presented to the House was supposed to have been for 2 weeks, but they are actually waiting for 4 weeks in command to be able to get an ample time to be able to dissect them. But government has also expressed the urgency to be able to quickly work to the country running. This time it's not on our side as a result of the peculiar times that we find ourselves in. So I'm sure we'll get a conversation moving forward, both on the individual level and also at the committee level when official reports was coming up. But I must say that we can cross over now to the ultimately to the minority leader, because it's making a statement now and then we can come back.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That was my colleague Philip Pasiao, who is in Parliament monitoring the reading of the budget for us. And as you heard, the minority is here to react to the budget. But we have the minority leader, Harun Idrisu, is already on the floor and given his initial comments. So we'll bring that to you as and when we get it. But Dr. Sarkodie, you were talking before you continue with the taxation. Were you surprised with the composure, the environment today?
No, I think COVID has really changed a whole lot of things, and this wasn't done in the chamber; it was done in the tent outside. Yeah. So, the premises itself is different. The people there, the observation of observing COVID protocol and all that. So, I think yes, I wasn't expecting to be like before, but this one, most especially, this one was presented by somebody who is not a finance minister. And so that also changed the mood a little bit for us to see what was coming. And again, many people had the expectations that we were not sure of what the president was bringing, because before the budget, some of us had been talking about no imposition of taxes, and they have to cancel the subsidies or suspend the provision of subsidies, etc., etc. So they're not sure of what even the term recovery means. Are we going to spend more or spend less? So I think the atmosphere, the COVID thing has changed everything. And then, of course, it's a new person who was presenting the budget. If it was Honorable Ken, I'm sure they would have welcomed him with the usual stuff.
Okay, so he is just a messenger. So
yes,
maybe
I could read from the faces they were a bit sympathetic with him. You know, like
somebody like you putting me on football field to play because Messi is injured. Hey, if I lose the ball, you will not complain so much because I'm not called for that area. But so they were a bit tolerant for that. I think the speaker also mentioned that the number of hours, the length of the budget should be looked at. I think it's too long. If you are saying this is the highlights and it's taking us 3 hours, then I don't know how long it's going to be if we're taking
document. Yeah, so the speaker mentioned, he said going forward you're going to see what they can do about it. Yes. But Mr. Ado, so he was talking about the tax, but let me just let our listeners and those who are watching on Facebook, so we are seeing placards saying CAM Preko. I don't know what exactly they want to communicate with that on the so I see CAM Preko. I don't know what that means. Well, I'm sure we'll get the interpretation when man on the ground, Philip Asiao, joins us again. Mr. Ado, so we are looking at the taxes. You were against the taxes when we were doing the pre-analysis, and he said, no, once you bring it, you are going to overburden people. It is here. What do you make of it?
And I am not surprised that Dr. Sarkodie was not here. But then he seems to have the same impression that I have. You need to show consistency. And consistency proves trust. So you helped me last year when I wasn't in good shape. The following year, it is assumed, and it's showing in the budget, that we are going to do the business support, the cab bus, the Ghana Cares, basically. That is also some form of support, sort of. Then in the same year, you're also taking from me. It's contradictory. Exactly what I said. And he had said it. Probably if this year wasn't with the tax and next year was with the tax, then it's clear. You came from giving me so much. Now you give me just a little in this year because of the Obatampa. Then next year, okay, now we've all suffered enough. I would understand. In fact, next year, if we were even doing maybe 2%, 3%, I'm sure people would understand. It's consistency. So it's not about what you feel at the time to do. It's about dragging the people along with you so that there's collaboration and there's maximum output. That's why we don't get a lot of participation in these things. And there's rather fight backs. Right. So you should consider all that in policy implementation. It is not just the technical. You need the hardware and you need the software to run it.
But we have bills, we have the energy debt we need to settle. We have a lot of things that, we clean up the banking sector with some 21 billion CDs and others. And so it means that we need more. Government will have to generate more.
Dr. made mention of the fact that you say you're going to be innovative. You mean you can't be innovative enough to do away without the 1%? Is that what you're telling me? You're telling me you are not that sharp. You actually have some strictness. So we don't have to go there. It wasn't to. I think we were not here. Dr. Sarkodie was not here when I was making those comments, but he actually virtually said almost the same thing. Consistency.
So you would rather it is revised?
Like next year, it's fine. In fact, next year, if you are done 2%, every Ghanaian would understand. You have been consistent.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we should have done this next year, not this year.
You are the VAT is an indirect tax, and those indirect taxes are regressive in nature. What it means that it falls on the poor more than the rich. Okay. So you are taxing, you are imposing a tax which is regressive in nature. It means it's going against the poor, and at the same time you are providing reliefs for the poor and the vulnerable. So in my mind, you are taxing to provide subsidy. So why don't you stop the tax and stop the subsidy? Why don't you stop the tax, stop the subsidy, and because you are going to provide this water and electricity subsidies up to June again. Maybe it's a calculation they've done that I have not done. So they might have looked at the cost benefit analysis of how much to get from the new taxes and how much to spend on the subsidy. And they realize that if they do this, they will gain more, even if they subtract the subsidy from how much they will gain from the introduction of new taxes, they will still get enough to provide for the other essentials. So maybe they've done that analysis. I haven't done that, but from sitting from behind, I wasn't expecting these taxes at all at this time.
Not this year. You said
not this year, maybe next year.
Next year.
You see, but what they have mentioned, that's what I'm saying, that he started by providing a justification for these new taxes, that the economy is expected to pick up to 5%, and therefore they want to come back to what they call the fiscal consolidation path. And the fiscal consolidation path has two wings. That's to manage your debt and also manage your budget deficit. And in managing your budget deficit, is the difference between expenditure and revenue. Yeah. So if you want to manage the deficit, then you have to raise the revenue and or reduce the expenditure. But I have no problem with raising revenue. But raising revenue does not necessarily require introduction of new taxes. You can be innovative to raise enough. And I was happy to hear the president say in his soda that they're going by the digitization, bring in 12 million more Ghanaians into the net. That I agree. But as it stands, what I am seeing are new taxes. And even if they had to convince me, they should have done that innovative ways. And then so that these new taxes will just be complementing.
You were against, yes. You were against, but
advocating for the expanding of the tax.
Yes, exactly.
The tax need. But you see, if you look at the preamble to the budget, the government is of the view of economic recovery. And in a tax policy, if you want to mobilize revenue and you want to recover the economy as fast as possible, you have two options. One, to deepen the tax net. Deepening the tax net means you are increasing the tax. Then you are actually putting much burden on the existing taxpayers. Two, to increase the tax net by bringing in those areas which are not taxed. So government choose to, and a choice of any of these would depend on at which rate do you intend to recover the economy, or do you want to mobilize the revenue as fast as you can. And the most fastest way to do that is to increase revenue, because once you increase it, it starts fade from now.
Okay.
But if you want to increase the tax net, it starts with looking at which areas are not taxed. How do you do education? And that is a little bit, will take a slower rate. The government decide to choose the faster way by increasing the taxes, more especially not the income taxes, but the indirect taxes, which affect every single person in the country. Once you go to the fuel station and buy fuel, you
pay.
Once you go to the shopping mall, then you are going to pay for the VAT. And interestingly, what even surprised me more is that the VAT has been increased by 33%, the flat rate, from 3% currently to 4%. That's amount of about 33%. It's quite a huge jump in this circumstance, looking at the impact of the COVID that we have. So I think, yes, government decided to choose the faster way of raising revenue, but it's really not the best approach, innovative way of. Earlier when we are talking about digital economy, I mean trying to tackle the online business. And it's a very faster way of it's another way of trying to raise revenue in this case, but government decides to opt for deepening the tax net rather than trying to expand the tax net, which to me, as somebody who is interested much in matter of tax issues, it's not much pleased about.
Tom, I saw you shaking your head. In fact, we have just about 4 minutes, and then we have to touch on the revenue targets and the expenditure projection, as well as the fiscal deficit.
What's happened here is quite simple. Government has decided that its priority is to balance its own books, and they are willing to sacrifice possible economic growth as the cost of balancing its own books. All right, what's happening is very simple. You've increased taxes, okay,
So it will help to narrow the budget deficit. But don't forget that this is an economy that, because of COVID, will be operating under capacity, which was why last year we were able to do monetary easing without it feeding into exchange rate depreciation, without it feeding into increased inflation, right? And when you increase taxes, what you're effectively saying is that you are continuing to dampen demand. You see, because the economy is not just about production, it's also about demand. If you are producing and people are not buying, you're still in trouble, right? So what basically we are doing is that we've said that, okay, because I'm government, I want to my priorities, I want to balance my books. I don't mind about the fact that it's going to dampen demand, which will also affect supply levels, because I mean it works both ways. Supply and demand have to be in sync, all right? So it's going to affect our economic growth. So I mean, when government talks about 5% economic growth for this year, I don't think increasing taxes is a step in the right direction. Okay. Probably what it boils down to, the government has decided that, look, if the money is in our hands rather than in the people's hands, our spending can boost economic growth faster than if it's in private hands. We will be more efficient in how the money is spent.
Right.
We will spend in a way that will boost economic growth faster than if the money was in private hands. How far that is true remains to be seen.
Okay. Dr. Sarkodie, briefly, because we have just 1 minute to go.
We are closing at 4.
Yes. Total revenue projection, 72 billion cedis, as against expenditure of 111 billion cedis.
Yeah. Yes. We have to look at the revenue growth rate. And if you look at the revenue growth rate, this figure is taking us back to the pre-COVID levels. And that suggests that has been our capacity in the last 3 years. And so it is likely. It is very likely, especially with the introduction of new taxes. If they collect it, it's very likely that we can get that target. In terms of the expenditure too, yes, but we know that the expenditure outweighs the revenue in terms of quantum, in terms of as a percentage of GDP, and in terms of as a growth rate. So the expenditure is growing faster than the revenue. And I want to see that we don't spend in isolation. Given that it's likely that they will meet the target, but I don't want us to spend in isolation. So for example, you are spending to construct road. The road that you're constructing should be revenue generating in itself. Right. So the expenditure should lead us to future generation. So you construct the road today, then you put on tolls for future revenue collection. So this is where I want to see the match. Right. But as for the projection, it's around 12 to 13% revenue growth rate, which is almost the same levels that we were before COVID. Right. In other words, the president, the minister or the government is telling Ghanaians that this year is very likely that we go back to the pre-COVID levels.
Right. Thank you very much. The discussion will continue on other programs right here on Asaase Radio. And I've been doing this analysis with Dr. Asaase Sarkodie, who is an economist, Mr. William Ado, who is a development consultant, Mr. Fred Awute, who is a tax analyst with the Institute of Taxation, and Toma Eme here, a seasoned finance journalist. And